Hello, this is Kali J.N.S. I hope you guys are having a great Friday. And we have a lot to discuss today. As you can see, we got Miss Angie Stone on the screen. Unfortunately, she passed. And Roy Ayers, I want to say, as well. And so, we're going to do a tribute later on. But I do want to say happy Friday. And I hope you guys had, again, a productive week and that you guys are doing well. And like I said, we got a lot to discuss. I just want to make sure that my sound is good, though. Let me just make sure that the sound is good, and we can get into everything. And so the first thing that we're going to talk about is like the topic of elitism and what is elitism, at least from my perspective, in terms of like um, what does it mean to be elite in in an objective sense, but also in the subjective sense. So we'll discuss that a little bit. But I also want to talk about um, just certain situations as it relates to Black Americans and me not making a clear distinction between my frustration with some aspects of the Black community based on the silos of consciousness that I was in terms of a particular space versus the overall Black American community. And so I don't feel like I've made good enough distinctions. And I know I've said things where I'm not specifying, and it's making it seem like I'm taking out my frustration on the entire community versus just the silos, uh, the silos of consciousness that I found myself in for quite a long time in regards to the quote unquote pro Black empowerment space. And so I will dive into that a little bit and we'll talk about um, the nuances of what I mean by that. And then we're going to talk about what else? We're going to talk about, I think, were we going to cover gematria? No, we're going to talk about like some of my plans for the next 4 years in terms of the Nakhti order and Nakhti University. And so we'll discuss that for a little bit. And then we'll get into what else do we have on the agenda? A little bit of esoteric topics, and then we're gonna do like a tribute for Roy Ayers, because he did a lot of performances on the Soul Train, and then he did performances on Soul Train. Obviously, he has a brilliant catalog. He's an amazing artist. We'll cover a little bit of some Angie Stone. I'm not really familiar with her music. I have to say, I'm not going to act like I know Angie Stone's catalog. But I will cover a little bit of Robert Glasper. Well, actually, I think we'll cover a lot of Robert Glasper. I love Robert Glasper. Let's see, was there anything else I wanted to talk about? Let's see, I just want to make sure I go over my title again. Okay, yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, we'll get a little bit into the esoteric talk in terms of the direction that I see the quote unquote spiritual community going in terms of the gatekeeping of what information they want out and what information they want in. This is going to come from a very top down perspective. And so I just am giving the precursor for Black Americans just be aware of in terms of like what what I know, what I see prophetically going to be trickling down into the consciousness of the Black community via specific influencers. I'm not going to be naming anybody or being messy or anything of that nature, but I am going to talk about like some key things you want to be careful of in terms of making sure that we frame things or that you look through things with a lens of critical analysis, discernment, as well as just even logic. Just always think of the logic of things in terms of when someone tells us, um, quote unquote, spiritual talk, because, when it comes to the more spiritual side of things in terms of conversation, people can get away with a lot, you know. Um, that's the beautiful thing of it, but it also can be dangerous for people who have agendas. And so I want to just give a warning because I just see certain things popping up, and as far as certain sayings and certain um, mythologies, but it's being presented a certain way to kind of keep people trapped in the matrix instead of you know expanding and breaking out of the I won't say even breaking out of the matrix because that sounds so cliche, but ascending to their higher self, getting more comfortable in their skin, raising their frequency. It's like it's I've seen just certain streams of consciousness entering the atmosphere or the algorithm rather, and I'm kind of like, that's dangerous, or that's not logical. It's just not logical to say these certain things, and I'm seeing it's they're pushing it top down from an order, and I just want the community to be aware of it, so that they can discern whether or not it makes sense and whether or not it applies to them. Let me just make sure that the sound is good. Okay, so it looks like it's good. Okay, so let's start. The first thing that I want to do is just discuss this elitism topic. So, like, what does it mean to be elite, or what do I? Because I know I've been accused of being an elitist, pretty much for a long time. Like I would say for like the last, yeah, at least let's see, probably honestly the last 15 years. And so I never really considered myself like to be an elitist in a sense of, obviously I was not born with a silver spoon in my mouth, you know. And I don't think that elitism comes from, or is tied to rather, a socioeconomic status or a education status. I think what makes someone elite is their state of consciousness. That's just me. I don't think that elitism comes from, oh, because you have a certain pedigree or because you amassed a certain amount of wealth. When I talk about elitism, I am specifically talking about relating to consciousness, not wealth, not race, not pedigree. To me, it's like what makes someone elite is their integrity, is their ability to stand alone, their ability to lose the crowd, their ability to not be a follower, their ability to stand on what they believe to the very end, no matter what, to grow, to admit when they're wrong. To me, it's just more of a character thing. And so I would say when I don't see those things, I do look down on more of the character aspects. And so when I say like, okay, I believe in elitism, it's more so relating to a state of consciousness, not material things, not uh, social status in the way that society deems, socially acceptable, or what would give someone value. And so I do know that people that practice elitism, it's usually more class based, it's usually more, it could be class based, race based, or based on a pedigree or a bloodline. And so I do believe in elitism, but not in that sense. I believe in elitism in a sense where it's more so on a spiritual aspect. It's more so on a spiritual level where I separate, I think there should be a separation based on a silos of consciousness, based on the frequency or even the willingness to do the work to ascend. And I do think that there should be a distinction uh, between people in those aspects in terms of the energetic misalignment that happens on this planet. And so when I'm talking about elitism, I wanted to make it very clear that I am not an elitist in a sense of like, oh, you can't come around me if you don't have this, or if you don't meet this, or if you don't, like, I would never be like that. But in terms of like, if someone, does not have integrity, or does not do the work to evolve themselves, but instead takes a shortcut, um, that to me would be like, okay, I that I don't want to be around that. So it's a different type of elitism. Um, but with me, I believe in like elite character, having an elite character, having an elite aura, having an elite persona, even. But it has nothing to do with physical, materialistic things. And so, you know, and I wanted to make that clear because I do know that I've been accused of elitism because of the way I talk, or the way that I come off, and I can admit that, on some things I should have a better delivery and whatnot, or even I should word things, in a way where people could understand me better. But I do have to say, to me, what makes someone elite is, again, anyone that can make it the effort to put can make the effort to put their best forward. Okay. And so I do tend to look down on people who are followers, and so I I try not to, and I'm working on it, but I do kind of be like, I don't like a follower personality. I don't like a go along to get along personality, and I don't like a cowardice personality. And so to me, that is also an aspect of elitism, I guess, where with me it's a character thing. It's like, okay, I don't think we should be around those type of people, but it's not because someone fits in a particular category based on their race or class. I come from the working class, I grew up middle class, working middle class, and even a low income, throughout my life as far as my childhood. And so I don't have room to try to put on airs. I've never been that type of person, and I'm not going to start being that. I've always liked to look nice. I've always liked to do my hair and makeup and whatnot, and I've never been a designer person, so I'm not an elitist in that sense. But in terms of states of consciousness and in terms of character, I try my best to develop that. I know that I'm a person that will do the work to develop my character, to self reflect, to self analysis, to do the self analysis, to bring myself to a higher consciousness. I don't have a problem doing it. I've been like that my whole life. But when I see, projection or just a lack of clear integrity, you know, um, when it in a particular space that I was in, it bothered me, and then like it made me want to do like to separate. But it wasn't because like I felt that people were like, okay, you're hood and you're beneath me. No, because I come from the hood in Buffalo, New York. It's like more. It's not really. I guess people can consider that the hood, but it's more like you know, um, working class and then middle class. And then what happens in Buffalo, New York is the stratification is different, in terms of the of proximity of the living arrangements. So, for instance, in Buffalo, you'll have middle class Black Americans living quote unquote the hood. They'll have their own homes. They'll own their own homes rather. Um, they'll have their own cars and whatnot. But Buffalo was very racially stratified, and so you'll see um, more of the certain ethnicities say, like I want to say the Arabs used to stay like in Lackawanna. They used to be known to be like a little hub in Lackawanna. The Latinos used to be known that the Latinos would stay on the west side. It was known that the Black Americans would stay on the east side. It was known that in Orchard Park and in Amherst would be the white people, and so it was very different. Obviously from New York City or from other more metropolitan cities. And for Buffalo, people just stick, people stay in their own silos in terms of on ethnic lines. And so on the east side, unfortunately, like they'll just label everything the hood just because it's black people that stay there. But you'll have middle class Black Americans. You'll have, working class Black Americans live among quote unquote the hood or the low income or whatever. And so pretty much people just stick together. I don't know how Buffalo is doing like at this particular juncture, but I know when I was growing up, I stayed on Humboldt, and my vice principal stayed like a couple of doors down. Um, I know an architect that was staying a couple doors down from that back in the day. People who, that just had regular jobs and whatnot. And that was just along that strip of Humboldt, and they all owned their homes and what. But if you go right up the street, you get on Delavan, that would be considered more so of the hood. If you go even past Delavan, like I remember growing up, I wasn't even allowed to go, you know, um, over there. But that just give you an example of what I mean by that. And what's interesting because I want to I want to show you guys this right here. Let me just make sure I'm good on Rumble. Okay. So I did share it. Okay. So this was one of my childhood, experiences, with this sink right here. It was this baby boy. I thought this was so cute. Make sure. Where is it at? Okay, so I had something pulled up with the little boy. Here it go right here, Samaj. And so here it is right here. So like I grew up, this is what my sink looked like, you know? And so when we talk about like this is to me looks like the average sink in an average American home, or average working class, middle class American home, or maybe even just working class. Um, but this brings back memories of one raising a child in my family, but also, this little kid, this beautiful baby boy. Like, look how he, look how he responds to his mother when she catches him washing dishes.
Washing dishes.
Wait, I want to rewind it a little bit. And also want to make sure that the sound is playing. So look at this.
Samaj,
Ma'am,
what are you doing?
washing dishes.
Did y'all hear that? Washing dishes. I just thought that was so cute. Okay, so let me just see if this sound. I just want to make sure the sound is good. Washing dishes. Okay, I'm gonna play it again.
I didn't like a picture of me.
I'm not taking a picture of you, but you making a mess. You got water everywhere.
You got shoes on though?
I got shoes on though. What that mean?
So, go there and clean up.
Samaj,
Ma'am,
what are you doing?
I just thought that was the cutest thing, ma'am. I gotta play that. Deb said she loved this video. I love this video too. Like I'm telling you, I could watch this like consistently. I ain't even gonna hold you, but I'm gonna play it again. When he said, "Ma'am," it just has this old school spirit, and this boy is like no more than 2 years old. But I brought this up because it reminds me of a story uh, of my baby nephew. I remember when he was this age, and he was trying to season chicken, and so he goes. You know how growing up, the parents they would put the frozen chicken in like a bowl, put the water in it, let it thaw out, and leave it in the sink, in the bowl for it to thaw out to be cooked. And so I guess like um his mom might have fell asleep or something. And so he goes and he gets the chicken out of the bowl, puts it on he gets a plate. Now I think he might have been 3 years old. So he gets a plate, he's about three, and he puts the chicken out and then he gets a pepper. And in his mind, he's thinking, I'm seasoning the chicken. I'm going to season this chicken. And he opens the pepper, the jar up. And I guess he didn't know that you're supposed to leave the top with the holes on to moderate how much pepper comes out. He took that off too. And so he proceeds to pour piles of pepper on raw chicken. And then he starts sneezing profusely because we kind of have like an allergy to black pepper. I think most humans start sneezing a lot if they were to sniff in, like grinded fine black pepper. So he started sneezing profusely. So I guess his mom was like, "Well, why is he sneezing like that? Let me go down there and see what he's doing." And she looks at him. She's like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "Seasoning the chicken. I'm seasoning the chicken for us." And he was like, "I keep her chewing," because he didn't know the word sneeze. And he said, "Achoo, achoo." He said, "I keep her chewing, chewing," because I can't stop her chewing. And the chicken got a big ass pile of black pepper all over the chicken. She said, "Did nobody tell you to come down here and try to season this chicken? What are you doing?" And I just thought that was so funny, hearing that, because this particular video reminded me of that. It put me in the mind because again, growing up, this is the type of sync that I had growing up, and it just remind me of that. But I'll play it one more time. Look how cute this little kid is.
Samaj,
Ma'am,
what are you doing?
wash the dishes. I just taking a picture of me.
I'm not taking a picture of you, but you making a mess. You got water everywhere.
You got shoes on, though?
I got shoes on though. What that mean?
So, go there and clean up.
Right. Go there and clean up. So this boy has such an old soul. I wish I could just kiss his little cheeks. I just wanted to share that, but let me go back here to show my girl Angie Stone. But yes, that's the type of energy I grew up around, growing up, especially raising my own nephew. Now I have to say there was another situation where you know how like you get a one of them tricycles for your kid when they're like 4 or 5 years old. So he didn't know the concept. I think he might have been. Yeah, I think he was 4. I think he was actually either 3 or 4 years old. And I think that he didn't have the conception of, okay, I'm not allowed to go outside without asking my mom. And then he also knew how to unlock the damn door, you know. And so I remember I think he might have I think again his mom might have been like taking yeah, his mom was taking a shower. He decides to get up, get this tricycle, unlock the door, open the door, and then just go outside. And when I tell you, his mom comes out the shower, she's like, she goes downstairs, she realized that, the door is wide open and, the baby is nowhere to be found. So obviously, if any mother, you're going to freak out. So she runs out, how you have a towel on you. She runs outside just with the towel on and is looking like, where's my baby? She's thinking like, oh my gosh, somebody just broke in and, took my baby. And next thing you know, she says she sees my nephew coming on his tricycle, coming around the damn corner, rolling up saying, "Hey, mommy." And she said she tore his little booty up to try to really instill in him. You cannot open the door and leave when you want to. You must ask, you must have supervision. You're only like 3, 4 years old. And I have to say, I'm like, I don't know how else you would have instilled, and I totally, I'm like, well, what could you have done, to get him to truly understand that. So she ended up giving him a little tap on the legs, which, whatever. Um, but he never did it again, is the point. He never, ever, ever tried to go outside without permission or without asking. But I just thought, seeing that viral video of Samaj, it put me in the mind of that. And so with me, like I said, I would never judge anyone based on like their class or their pedigree or their race or and things of that nature. When I talk about elitism, I'm talking about the eliteness of consciousness, the elitism that comes with growth, that comes with character, that comes with resilience, that comes with you know, making sure you put your best foot forward and elevating your bloodline and your ancestors. That's what I see elitism as. Um, and when I make those distinctions and when I say I want those separations, it is solely based on character. I don't want to be around people without integrity. I don't want to be around someone who has to take a shortcut, who has to throw other people under the bus to make it ahead, who has to play the game. I don't. Me personally, I wouldn't want um, that around me. So I did when I was making my distinctions and coming off like an elitist, saying like people are, it wasn't because I think people are beneath me. It was more so like I've been in situations where people have clearly we didn't meet in the minds as it relates to pedigree, but also character. And so to me it's like, well, this is not working for me. And so that's where the distinction comes from. I also want to share another story. I don't know if you guys remember this in Buffalo, New York. Well, for those in Buffalo, New York, this was a lounge, and this lounge is actually very important. It looks very modest, right? Let me see if I can. Okay, so it looks pretty modest, right? Like it looks. like a hole in a wall. And so this was a lounge that growing up, I told you guys about like my adopted mom and whatnot. Growing up, my granny, I call my adopted mom Granny for those who don't know. My granny, she used to love to play cards. She loved to play spades on Fridays, you know. But sometimes instead of going to play spades, I would say like honestly, like this was about every 3 months. She would go to this particular lounge, the Green Ghetto Lounge. It's called the Home of the Blues. And so this is I forgot what street it's on, but it's a very, again, modest lounge. And what would happen it's this story is funny because I remember telling my aunt this. I said, it was just a random one day. I said, Aunt, when we were younger, I said, when I was like 5 or 6 years old, maybe even 7 years old, I said, Granny used to take us in her mom van, the mom vans they used to have. I said, she used to pile us in the mom van, me and my sister. And we would go to either Burger King or go to get some type of pizza or something. And then we would go to the Wilson Green Ghetto Lounge. Now she would tell us, she was like, y'all have to stay in this van. She was had a child lock on. She's like, I'm gonna stay in this van. I'm gonna go in here. I'm gonna give me a couple of drinks and I'm gonna come back out. And she was like, don't do nothing crazy. And I mean, again, it would only be like for an hour or two. It wasn't nothing crazy, but the van would be parked right in front of this lounge. The van looked like this. It's obviously, it was a while ago. It's like 20 years ago. So this is a more updated version of the mom van. But you remember how the mom vans used to look in the 2000s. And so she would park in front of this Green Ghetto Lounge in that van. And me and my sister, we would listen to 93.7 WBLK and have our Burger King or have our pizza while she was inside this lounge. Now, I had my adopted brother used to bartend at this lounge, Green Ghetto Lounge. And obviously I had like other adopted aunts and uncles and her friends. They would show up, have a couple drinks, and they would watch us from this van. They would look and they would be watching us from, to make sure we wasn't doing nothing crazy. We could see them inside. They could see, obviously, they would park right in front of that van. And like that's I told that story to my aunt and she started cracking up. She was like, Granny did that? I said, yes. Like we used to park right in front of that Green Ghetto Lounge and we would have like, she would be doing her little thing. We would be listening to 93.7 WBOK and playing with our gigapets and eating snacks, or our little Burger King or whatever growing up. But that's also another memory that I have, when we talk about like when we talk about like pedigree or how one has grown up. And I don't know if the Wilson's Green Ghetto Lounges, they never had a website. I tried to see if they had a website. They had a Facebook page. People on Facebook would be like, hey, you guys remember the Green Ghetto? I'm like, yeah, I remember the Green Ghetto, but other than that, like there's really no memory about them, that's why it says Forgotten Buffalo. We know the owner was black, but like, it's like, where was the owner, as far as the history, they used to play blues there. And so that was just one of my memories, growing up. When we talk about like elitism, like I don't come from an elite background. I just told you the story of, we were always kind of, what was it called? Bougetto. I would say we were definitely bougetto along those lines. Um, but we would have our van and park in front of the Green Ghetto. My granny used to get her a couple of drinks. She would watch us from that van. Then she'd get in that van and drive us, home, and we would probably watch some damn movie, Beauty and the Beast or James and the Giant Peach or something, we would watch something like that and call it a day. But that was, my upbringing. So I don't wouldn't have any, like, as far as like when people say, oh, you come off, you're always looking down on us. You're always, you came around just to look down on us. What is there to look down on? I've had Black Americans tell me that. like Black Americans who actually grew up more middle class or an upper middle class are telling me that I'm looking down on them. And that just always that sounds that sounds strange to me. Like that is such like I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? And I guess it's because of the way I come off or the way I talk. Um, and again, I know I can be I need to work on my patience. And I generally have a lot of compassion for people, and my patience have been worn thin over these years, but nonetheless, if there's room for improvement, I will admit that. I'm not one to um try to act like I'm above reproach or act like I can't be held accountable for something, right? So I believe in that. I believe in if it's something to improve on, if it's something to apologize on, if I have to admit I'm wrong, I don't have an issue with that. That's just not my ego is not that big where or my ego is not contingent upon what someone else thinks of me, or I have to keep up a persona, or if that's fragile. That if I show any ounce of vulnerability, then it crushes me. I'm not that type of person. No, I get something wrong. Oh, I admit I was wrong. I get something. If I have to apologize, I will apologize. You know, that's just the type of person I am. And so when I saw, Black Americans, thinking that I'm looking down on them, that I don't want anyone to think that. Like, like I'm telling you, like that my about the story about the green ghetto, like that is a real story. I know that, my sister has to remember that because we would play with our gigapets. We would play with our gigapets, or either that, or we was gonna go to Aunt Joanne's house and play spades. They was gonna play spades. They was gonna drink they henny, drink they Parmesan, VSOP brandy, and the kids would be in another room playing, doing whatever, and have Master's Pizza, either Master's Pizza or some type of whatever was around. Usually, yeah, it was a restaurant up the street. They would go and get us Master's Pizza, and we would watch Soul Food, the movie, or Friday or some shit like that. And so that was my upbringing. And I remember they used to play spades, man. They would get started early. I want to say from 8 p.m. And spade playing, I ain't gonna hold you. That could run you up to 3, 4 a.m. And 8 p.m. to like 3 or 4 a.m. And I have to say, obviously, the kids would be sleeping, but I remember one time it was like they was party up to 7 a.m. I remember like waking up and then the sun would be out, and I'm looking like, damn, you don't spent the night. They played spades all night, or they then drinks and they got to sleep it off and get sober and they can't drive, or someone else has to drive. Um, and so that was, another memory that I remember vividly before my granny died. Like I remember that every Friday she was going to play some spades. And it's what's interesting is for me to see, spade playing at such a young age. I I don't know how to play spades that well. I learn it and then I go years without playing it, and so I forget how to play it, and I have to refresh my memory. But when I do play it, and when I do learn it, when I remember it and get and and play it in an environment, oh, I'm pretty decent. I'm okay. But I have to say, like I go years without playing spades. It's not customary, but it is big in our community to play some spades. I don't know where it comes from. I do think that the spade card game, or maybe or rather the cards that you use to play spades, comes from an indigenous system, if I'm not mistaken, an indigenous divination system. And I'm literally talking about like the 52, I think it's 52, it's not 72. Yeah, it's the 52 card deck. That comes from a indigenous divination system that um, has been around for a long time. And so I wonder if that has a connection in terms of like the actual spade game. I'm not sure. Don't quote me. I'm just saying that I know for a fact that is something that is pretty big in a community, to be honest. Now, when it comes to you know me wanting to offer an apology to innocent Black Americans. It comes from the fact again that I know that I use very harsh words. I use very harsh words as it relates to like my frustration in the reparation space. And when I'd be like, okay, yeah, Black people in crab barrel mentality. That's what I experience in that particular space. And, I do understand that other people experience that in a larger community. But when I'm talking about like, when I say like, certain, I was expressing and venting and expressing extreme frustration. And I didn't, and it comes off like, when I hear I play my, I do sometimes a playback. And I'm like, got to make a better distinction, or I got to talk to people better, because I don't want the entire Black community thinking that I'm talking to them like that, like calling them jealous niggas and all that, like. And so I have to be able to heal from the trauma and heal from my experiences without, painting a broad brush, or without letting it jade me with working with, with or living in and working with people in my community. And so that's why I'm saying the apology, because again, I know over the years I've expressed a lot of frustration in the reparation space with working with people, and intellectual property theft, plagiarism, being disrespected, disrespecting back, you know, um, it caused a lot of frustration because I went in with such a pure heart. Like I know for a fact that my intentions, I was dead ass serious about going to get some reparations. I'll tell you a story. Um, they used to have like these really productive, like this was not like a diaspora war room on Clubhouse. They used to have this very productive space that was about once a week, that talked about like empowerment for like melanated people globally. And there were sometimes, like they would we would hear different variety of voices. You have some Black American Indigenous will come up and give their perspective. Those that from Ethiopia, it was different, but it was a very high level conversation. I'll give you like some of, when I say high level, I mean like there was like one of the secretaries to the Prime Minister of the UK was used to drop in. Um, there was a professor that she was a professor, but she was an inventor and a businesswoman. That was one of my good friends. She was, used to be in discussion. Let's see, it was a person at like a melanated man who started a cryptocurrency for farming in like Africa. I thought that was pretty dope. He was really intelligent. I remember he used to give those, he used to actually host the discussions. And then there was a melanated person that had started a bank. And so we would all discuss things. There was also, again, like teachers, people who worked for public education and whatnot. And we would talk about, what can we do to empower ourselves? Like, what can we do to get out of our situation? As far as like for those in America, what's your unique experiences in America? What are your unique experiences in the UK? Because it will be melanated people from the UK. It will be melanated people in Nigeria or from whatever. And when I say like people, people have lives that they have built up and established and whatnot. And so I understand like the radicalism that I was looking for, even the way I was talking, may have been too much for them. And we talked about this was like in 2021. But I'll never forget how the people that was around me that I would be when I would be talking, it seemed like they would try to, you know, look out for me and be like, okay, try to hurry up and change a topic, or kind of. I'll never forget, we were talking about like the corruption in Africa and the African governments, and there's somebody mowing their lawn or something, so it's like a really, I don't know if you hear the noise in the background, but I apologize. It's like really loud noise, and so that it kind of threw me off. But anyways, they would we were talking about the corruption in Africa and what can be done. And so I was talking about like how you can do something from like the bottom up in terms of the people, and I forgot like the strategy I was giving out, but at that time I remember I had like wrote out a whole document based on the strategies, based on I would say the particular situation that was going on. And I forgot what I want to say. It was definitely, I want to say it was the clash between the Yoruba and the Fulani, I want to say. or the North, and it was I guess it was like some sort of war going on with I want to say it was the Biafra war at that time. So we were talking about that, and they were talking about the corruption. All this stuff came up, but I remember like whatever I said or whatever I gave off, I remember the professor, she was a Nigerian professor. And I remember she was like, we love this, like everything you're saying. And I remember she was saying, she reworded it in a way because she's like, you know what, we can't have, she said, the what you saying, she said, this will have people running up to their government capital, go running up on the president, running like she was saying that. She was like, what you're saying, this is kind of deep. She was like, we want to make sure that the parliament don't walk out and see a bunch of Africans just with rocks in their hand trying to bang on a damn door. And I didn't, with me, I didn't even think what I said was like that big of a deal. Like I was dead serious. I didn't see anything wrong with it. I'm like, well, you guys have to develop some sort of strategy to do that. And they were all like, uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. See, they had knew because they had more experience to me. They had more, um, social capital than me. So they kind of all had already knew, like, wow, this girl is a little too radical, even, we gotta kind of, and so they were trying to coach me how to word things and coach me on kind of, calming down. This was, something, and I felt the love behind it. It didn't feel like, oh, you were trying to mute my voice or you're trying to mute my authentic voice. It did not feel like that. It was kind of like, you know how sometimes you can feel melanated people's energy. It was kind of like they were letting me know, like, girl, what the fuck is you doing? What is you doing saying this? And then I remember after that particular conversation, no lie, I was blocked from using Western Union. I couldn't use Western Union anymore. And I was like, whoa, like I couldn't send money on, and so I said, well, damn, that must have been something I said, So it had started in 2021. But so when I would talk about reparations in 2021, in the public sphere, when I say I was dead as serious, like I was, and it wasn't like, trying to do something illegal or trying to, convince people to go and do something that could jeopardize their livelihoods or anything. It was just to me, I was so ingratiated into like the actual uh, quantifiable disparities that can be readily proven that pretty much people know about. And so for me, it was a very emotional, but also I would even say even logical approach. But I do know that it was not, my intentions was not to grift off of no claim or lie about the structure of the claim so I can get some money. I know that stuff was the farthest thing from my mind. I would not walk in this space thinking that I'm going to use this as a cover to get some to fund my personal endeavors or projects. So once I started seeing other people, I started seeing the game behind this, with the nonprofits and stuff. And I don't think that it's that everyone that has a nonprofit is disingenuous or trying to grift. I don't want anyone to think that at all. But I started noticing, like, wow, this is like an industry complex. This is like an industrial complex to use reparations as a way to get grant money from the government to fund like bullshit projects or stuff that never actually gets funneled down to Black Americans. And I had found that out. And see, I didn't know that. I thought it was just a really genuine, you know, authentic movement where people were like, look, it's about time. Things are coming up. There's a lot of racial disparity or racial wealth gap. There's things that our community needs that our needs are not getting met by our government. So let's, see what we can carve out. Like that's what I was thinking. And so I got frustrated and it made me jaded. And I dealt with certain things. Obviously, I got on list with the COINTELPRO stuff. And so that kind of also turned things upside down for me and to an extent. And so I allowed that particular experience to jade my perspective on just how I approach the larger Black community that has nothing to do with the experiences that I've had, in the reparation, in a quote unquote reparation space. And so that's why I wanted to apologize because I don't feel like it's right for me to take up my frustrations out on the entirety of the community when I know for a fact that there are very sophisticated Black Americans. When I'm talking about sophisticated, I'm talking about in spiritual, in their spirit, in their soul, in terms of their integrity, in terms of their character, their advancement of knowledge, their wisdom. I know that still exists. I know that even just recently, Black Americans communicate to me in a highly, highly sophisticated manner, like on some Atlantean type shit, to give me some information that will help me and to give me some information to move me along. And it was so sophisticated. I didn't know that they were that sophisticated. Well, I always knew we were, the bomb.com, but I didn't know like their level of energy manipulation and the understanding of frequency and knowledge on that level is quite, I would say, is dope. And so, you know, I want to, for one, like I said, I don't want to make anybody that comes across my channel or comes across me to feel like, okay, you're not good enough, or oh, this is an elitist thing. Mm-mm, that's not my approach to the world. I'm looking at people's soul. I'm looking at people's character. I'm not looking at what you got, what you gonna give me. That's just not how I think. I really, 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 you got to do too much ass kissing to try to get something out of somebody. And so for me, that's never been my style, to try to get around somebody to see what I'm gonna get out of them. Mm-mm. And where I'm at in my life, I know for a fact that it's important to put the heart first, to put the mind first, to put the soul first, and our connections with building with each other. I know that other people don't care about that stuff. A lot of people may not care about that right now, but that's where I'm at. And so I am very strict on who I'm going to let in my energy and in my space. And that's the type of time that, um, when we talk about elitism, that's the type of time that I'm on. I want authentic, genuine connections, and that's it. And so if I see, I'm very discerning these days, and I do triangulation discernment analysis on people and reversion intelligence analysis on people who come around me to make sure that I'm not being set up or someone's not trying to play me or someone's not, because again, we live in a world where unfortunately certain bloodlines get targeted more than others, certain people stand out more than others. And with me, being targeted for 10 years, it's kind of done a number on my outlook and perceptions on people and on humanity. And so, and when I say I was targeted, I'm not saying I targeted for 10 years just consistently. I'm just saying like I noticed a pattern that goes back at least to 2015. And I said, wow, when it was good, it was good. But like I clearly remember there was this systematic effort to uh, cap frequency or to kind of slow down what I was working on or doing, whether that be my first business with Organic Commonwealth, the wholesale grocery store for wholesale membership club for organic and natural products. That was completely sabotaged. Avid Pleasure, what other businesses that I've had, having dating sites, all types of stuff. Like I used to build all types of things. Even like the way you see Nakhti University, I designed that website. I put those colors. I chose all those words. No one worked on that. I built that myself. And so I have obviously had different ventures and different things I would do. I used to do web design on Upwork, web design on Fiverr, whatever. But I just noticed a pattern of every little thing that I was doing would get sabotaged. And I'm thinking, oh, it's just racism. Oh, it's I'm a woman, or it's, I couldn't really, I didn't understand. I would just move on to something else. Like again, because my mind is very expansive, so I'm like, well, I that didn't work out. I do something else. That didn't work out. And so I just realized that I'm like, there's something just really not, you know, it just felt like a sabotage. And things did come to a head, in 2022 and in 2023. But I talked with someone behind the scenes in 2023. It just kind of let me know, like, we only care about money, and what you're doing is not, it was kind of like letting me know, like, you're at odds with our algorithm, because our algorithm is just based on profit and playing the game, who plays the game the best, who does. And what you're doing, we're just, with this Nakhti University, and with, you really genuinely want to help, you talking about this reparation stuff. It's like, where's the profit, and how do we make money? That's all we care about. How do we make money? And I was just like, what? Well, you will make the money through the creativity. There's so many ways to make, to make money in a world where, that's based on more of the innovation, that's based more on collaboration and things that are more balanced, but I guess they couldn't, he didn't see that. And he was like, we don't know what to do with you. It was more so that's what it felt like. Like we don't really know what to do with your brand or because we just care about profit. Like we actually don't care about teaching people, giving people education, giving people actual knowledge that can help them, trying to help people. Because I remember I went to do community centers and all. We don't care about no community. How do we make money with the community center? Like that's how they think. And I don't think that way. And so it's been really hard for me. I want to acknowledge people in the comment section. Okay, so we got Kaylin in the building. I did see Deb already, so I did shout out Deb. We have Kaylin in the building. Good afternoon, sweetie. How are you? And you said, sound like when my granny used to go to the casino in Louisiana, she would get on the boat and said, don't leave, don't talk to strangers, and she would go gamble and I would be sitting in the buffet. Really? Whoa, that does sound like a that that is so dope. But you would be sitting in the buffet. Wow, yep. She said, don't leave, don't talk to strangers, don't go, she would go gamble. Wow. And he said, you are amazing just the way you are, real, recognized, real. Thank you so much, Kaylin. I think Kaylin is so beautiful. I play goldfish and pity pat. Yep. Oh, you had to play goldfish. Yeah, we had gigapets. Or Old Maid. Remember the game Old Maid? I had an Old Maid deck as well. And he said, you're calling out what you see. You can't be nice no more. Time is done. You ain't got to apologize to nobody. It's time for folks to tighten up. Yeah, I'm not apologizing to anybody in that reparation space, but I'm apologizing to a Black community who had nothing to do with it. Like innocent Black Americans, like literally that come across like my channel, whatever, they see this jaded woman talking about you jealous niggas and all that. Like that, they don't know what the heck I'm talking. They're like, wait a minute, that I ain't got nothing to do with all of that. Like, and so I did feel like, I've been harsh, and I've even my interactions with a Black American this week, it kind of triggered something in me because I was like, wow, like I'm really becoming like jaded. Like I never wanted to be that way, nervous around my own people based on what I've experienced in 2024, even with like the targeted harassment, the covert harassment campaign. White people do I expect that from them. Like I expect covert harassment from, I don't expect it, I'm not looking for it, but I'm saying like if someone was going to go on a COINTELPRO slander campaign or a covert harassment campaign, you know, I'd be like, okay, par for the course. But when it was my own people doing it, it really hurt my soul. Like it hurt me so bad. Like and we all know about the noise campaigns where like you're trying to sleep and someone is banging, banging, banging up your head or banging on the wall throughout the whole day. Like I've been in, it felt like being in a war zone and the things that I've had to do to my mind to compensate, to make sure I can focus, to make sure I can make money, to make sure I can continue to get schoolwork done. Like you wouldn't believe how I had to reorient my mind to circumnavigate that. Like even right now, like you hear like it's a huge noise campaign going out right now outside. It only started when I started my video, so I know it's most likely, the the NPCs, the robot, the NPC humans that have to follow their handlers' orders. Um, but anyways, um, it's just like this constant, you know. Um, but nonetheless, like them noise campaigns, it's like it's designed. It is a military strategy. If you look in the book of, I forgot what your book it is, but like the Wall of Jericho, where they would use noise, and then like the wall came tumbling down. That was frequency war, and so usually if like you can make a loud noise, or banging on someone's head, where they're all day. Like I've been in a situation where it would literally be nonstop from the morning all the way to night, and it'll stop around maybe if you're lucky around 10 p.m. But just banging, bang, 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 and that time I was working from home. I still work from home. But it's bang, 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 boom, 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 blah, 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 blah. In every room that you go in, like, and that it's somebody that is being paid to go over to harass you. It is COINTELPRO. It's the Masons, and that like it's designed to throw you off. It's designed for you to lose your concentration. It's designed to distract you. It's designed for you to get into it with the neighbor. Hey, why are you doing this, banging? What did I? And go and obviously having a confrontation. And so I knew that. I knew that aspect of it, but it was like, how do I orient my mind to where I can thrive and excel throughout all of this stuff that was happening, and it happened for a whole year, and it was multiple. So I would say, okay, so they they're getting paid clearly by their a handler that is paying them to harass me, and so I would obviously I started moving around a lot as a result of that, but I noticed it was black people doing that. And that really, really hurt my heart. I was like, damn, like what in the world? Like, why would you do? And you could feel like some of the guilt sometimes. I remember um, some of the Black Americans, they would offer, they would be like, no, I can't, I'm not doing it to her. And I remember one of them, they offered all of my money, back. And I'm like, well, I'll just, give you all your money back if you, leave within the next 7 days. And I think it's because they knew like whatever the assignment was or the defense contract was or the I think it's called Revenge for Hire. It's usually Revenge for Hire or defense contract. Whew. But that level of noise campaign, it was just like okay. But I found a way to cope through it. I found a way. That's why I developed the triangulation discernment method, and when I in that military science document that I made public. I think it's now restricted, but it was public for a while so that other people could use some of the tactics in there. I had to do a lot, like all types of muffled earphones, all types of. I bought external speakers. I had to do a lot, but when I cried. I was like, I can't believe black people are doing this to each other. You know, I think I live in my own little bubble of naivete, and I know there's good people out there. It's just a matter of finding them. And so my heart is open to that, but what I was saying earlier is that, when I had my interaction just with a Black American man a couple of days ago, I self-reflected. I said, you know what? I've become a bit, very distrustful. So I'm very, very distrustful of people. Um, I feel like I have to document everything, record. And it's just not paranoia. Like this is like literal COINTELPRO Project Phoenix covert harassment that I've been dealing with for a very long time. And so it's more so different mechanisms that I had to develop to get through it. And so I don't mind taking a picture of a motherfucker. I have video cameras and security systems on. Like I do not care. Like I want you to know that I know what you're doing. And you will go up on the jam board. You will go, it will be public information. Like people will know what you're doing, what you do for a living, which is gang stalk people or that you covert harass people. And so I don't, with me, I'm telling you, I do not mind. That's just because it's better to make it public than to suffer in silence because the whole goal of those type of things is to uh, lower the quality of your thinking capacity so that, people can create this case or this paint this narrative. And so I was aware of that, because I know things. And unfortunately, like if you if you have whistleblower retaliation or you know certain things about an order or something that's supposed to be secret and private, they have to cover for their crimes. And so that's when they go into like um trying to find a way to permanently discredit you if they cannot, you know, take you out based on your bloodline or birthright. And so that's that. But again, I want to say like to Black Americans, like to all Black Americans, that are innocent, that had nothing to do with my situation, that wouldn't participate in such in such a low life manner, in terms of selling out their own people, lying on their own people, setting their own people up. And if you know you're not that type of person, you know, um, I promise when I be going off like that, I am not talking about you. When I be talking about the sellout slaves and all that stuff, I I'm not talking about all Black Americans. And I think that's pretty clear. But if it's not, I still felt like it's important to um make that distinction for sure. And you're right, it is time for folks to tighten up, Kaylin. Like it's it's a mess, but at this point I realize like people gonna have to what's gonna happen is that people are gonna have to just learn the hard way. Like I just messaged a Black American man. I'm not gonna give his name or anything out there or anything like that. But I had messaged him, you know, and what was interesting is that as I was trying to message him, it was like a box my account got locked to prevent me from messaging him. It was crazy because what's happening is that people on the outside that understands that this is spiritual and we understand spiritual warfare, we know that that reparation space is being used as a guise for something much darker, for something much more sinister. It's not, people have their agendas. There's energy harvesting. There are people who are trying to lead people in another direction than what people thought it was. There are people that are literally trying to get people in to join secret society, to be in an order that is sponsored by the government, to be in a honeypot, whatever it is. Like there's multiple agendas going on at once. It's not just one thing, and it's not everybody involved in it. But nonetheless, there's a particular Black American in this space that I know is being, say, targeted, but being pressured. It's like they're experimenting on him. I'll say, um, he is. I won't say susceptible to suggestion, but it's like they're going overtime on him because he started waking up. He started waking up and calling out a bunch of stuff in the reparation space and his displeasure, which he always has, but like he started looking to see that it was gatekeepers, like the stuff that I could see. He started to see that. And I knew, I said, oh, they about to come on him like clockwork. So they all surrounded him to try to, it was like they're trying to like reprogram him back into the script or back into the matrix. Like, hey, don't start thinking too much. Like, hey, just go. And in the way they were coaching him, the words they were using, the triggers they were using, the psychotronics they were using, the way they were, I was just like, I was disgusted because I'm like, damn, he can't see what I can see spiritually. I can see, and people like, it's Black Americans that I heard talking about him before, and they were like, they trying to put him on the MK Ultra. Like I've literally heard people say that. So it's not like, it's not this far fetched. Like I know that they're trying to like mind control this person, so to speak. Because he started to wake up. Like I said, he was going off he's calling people out in a reparation space. But he's calling out some of the bigger players that are paid government operatives, and they are trying to recruit, but they also energy harvest. And what I'm seeing with this particular man is that like his consciousness is like being like sucked out of his body. Like it's like his energy is being harvested. Now I saw that for a long time. And what's happening is he has protection over him. So it's not working as well as they thought. But like when it comes to Black Americans, these people who made deals or who took an oath or who are in the order, their job is to go out and bring other people in. Their job is also to program these people before they bring them in. And so that's a form of psychotronics, radionics that goes into like feeding someone a script of what you want them to think. And they go and regurgitate it or whatever, right? And so he had been effectively doing it. And honestly, I was just like, damn, they got him. And I said, like, he's kind of like mind control. He's not realizing, like, he's not really critically thinking on like what he's doing or even what he's saying. And I said, the people around him, I know, are involved in that type of stuff. And so I said, damn, he's cooked, and other people would, that left that space, I heard say things about him too. But he started to wake up. And I was very proud. I said, damn, like, oh gosh. And it was three of them that started to wake up. Three Black Americans, like I would say within the last 2 weeks, and like clockwork. Now, one of them, I think, uh, they had a smear campaign done on them, and then they kind of just backing off and I don't see them around. I don't mean that they're not going to come back around, but I don't see them around. And then the Black American, and I'm talking about the man, they surrounded him like hyenas to try to get him back on the script, to get him back on the program. And I messaged him. But before trying to message him, they locked me out of my account and tried to make me prove that I was, they was like, you got to pass this challenge in order to open back up your account again, just so I can message. And this was on Twitter, just so I can message him. And so I did. I passed whatever little challenge they were giving me to prove that I wasn't like how they had like the catchas or whatever. And so I did that. And then I messaged him. I said, pay attention to your circle before they hurt you, and trust your gut instinct. Don't, stay strong, keep your head up, and trust no one. And I wrote him that because, and again, I'm a spiritual person, as many people are. And so some of us can see things from multiple dimensions or from multiple levels. So I can clearly see that they are trying to like hijack this person's consciousness. I can literally see like they're trying to suck energy out of him because he's a free Black American. When they want him to join this order, they want him to go take the oath. That's just how they do. And you have to know what that's about before. Like somebody had to warn me, multiple people warned me, early on in that reparation space. And it took me a while to get it. I didn't understand it. I thought, people were just being conspiratorial or, religious. And I had to learn the hard way, like, no, that shit is real. Like, I had to learn in a very, very, very up close encounter experience that no, that what they were warning me about was real. You know, I was like, wow. And so I know that the person that I messaged probably doesn't listen to my YouTube channel. Um, and I didn't tell him like, oh, I think your consciousness is being harvested. I think I can see spiritually that, your soul is getting hijacked. I didn't tell him all of that in the message, but like that's honestly what I can see. And so, if he does watch my channel, I wanted to say like I am truly rooting for you. I can't express I have put out everything that I can in terms of what that space is about and what some of those people are about. That doesn't mean you can't start your own thing. That doesn't mean you can't pivot and do something from a real, quote unquote grassroots level. That is real. That is you, where you keep your authentic voice and what you're thinking and what you want to do and your agenda, your own thoughts, your own mind. If you do get a chance to hear this, to the person I messaged that you got back, he got back to me. He did write me back. Um, I just want to say, like, please, don't be afraid to stand on your alone and push your own thing with the people that you got that support you. Don't be afraid to step out and lose the crowd because some people I know do not respect you because those type of people they consider they look at the free Black Americans as pawns or like people they can try to put up as cannon fodder or people, especially if like for those of us that come from uh lower means, we may not be, they call us coming from the hood or whatever, they see us as expendable. Those that are in the boule, those are in there a part of that elite. And I can tell you right now, I don't care what nobody say, and I'll give you the names of the secret societies these people belong to, that the people that's pushing a lot of this freedmen stuff, they are boule. There, I don't know why, for the love of me, I don't understand why they not talking about that. Like I'm seeing like rooms by Freedmen's talking about some we gotta get rid of the D9, you must get rid of the boule. And it is a Mason who I'm like, you're a Mason. I remember when y'all started the Freedmen and y'all were talking and you admitted to being a Mason. So I'm like, this doesn't make any sense. And then like another person is like, yeah, we can't, they don't like us niggas. They don't like to be around us. And I'm like, you were a part of the Boule group that is connected to, it's not the D9, but it is a very bougie ass Boule group that would roll with them, the Jack and Jill type shit, the Lynx type shit. Why you not telling Black Americans that? Why you up there sitting and acting like you're some grassroots hood nigga? It was creepy. And I'm like, see, this is that shit. That's why I said that's why I can't be around it. Cause there's a bunch of I'm telling you, it's fake. And I'm like, and mind you, why they running a smear campaign against Black people that are actually more grassroots than them? We just maybe, well spoken. We may win, and could speak the king's English or whatever. But I'm like, what? It's like people are trying to energy swipe or identity spike. I'm like, dude, you're the boule nigga. You the nigga. I got the name of the group that you was a part of. Again, it was kind of like on the links level. Like, what the hell is you up there around Black Americans talking about some? They literally around Black Americans about some. See, they don't like us. They looking down on us. Oh, they looking down on our pedigree. And this person got a master's degree in business. As a part of they, you was clicked in with the best of them. You are clicked in with the best of the boule. If I had ever known. And see, a lot of people don't know that. I know that. You ran $1 billion company. You owned a fucking like what is you and these Black Americans is eating this up for hours. Yeah, see, yeah, they looking down on us. Yeah, they looking down on us. And I'm like, see, that's that shit. That's that shit. And I see that's I don't like that. And so it's I have already put everything out. I can't say no more. I can't keep what I'm gonna sound like a broken damn record. It's not my problem anymore. Because I have took the hits. I have uh been all types of shit done been happened to me behind the scenes as a result of speaking out on shit in the reparation space. So at this point, I cannot do anything more. There's nothing more that I can do. I have warned everybody. I have told people. I've said this is what this is all without trying to like put out people's personal information or messages or emails. I didn't do all that except for with one person. But like as far as like the other problematic people, there's a lot of freaking problematic people that I've had to protect myself because I'm already taking hits from one person, so it's not wise to go after people that I know are even more powerful than that person. And see, the average Black American doesn't know what the hell is going on because they can't see that these people are here to recruit you for an order, to recruit you for a secret society that is government, that is sanctioned more so like by the government, and you will be owned and looked at as a pawn. You will lose your free will, and you will have to follow, and again, you get a 2 to 4 year run where it's fun. The game is fun when you're actually winning, but when you're not winning or when they ask you to do something you don't want to do, uh, yeah, good luck, you know. And I remember actually talking with someone. We're gonna get a little esoteric here, so guys, I know this is a center for, we're doing the Research, Cultural, and Policy Center for Black Americans, but we're going to get a little spiritual here. I remember talking to someone that I know clear as day is Nephilim, like part, they're interdimensional. And part of their job is to do the recruiting, for I didn't know that at the time. I know it now, but like at the time, I just thought like, I don't, I didn't understand what they were quite talking about. But I remember they were like, people they be obsessed with all these material things. They want clothes, they want the money, they want the and names like these humans because some people just look down. Some of these species look down on humans. I don't look down on humans, but I remember she was like these humans. They can't even figure out the ingredients in a ketchup package. They want attention. They don't understand. They don't know what that this is just an illusion. That it's just Maya. That it's and so they want to go and play the game. She said, and every time they do, they want a bunch of designer things. They think the material stuff is going to get them. They want the fame. They want the fortune. She said, "Yeah, we give them that contract. We had them sign a life over." And she said, and they get sucker tuckered. And she started cracking up. And to me, I thought I sent chills down my spine because I thought it was evil because I could see her for who she really was. I said, because she's done that to quite a bit of people. These people get off on this shit. They think it's funny. I'm telling you, like when in her exact words, because they were planning to do that to me. I'm telling you from experience, like the plan was to get me into that same type of contract, to fuck my life up. And you'd be surprised how many family members will be in on this. What people, just so the people in your own family will set you up. So yeah, I have to be careful, Black Americans. You have to be careful, even like if something sounds too good to be true, it is too good. Like you don't need any outside validation these days, given the so much social media and whatnot, and how you can pay to go viral. They got all types of payola type shit. You don't need, to sign your damn life away, or to sign a huge contract where you don't get your royalties, where you don't, what happened with baby girl Angie Stone, and we'll talk about that. But I'll never forget, she said people want to they think they're going to get put on. They want the money. They want the shortcut. They don't want to take, they want to be in the group. I remember she said that. She said, and we give them what you want. But she said, sucker, tucker, ha ha. It's not, she said, it was fun in the beginning. She said, it's not so much fun now. She was, I'll never forget, she's like, sucker tucker. And I remember thinking, because they were planning on it for me. I'm telling you that I know for a fact they were. And they got desperate because, I mean, it got to the point where they tried to force me to sign. Like, I'm like, no, I'm not signing that. And it got to the point where they have created, they committed illegal spiritual crimes, but also just illegal even within their own order. In terms of trying to force someone to take the oath. Like that is totally illegal. Like now you're just violating even the computational algorithm of the way this universe work, but the way in which someone wants to go and maybe sell their free will or sell their energy marker or their likeness or whatever. There's a process for that, and I didn't sign up for that process, or I didn't uh agree to that process. They were trying to force that process on me after a while because it was like, damn, you only have so much time to pursue a soul, a free soul on this planet before all shit hit the fan, and they really wake up to what the system is. And they start becoming more self-actualized. They become an ascended master. They could become a master teacher. They could become enlightened. They become a prophet, whatever. And so they have so much time to try to break people's spirits, fragment them, getting them in deals, or even if even again, just continue to be a free soul. I'm not saying it has to be some lofty thing, but just to wake up into who the truth of who you are as a spirit. They want that cat. And so as I started waking up, I just started seeing like just desperation from people, like just more desperate to just distract, harass, gang stalk, discredit, whatever. And I'm just like, wait, what the hell is up with this? And this is not just this interface where it's like, okay, you're mirroring what's in your consciousness. This is very different than that. I know what the fuck that looks like. You guys are not going to gaslight me and make it seem like, oh, in order to see the perception of your reality change, you have to change yourself. Yes, that is very true. And I've always been conscious of that. And I said, well, if I want to see love on planet Earth, I have to be love. I have to radiate love. I have to become in tune with love. I'm very aware of that. If I want to see, a more peaceful society, I have to be peaceful. And I'll see that reflected. I'm very aware of that. This is not what I'm talking about. We talking about like someone really working hard to evolve their soul and to help people to do things for their community, and a machine, a beast system coming at someone to try to cap them or hold them back and to prevent them, to discredit them. This is not this is very different. And again, I'm not unique and I'm the only person that has happened to. I know for a fact. That's why you had the whole thing with the idea of the target individual. This is happening to hundreds of thousands of people, if not millions. And it's going to happen to billions if you guys don't wake up and see what time it is. I'm not talking about you guys listening because you guys are pretty advanced and know even more than I know. But like they about to roll out, like when we talk about like how they love to cap our frequencies and how they um give us botched even the occult teachings are botched. They try to tell us that planet Earth was purgatory. They were like, oh, planet Earth is purgatory, and you have to purge aspects of your soul to evolve. And I think that's a lie, because if it's purgatory, why them pedophile billionaires, why they ain't in jail? Why they get to live their life and go on big yacht and go on shopping spree with Chanel, and they got billions and millions to blow, but we see them at Epstein Island. We see them doing all types of horrific crimes. If it's purgatory, why they get to do that? And why the little man, uh it doesn't even make sense. And this is another thing, Black Americans, you have to be aware of the teachings that they about to come out and try to ram down your throat as it relates to the quote unquote occult or esoteric knowledge, because they got to set up an engine to counteract the stuff that I'm teaching, where I'm teaching infinite possibilities. And you don't have to like these lies about oh, you need this salvation, or you know you have to keep reincarnate. Like they're teaching people that you have to reincarnate throughout so many lifetimes in order to evolve your soul, and then you can fully free yourself from this matrix and this system. And you know about mashka and samsara. I'm very familiar with mashka and samsara. These are the concepts of complete freedom or nirvana rather from having to reincarnate here. But my thing is like I can't if I was supposed to just be evolving my soul through reincarnation, why can't I remember my past lives? We talk about following logic because I've seen black people trying to push this on black Americans very recently because we're talking about the ascension process. And for whatever reason, obviously black Americans are looked at as the petri dish of energy harvesting, especially the free souls, not the ones that already signed they soul over, or they not they soul over, but like their free will over to this matrix system. We're talking about those who are just free and really get what this planet is about. Whether they think it look at it as a school to evolve. Some people literally are here just as teachers. They reincarnate. They come back in a human body to teach. Uh, they come back. Some people come back for different reasons as well to help another family member get out of a situation and whatnot. But you have to just think of like the logic. It's a very simple process. Like, is it logical that if I'm supposedly supposed to reincarnate here to evolve my soul be in this purgatory state, and I remember my past life. I don't actually remember what I did wrong. And I see a bunch of billionaires who are accused of pedophilia. They're not in jail, but I'm somehow supposed to be in purgatory. That's a lie. You're trying to energy harvest. You're trying to trap souls down here. This is all to prevent the awakening and to confuse people about what a true ascension process is. They don't, and also to cover up the fact that they use humans as batteries, and they won't tell humans who runs this system. Obviously, we know about the Book of Enoch. Obviously, we know about you know the Prince of Air and the fallen angels and whatnot. But it's like they want to keep that hidden in terms of like what this system is really ran by. It's the computational algorithm obviously got hijacked. This we talk about the technological singularity of you know um, technology getting so advanced or so sentient that it we become enslaved to it, but then it getting reversed engineered by lesser gods, so to speak, or lesser beings to where they start to enslave humanity. And then humanity itself, unfortunately, with once your planet gets invaded, the consciousness descends when people forget their own ancient technology, how to use it, or it is you descend in consciousness as you go through the dimensions from even just when the Atlantean dimension had access to this particular planet on all land masses and including water. So it was a dimension. So it's not like, oh, this is a lost city. It's not lost. It is a dimension, and you must ascend to that dimension. And it used to run parallel with planet Earth because humans were so advanced at one point. But when that war broke out, they had to go back to their dimension, and humans were supposed to continue on their free will journey here. And once you ascend back to a certain process, then you can go to, you can even create a dimension to be quite frank. Uh, but you can go to certain dimensions that you have the light codes to, whether that be, the Atlantean dimension or you can do it based on numbers, but like there's actual names for some of them. Uh, and so the dissension process descended this plane, this sort of simulation that we call 3, 4, 5D or whatever. But something was hijacked. What I'm saying is that computational algorithm of the script that is used to program this particular matrix or this particular plane was hijacked by people that are not of our bloodline that are claiming to be like a certain bloodline or these certain beings. They don't know how to quite program it correctly or reprogram it or and whatnot. But also they botch certain information and rituals that unfortunately descended them while trying to control someone else's computational algorithm. They didn't build the people that are currently in charge of it They lost control of it, and then the people who have access to control the computational algorithm of it, they still have to. We're still in the process of remembering it, aka Black Americans, aka melanated people from other uh, ethnicities. We're still trying, like even with me myself, I'm still learning how to program this computational algorithm, this universe, or this particular fractal sector. This how do I say that? It's more. It's not a vortex, but this vector space rather. This particular vector space, and that requires like a memory of your ancient ancestral technology. And all of us have that in that. That's what I call light codes, or light codes embedded in your epigenetics. And so epigenetics is the memory of your ancestors that come out through hereditary your hereditary dispensation. So the memories of your grandparents, your memories of, I mean, they could go back thousands of years of your ancestors that could come through your light codes. And again, we're talking about not just, through obviously you have your genealogy, which is very important. And that's more so of the, it's not the word physical I want to use, but that it's the more concrete aspects of your documentation that proves your bloodline, right? And or the clan that you come from. But the spiritual genealogy, that's when you get into the actual light codes of your epigenetics. That requires a highly advanced science and also ancestors guiding you on that path to remember, do you have Atlantean DNA? Do you have Tartarian DNA? Do you have, I should word this better. I'll say light codes. Do you have Tartarian light codes? Do you have Lemurian light codes, Pleiadian light codes, Sirius light codes, Orion light codes, Arcturian light codes, Andromedan light codes? What kind of light codes are in the epigenetics? Some of you have literally all of them. That's how ancient you are. When we talk about the ancient ones, they would have all of those light codes. Primordials have access to every source code of every species because they were one of the first source players before deciding to self-replicate. And self-replicating or duplicating does not mean descending. Those are two different things. Those are two different things. Just because, and just because you have like different forms of gods or avatars of gods, say like Kalima and Lakshmi, or like say Vishnu, Shiva, and all this. Those are avatars, but that doesn't. They don't necessarily. They're not created in a descending notion necessarily. Not necessarily. An avatar can descend um, throughout the dimensions, but they can also still be tethered to where their original dimension is from. That's where quantum entanglement comes from. That's like with me, I go through my quantum entanglement sessions. It's like, oh my gosh, Holly's going at it again. I'm tethered to my original dimension. I have access to several dimensions of what I can see, and who even the beings that are over even seeing my process, my soul ascension process, and making sure that I stay on track. Um, I talked about the broadband video game latency. I made a whole video about that a year ago, talking about like how it's kind of like being in a video game and whatnot. But when they talk about like, okay, you agreed to do this, you agreed on this soul contract, you agreed. I agreed to forget. I don't. I think some of that stuff is game. All I'm saying, Black Americans, is be careful when you hear people saying you agreed to it with a contract. Why I don't remember the contract? Why I can't see it? You're going to tell me I can't see it? That makes me feel like you're making this shit up. That sounds like game to me. That you're trying to trap me in a 3D fucking cube or something, or 4D, 5D. You know, or I agreed to go through hardship. Don't nobody agree to get no damn gang stalk. How is that a condition to be on planet Earth to evolve my soul? Monitoring spirits and all that. No, that's some old other shit. Y'all need to come clean. And see, the reason why I'm saying this is because I noticed that the Masons are like pushing those type of teachings, and it's coming from the top down. And I know it's a form of mind control, to be honest. Um, but it's to placate the human race into thinking that, okay, I guess I'm in purgatory now, so I can purify my soul from evil. What? I couldn't believe I heard somebody saying this. And they're like teaching like thousands of people this stuff. And I'm like, see, that's that shit. That's how they keep people trapped down here. Because if what evil did you need to be purged from? Why can't you remember it? If that's the case, why we ain't purging them motherfucking politicians and these billionaires, these corporate billionaires that own where the 1% owns the wealth of over 95%? Why can't I remember my past lives if I want to stop the motherfucking reincarnation? And then now they telling people you exist in so many parallel universes and dimensions and lifetimes or and life spheres, and you must bust through all of these spheres in order to finally get free. That sounds like bullshit. That don't even sound right. And they telling Black Americans this stuff. And it's Black Americans, they were eating this up. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, I gotta go through. That sound like a motherfucker that's trying to keep your soul trapped on this planet, on this dimension, on this plane of existence. When I am telling you, humanity, that you have the capability more than ever, more than have you ever had to ascend in consciousness, but also to ascend to a new dimension, frequency wise. If we get this frequency so high enough, you will crack the computational code of this algorithm. You will absolutely crack it, and you'll be able to ascend the entire collective consciousness. Now, one person can, one or two, three, four, five people have a can they have a very high frequency. They can do that. That's but if you notice, there's so many people coming out saying, "I'm being targeted." They're targeting, the concept of the target individuals, or oh, it's so many humans that something. I'm being gang stalked. I'm being gang stalked. I'm being gang stalked. And so the system is turning on itself. It's eating itself alive. That's the true definition of the Ouroboros. It's like it's eating itself because it's unwilling to. It's it's freaking out over the fact that there's so many people awakening, and so they put in monitoring spirits on every single last human, and they running out of their resources. They can't keep it up. And then there's people that can reprogram this stuff. They can reprogram their computational algorithm with their own binary code, with their own source code. They don't even use binary code. They're using all types of chaos codes, all types of shit. They're using Atlantean code. They're using Lemurian code. Like, you got beings that are part Lemurian and Pleiadian. They look like humans though, and they able to fuck your little shit up like it's nothing as far as what's currently programming it. So they losing control. The people that are in power are losing control over the computational algorithm that they have historically used and hijacked and reverse engineered. And so they got to come out and tell stories to humans about, they not really pushing the religion thing anymore, but they trying to tell you, see, it's about, this is an advanced AI simulation, which I always knew that, for a while. It's like playing a video game and you have to control your reality and whatnot. But then at the same time, they're throwing something about purgatory. How the fuck is we in pure purgatory if it's supposedly a video broadband latency game where I am training my consciousness in such a way where I'm able to evolve to build my own ideal parallel universe, to build the world in which I want to live in, and my own spherical vector space. Like, that's how you create your own dimension. And they don't want to teach people how to actually create their own matrix cube, they don't want to do that. They just want you to live in theirs, and they harvest your energy because they don't have the frequency to get up to an Atlantean type shit. you know. And so they realize, some of these humans have Atlantean light codes, Lemurian light codes. Oh my God, some people are a gold mine because of the work that their ancestors done. Good, bad, right, or wrong. Some people are literally walking fucking gold mines, lighthouses, light sources. And unfortunately, what's happening is they don't want people who are light sources to know. So they'll do birthright, destiny swiping rituals on you, all types of witchcraft, MK Ultra rituals, whatever they can do to keep you down. When really you have the sauce, you are the mana, you are everything. And then there'll be someone that is an imposter who stole your birthright, who stole your wealth and jacked it. You living in a project somewhere, and they live as a millionaire. They don't have the talent, they don't have nothing, but they found the way to ritualistically swipe gifts off of you and keep you in the dark about it. And it was usually somebody close to you that will line you up, because people know how to make deals on their children. Like, people offer their children up as sacrifices, living sacrifices. People do all types of crazy stuff in that world and in that kingdom of darkness. And so people have to keep their head on a swivel in terms of what's going to be coming out. Because if someone is saying, "Hey guys, let's just ascend and get the fuck on up out of here," like the Atlantean mentioned, we could be touching down, so we can access certain realms and portals now. If someone comes out and saying that and telling Black Americans, all we got to do is just vibrate on a really high frequency, and we can really make some serious changes. That's literally all it is. It's something very simple, just your mental, your mind, nothing else. I ain't telling you to go pick up no rock and go overthrow nothing. I ain't telling you to go and get no gun. It's literally just your mind. Psychotronics, radionics, psychomancy, just your mind. Interdimensional and intergalactic mentalism, which was what is the female version of masonry, the Atlantean version. If someone is telling you that, of course, the actual people who are vampires, the fake Masons, of course, they'll come and tell you, oh, no, 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 no. Remember, you're in purgatory. Remember that this is an advanced AI that you got to evolve that our ancestors built, and this is you got to evolve out of it. You got to do the work to purge the evil out your soul. What evil? What have I done that was evil? And the thing is, I heard two people try to say this to me, and so I know that it's directed towards trying to convince me, because I know I'm a lighthouse and I know the type of light codes that I have, and I know how people have went to desperate means to try to rip the shit off me and people try to ask me to sign this contract, sign this contract, sign this, do this. Like I'm like, what the fuck? And so I know the game. And I'm like, you can't tell me I need to purge no evil. Because what I haven't done anything. What I do, get a extra credit off of DoorDash, you know. I might have stole something from a store when I was a little ass kid from a corner store. I remember I took like a pack of annihilators when I was 5 years old, you know, from Blockbuster. Like what the fuck, purge evil? Do shit. Like, and so I couldn't believe. I'm like, you're not about to sit there and convince humans. Most humans don't be doing much of nothing. If that's the case, why these billionaires ain't purging their evil? People that got whole accusations of PDF file. I'm speaking in code here for no that messing with little ones, harming women. Why they ain't purging they so why they get to be in $1 billion house, $1 million house, and but you gonna tell those of us that are ascended masters and actual teachers that we are in purgatory? No, you're not getting y'all lying to these people. I'm telling you, y'all just be careful with these spiritual teachings out here. Because if you raise your vibration high enough, your ass is out of here. But also, you're gonna have to deal with the CIA coming after your ass and attacking you to lower your vibration. That's where the gang stalking comes from. That's where the monitoring spirits come from. That's where the familiar spirits come from. That's where the covens and the witches go after you. If your shit is too high, like if you got the light codes to as a primordial, it's gonna be rough. But also you have a lot of protection too. So just be careful. Like that's when they start to try to discredit you, like certain ascended masters, certain teachers, certain prophets. They want this planet in a very low vibration. And that I'm telling you, it's at odds with the rest of the universe. It is at odds with the rest of the universe. Let me see who is ringing my damn doorbell. I told you every time I start talking about something, here they go. Somebody just rang my doorbell. Let me see for one. Let me check my camera to see who it is. Hold on. Okay, so it's two people standing at my door. Hold on, guys. Let me go. And I knew that was going to happen. Hold on. I'm actually going to go to the bathroom. Let me just make sure that I am still good. Okay. I'm going to go to the bathroom and then I'm going to come back. Now, I'm going to tell you how I know that that was orchestrated, and I'm going to explain. Like, I'm telling you, every time it never fails. That's why I'm like, oh, we getting down to the bottom of this shit. But let me go to the bathroom and I'll be back. Okay, so I'm back. Okay, I think I should be on. I just want to check my sound. Okay, let me make sure I'm good on Rumble. Okay, so I'm back. But let me remove this right here and share Miss Angie Stone again. Oh, R.I.P. Miss Angie Stone. We're gonna listen to what's that song called? Brown Brother, Strong Brother. Remember growing up, you had to listen to that. I never try to something like that. I'm here for you. I haven't heard that song in like, oh, it's been a minute, but that used to be the song back in the day. I ain't even gonna hold you. But yeah, this person, and speaking of like, where people are trying to distract or try to get in your space, um, this person who I know clearly, look, I could see plays. I'm a military scientist. I could see plays from every angle. So, on March 3rd, 2025, a man who, he was claiming to be a former tenant, he rang my doorbell, um, and he was banging on the door. He was wanting to pick up mail that came to my address. And so obviously I'm the legal person on the lease now. And, I understand that mail can come after a former tenant leaves, after they move out. So I figured that they would come and get it. So I just left it in my mailbox. However, after asking the tenant if they did a forwarding address at USPS to prevent their mail from coming to my address, with me, and I had the recorded conversation, it felt like they were giving excuses. And so they said they were expecting something from the IRS to come in the mail. And so his girlfriend was like, "Oh, it will come on Friday." How do you know it will come on Friday? Nobody knows it will come on. You don't know the day. So they asked if they could come on Friday. So that was instantly a red flag to me because I was kind of like, you're trying to like pre-plan when you come and visit, my residence that you no longer have legal access to. And so I said, well, if you're saying that whatever they were going to send you are going to come in a mail on Friday, sure, but I don't, as far as going forward, you must, have USPS forward your address or get a virtual mailbox. And so I said for on Friday, sure, you can try to come and see if it's in the mailbox or whatever you're looking for. And so they just came, obviously on the phone with you. I mean, obviously as I'm doing my live, with you guys, that was them knocking. They had it was two people and I'm actually going to save the video footage from my security system. And then like, it was just two people just at my door. Honestly, they look like I ain't even gonna hold you. That matter of fact, let me see what the outfit is. Because again, sometimes, you know, I've been through a lot with this whole program with this COINTELPRO stuff. So it kind of makes me more alert. And so maybe I'm more paranoid than what I need to be. But at the same time, that is a pretty intricate, setup to have. I don't know if that person actually lived here. What if how do, it could just literally just be something that someone just made up as far as his mail being in my, how do I know that that was a legal tenant before here? How do I know that? How do I legally know that? I'm not under any legal obligation to have someone just knock on. And so I did tell them it was okay to pick up your mail today. So I knew that somewhere along my life, I knew they were only going to come when I went live. That I already knew. And I knew they were only going to not ring the doorbell when I was on a topic they didn't want me to really discuss. That I already knew. I said it. So when they rang the door, I'm like, okay, here we go. Um, but I did say, you can pick up your mail. But I did say you have to use USPS and forward it because I don't want people to just show up unannounced to ring my doorbell. I find that extremely inappropriate. So obviously the this W-4 or whatever they're looking for, it did not come. It was not in my mail. And so here was he was ready to start this cycle of, well, we have to come back next time. And I'm like, no, you're going to give me your number and I'm going to call you when it comes. And I asked him, I said, did you forward your address? Because I'm telling you, your video footage, these cameras, these video recordings, these of the audio and video will go. I will file a police report on your ass. Like I don't care. And I understand like neighbors have to be nice and look out for each other. Like people have to, I'm one of those people. I like to look out for people, and I understand things happen. You moved. I just moved here. If mail can come here, that's totally understandable. It's totally understandable. But I'm saying like the first conversation, it was like he was giving me the runaround as to why he would not, or why he couldn't rather use a forward his mail. And I thought that was kind of weird. It was like an excuse. It was literally like, oh, because of this, and I'm not able to do it. And I'm like, oh, you're gonna do it. That don't sound right. But people they underestimate, a person's intelligence in terms of trying to script out scenarios when it comes to surveillance. and try to make it sound logical. And in my mind, if there's one thing off, then I already instantly know that it's a play. And so I kind of like, no, I'm not going for that because I already knew it was going to come on Friday. I'm like, that's not how stuff works. That just seems way too intricate where you just want to come on Friday to see if it came. And then it didn't come. And then you're like, oh, well, we have to come again. No, the fuck you not. I'm gonna call you. When it show up, I will call you on the date and the time that I want you to come. And it's all gonna be documented. And you will not be allowed to pick up your mail here anymore. The sign is going to go up on USPS to let them know this person does not legally live here. I don't know who this person is. You must return their mail to sender. If you leave this mail here, we will have a police report on this person. I don't know if they legally lived here or not. Anybody could just say something because, like, how do I know that this person didn't conjure up and say, "Let me send my mail to her address," and make up a whole story that USP, oh, I just changed. People could just make up anything. You know how dangerous that is? Like for me to just accept that at face value, given through what I went through. That just seems like clear monitoring to me. So I'm like, no. I'm like, give me your number. I will call and you will get your mail that way. And if it comes again, USPS will be notified to return that mail to sender, the third piece, whatever, to return to sender that mail. And if you try to come up here unannounced, it will be documented. Every time you come up, it will be unannounced. It will unannounced. It will be documented. It has been documented, and you are going to be reported to the police because I don't trust that shit. Like, let's be real. Like that sounds pretty suspect in terms of if you heard the recording of when I asked, how come you have not used a mail forwarding? How come you have not used a virtual voicemail, a post box, or how come you haven't forwarded, and I said, did you do that? Oh, I did it, but this is not da da da. I can't do that. Da, da, da. Oh no, you trying to just come and be able to pop up it because he had asked. He said, "Is it okay if uh I sent it if I get mail like?" And then another thing he said was a previous when I lived here, I used to get mail all the time from the previous person. Then you ain't getting mail all the time here from y'all motherfucking ass here. What that mean? What that mean to me? That don't mean nothing to me. That don't mean nothing to me. I don't know. Y'all got the wrong one. And I'm just not, I'm not afraid or anything obvious like that. But I'm an activist and I'm on a government watch list, and I have no proof that you were indeed the former tenant. Nor am I under any legal obligation to let people show up to my house unannounced to bother me to pick up their mail that they refuse to forward via USPS. And so I'm telling you now, that note is going to go right up on that mailbox, telling them this person does not legally live here. I don't know what the fuck you think this is, and they must get a virtual post mail. They're not legally attached to this address, and I would document and send a video footage of every time they show up to the police and file. I'm not playing with these people. And I'm not hardline like that. I know that, but I know that this government is trying to find a way to line my ass up. So I'm not just about to allow random people to knock on my door claiming they are picking up their mail when they can just get a virtual mailbox. And I'm letting you know now. Because I know that that was all a play. I could tell because the person that I'm telling you, if y'all was to see this video footage, this looked like the feds. The way they even dressed. I'm like, this don't look like no damn just a random person. Because he had a white man with him. It was two of them that showed up. It was two of them that showed up. And I said, who is this person? Who is this person with you? That don't even sound like you know what I mean? I'm like, it sounds like y'all playing that shit. And it just so happened to be when I'm talking about ascension and how they trying to keep people trapped down here and stuff. It's the truth. And when I start talking about the Masons, look, ain't no hoe in my blood. Like if y'all gonna do, if y'all gonna got something planned to do, I'll fight two of y'all motherfuckers on, even if I know I'm gonna lose, because I don't know what the hell you planning to do and knocking on my damn door to go pick up mail that you know ain't come yet. That you know you said, oh, I'm gonna come back on Friday, and then he was ready to do it again. Like, oh, I'm gonna come back on. No, you ain't about to pick the motherfucking day that you come. Give me your number and I'll call you when it come. Whatever you're looking for. And I'm gonna put the note right on that mailbox. This person does not stay here anymore. Do not leave any mail of they motherfucking ass in my mailbox. And if you do, this whole I got a whole folder. I'm telling you, I don't play with these people. Every little thing, every I record everything. I will document your motherfucking ass. Shit, y'all should have y'all should have let bygones be bygones. Y'all took this shit too far. You end up exposing your whole damn program. Now you gotta lie to the people. Now you gotta conjure up a whole damn lie now to these people who realize what I'm saying is true in terms of the organized stalking and covert harassment and COINTELPRO. Now you got to explain to a bunch of American people who realizing like it was so many Americans coming forward like, yo, I was set up that type of way too, where I discovered somebody committing a crime or I saw something spiritually and they try to lock me up and say I was crazy. You know, there's so many Americans that got that story. It's not even funny. It's so many Americans that realize they've been dealing with workplace mobbing, social blacklisting, financial blacklisting, all types of sabotage. It's so many Americans when they find that shit out, what that is happening to so many people. You know, they gotta rewrite their script, but they don't know how to rewrite their script because in a way where humans will accept it because humans are awakening too fast. Humans are ascending so fast. And so they are going to try to go to the fear route, try to instill fear or try to instill a panopticon prison. They already have a panopticon prison, but they want it more control based. And so humans have to say, absolutely not. Humans have to say no. And another thing, Black Americans, that I noticed is somebody, like I literally witnessed a man tell Black Americans that the number nine is the number of Satan, is a satanic number, like shit like that. Like it's a concerted effort to keep people literally like they minds trapped. Why would you tell how is the number nine a satanic number when you have the word nine and the word feminine? Nine is a very powerful number. And I'm not even my life path is eight. But you ever meet people with the life path nine and stuff? How could you? Why are you telling? Why it was literally in the title, the satanic number nine. Watch out for that. And this was person that's talking to thousands and thousands of Black Americans, and I'm realizing I'm like, oh, y'all trying to put people back to sleep. Y'all on some controlled opposition shit. And we in the year of nine. And then they're running. I'm telling you, Black Americans, be careful of people who are saying that Saturn is Chronos, because it is not Chronos. It does not start with a Greek male deity. It just Saturn is time immemorial. It's very it's not I'm not saying it's the highest primordial planet, but it's one of the big dogs, and I just find it crazy that people are trying to like it's like giving truth out with a bunch of botched bullshit, and it's literally to prevent ascension. It is literally to prevent ascension of humans. That's it. Why are y'all telling you? I could not believe I saw that. I said, wow, it's getting bad because I noticed that these are people that are kind of running like a counterintelligence against whatever I put out in my videos. Like if I do a video on certain spiritual topics, they'll start to talk about something. They have bigger platforms to me, and they'll start saying stuff that to discredit whatever I said in the video. But say since they have a bigger platform, you know, uh, if they say whoever was to run across my concept, whatever, they'll be like, "Oh, okay, I'm not paying attention to that to the number satanic nine, like the fuck." And I know that it's the Masons doing this because it's like they're trying. They want to keep people. It's like humans are a battery, and some humans more than others. Some humans more than others. Women more than men. Melanated people more than non-melanated people. That's just how it goes. That's how this is how this matrix was reversed engineered to be a bad uh for those who can't get up to a higher frequency to try to hitch a ride off of people who can, particularly those of fallen angel bloodlines. And so if you can for to be honest, since 2019, a lot of people was supposed to be ascending to much higher levels, and then this whole planet obviously is going and it still will, you know, but I'm just saying like the pandemic was just supposed to be a delay. when they tell you with the corona was looked at as a virus, but it was really your awakening, your crown chakra opening, because corona means crown, and it does relate to the sun. That was looked at as the virus. And so they lock people down, they give people mRNA, jibby jab, tell people you got to be 6 feet apart. You can't hug your mom, can't hug your parents, can't hug your loved one, can't see them as when they go to the hospital. All this weird shit, just weird. Didn't even sound. But that's what they do. And so you have to be careful because these gatekeepers are going to teach things that mirror me, but it's to undermine. But it's also to undermine like the public with just bad information. So the biggest thing at this juncture is to keep the vibration as high as possible. And when it's high, that's when you can crack the algorithm of the computational aspects of this particular vector space, and then it breaks, and then we all can get out, or we all can ascend. You know, and so you just want to avoid the traps. Also, don't let nobody try to convince you to get into no contracts or sign your life away and all this stuff, or give ownership of your intellectual property and all this stuff. Like, be smart. Don't put a bunch of value on money, don't, or any value rather. Don't think it get. I'm not saying don't get money. I'm just saying, or be mad. I'm not even saying be mad at people that got money, because I'm not. But what I'm saying is, like, when people try to press you with a deal and all that, just be careful about that. That's all I'm saying. Be careful and read the fine print. Read everything. And if you can negotiate to get your liking, don't use attorneys that are part of the company. Try to choose your own. Make sure you choose your own, or make sure you understand legalese, and get a legal dictionary and whatnot, and try your best to crack things as well. If just do your due diligence, because it's not what's going on in this planet is not what you think. It was a total hijacking of somebody else's system with stolen knowledge. And they don't have that ancestral technology that's already in your DNA, that's already in your epigenetics of the Black American spine. It's already encoded in the Black American epigenetics. And I know what it is. I can't tell for all 40 million of us what it is. I just know with some, I can look at sometimes at their spine and see what they mix, what they got in their epigenetics. Is it Atlantean, Tartarian, Lemurian, Pleiadian? Sometimes it's all of them, and that makes you very, very powerful. But it's a code that was designed by a different dimension, 125D, the Dragon Riders, which created um, the Hebrew bloodline, the Atlanteus bloodline, but a lot of melanated ones as well. Now, I'm not saying that's the only dimension that can create bloodlines, because obviously you have Sirius, obviously you have Andromedian, obviously you have Pleiades. So they create bloodlines too. But I'm saying some of the more primordial some of the more primordial ones that kind of make certain species more advanced than others, will you, or more capable of understanding things quicker, and that way they will be seen as the teachers to like other species. And that's why, like, when the Atlanteans would come to planet Earth, they would be the teachers. They would teach humanity certain things. Or even when the fallen angels came, they were teaching humans things, different metaphysical properties of plants, metaphysical properties of herbs, aromatics, uh, certain mantras, all this knowledge came from visitors, whether they be from the Nagas bloodline, different serpentine bloodlines, but also even different star systems. And so this is just a known thing. But we're always seen as teachers. So that's how I know, as far as like Judaite royalty, those bloodlines that have some of those light codes, a lot of light codes, and they are found in melanated people. You are the target. You would be looked at as someone that they want to put you in those. That's why they go to like the most talented among us and try to pick them out. Try to pick them out, like how you go and you look at go to a grocery store and you see all them different oranges up, and you go pick up the prettiest oranges, pick up the prettiest apple to put in your uh, little bag so you could take home and eat it. It's the same concept. when it comes to trying to pick out the ori of someone's head or the what consciousness, what energy do you want to suck on? What energy do you want to grab? They want to grab the one with the most, oh, this got a lot of, it's like a crystal. That's how some of humans are looked at as crystals. And so when it comes to Black America, they got the singing ass, talented ass, you got people that could do, like, you've got a Michael Jackson type, James Brown. Those are always going to be like, oh, we got to get them in a contract. We can make money off of them. We can get them and we can harvest more than what they're going to get back out of that contract. And they've been doing that to a lot of the artists. They did that to D'Angelo. They do that to, come on, we already know about that demonic music industry that's ran by the fallen angels or descendants, rather, um, that have descended quite considerably even from where they were once, even when they first came down to planet Earth. They are like, I'm telling you, they at their last leg. See, you don't know because I know the humans that you think are just humans, and I know that they are part of the felon, or I know that they are interdimensional, and they look very human. They're holographic, and some of them have actual flesh. They were at once very, very advanced. When fallen angels first came down here, they were very advanced over humans. That is not the case in today's time, sweetie. I know y'all don't probably think. I know that sounds like so far fetched, but I'm telling you, I know what I've saw. I know the desperation. Now they are they're advanced, but here's the thing: they'll hide the information and they rig the game. That's why there's so many spiritual crimes being committed because they rigged the game so that they can win every time by keeping information from humans that would actually awaken them. It's like, well, you ain't getting that. I keep this, and then imposter and act like they are the actual royal bloodline family, or they're the actual descendant of the Nephilim, or they're the actual descendant of Nimrod, or like it's kind of ridiculous. But they are not more advanced than humans today, and that's where you seeing a lot of things pop off, and that's why it's time's up is what I'll say. Time's up. Yep. Because it is a changing of the guard, but they have caused such a low governing force. They have lagged this system. It's like other star systems and other dimensions can feel the lagging because of what the hell is taking place on planet Earth as it relates to the people who are in charge of this computational algorithm. They are losing control of it, but they started just doing anything to try to keep control, and they were violating universal laws. And it's just like, you know what, y'all doing way too fucking much down here. Y'all doing way too much. And so there was a team that decided to come down here, not to save humanity, but to help their people that were already still down here with their light codes. Like a lot of Black Americans have a lot of Atlantean light codes in their epigenetics. And so that's why I don't know if you guys saw this. Let me see if I can share this. Let's see. Let me go to my profile because okay, there we go. So this right here, I was showing, like the process of like, and this ascension process, as it relates to like recommendations to the Atlantean dimension and to 125D. Now, a lot of these are already souls that have departed or are in a different dimension. But a lot of you are familiar with like Sun Ra and Benjamin Banneker and Thomas and Carr and Francis Cress Wilson and whatnot. And so, and other beings that, but also just the entirety of like those with those light codes that are already deceased. Now, some are living, but like there were a lot of deceased souls that were like, and I wouldn't say like a holding period or a waiting. It definitely wasn't like a purgatory, but it was like, you know, they have ascended, or they, even if they haven't even properly went through an ascended process, it's just that the the lag on this planet is so much where they don't even have the tools to ascend because it's being hidden from them, and that's illegal. And so there's a lot of people that are actually just going to get a pass. So I did focus on more so people that have passed away, though there are some people that are living on here, but not much. Now, I didn't put people that were living on here because I don't want to put any target on anyone's back or anything, or make people feel awkward or or upset anyone. So I didn't put like a lot of people that are that are currently living. So it's more focused on people that were are past. Again, there may be like one or two people that are still living on here, but most of these people have already passed on, and they have those capabilities to go to a higher dimension. Thomas Sankara is already like have clearance for multiple dimensions. He already had clearance. Like some of these people already had clearance. Like obviously, like a Sun Ra, Yeshua, like they already had clearance to go all about. But I just still put them up there. It was Thomas Sankara is one of my favorite persons in the world. I love me some Thomas Sankara. That's my boy. But we're talking about like even the ascensions of spirits that just were just on planet Earth, let alone like we're all spirits, but even let alone like those with more physical flesh. Yeah, but they up here lying to these humans, man, telling them all types of crazy shit. Oh, you gotta go through all these lifetimes, and you gotta break through all these different barriers to free yourself of all these different parallel universes that you exist in before you can break free out of this matrix. Says who? If you cause the fragmentation of the soul through trauma, yeah, people are responsible for the healing, but y'all not even teaching this stuff right. It's like you're purposely trying to trap people down here. That's what they're doing. And they think people can't see it. And it's really offensive. It really is offensive. Okay, let's see what else. Let me just actually I thought I checked my sound and I came back. I don't even think I checked my sound. Okay, there we go. So let me okay, so this is just what I was sharing earlier. I just wanted to see if I covered everything that I wanted to cover on that. Yep, but yep, they're gonna target higher souls, but don't let that prevent you from taking your vibration and your frequency as high as it can go. Go high as you can go. Don't feel no fear. Like that's the thing. Like they get off on fear, so they're gonna try to put fear in you. So just do not have any fear, whatever you do. Okay, and stay away from the game. As far as people trying to barter with your soul energy, because again, like I said, you'll get about 2 to 4 years, and then you realize that, oh my gosh, this is not a deal that I want. This is I signed up. I wasn't over my head. So just be careful, And I'm not in a situation like that. I'm just telling you what I what I see. Actually, I wanted to play I wanted to show you guys an interview. I forgot I think his name is Bill Duke or something like that. But I thought it was a really, 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 really here we go. I found it. Okay, here we go. It's called The Cost of Success. Because then a lot of people can't even see that they're getting harvested on. Like I could see that in the spiritual realm on a couple of people. But what can you do? Because we done told everybody. Like it's like we told you what this was about. You still wanted to see if fire was hot. And so nobody that's why a lot of people don't be caring. Like when people be in the industry and then they start complaining about the industry, you notice a lot of people don't be caring is because it's so many people that warn people. Like it's legitimately people that are born to that have no choice. It's like literally people that are born into some bullshit that they can't get out of and whatnot. But it's like at this point, everything is out in the open now, more than ever, more than it's ever been. And so if people get caught up, you're gonna see less sympathy. You might get a warning one or two times, and after that, they will literally feel like you're on your own. You're on your own. That's how people are gonna feel. Hmm. So this is by Bill Duke on the cost people pay for success. This interview, at least for the first 3 minutes and 33 seconds, was chilling for me because he gives a quote that he felt about his father. And I remember my dad giving me the same advice, same warning about don't go near that industry. They'll try to get you. He mentioned something, but a contract. Like stay away from that stuff. Choose the word. But it was so coded in advance. That's all I'll say. It was highly advanced the way but it didn't hit me till years later what he actually meant. I just thought he was being religious at the time. 'Cause you can code a lot of stuff and sound really religious and be like, "Oh, the devil wants souls," or something. But then you'll be like, "What in the world?" Like, huh? And it won't hit you until like, wow, that now it hit me what he finally meant because I've had to experience that up close encounter and then have to walk away and say, "No, I'm good." Like, nah, they ain't. I don't know what that's about. Or that seems like a trap, or that doesn't sound right. You have to experience that, not just from someone telling you. Um, and so obviously I avoided that pitfall, but hearing this man, Bill Duke, talk about it was also like, wow, like this is some old other type stuff. But it was really interesting. So we'll play a little bit of this. I don't think I should get copyright, but I will pause just in case. I guess I should say fair use or some shit like that, but we'll pause. Um, just to make sure I'm not trying to copyright someone else's stuff. But this is Film Courage, Bill Duke on the Cost People Pay for Success.
Oh, I'm going to be 30 in March, so, I'm just going to pack it in. I'm not going to make it here. What about this new pressure, this 30 under 30, 25 at the top, people in tech, developing apps, whatever, this new bar that we've set that where you have to be a certain age, or if you haven't, might as well pack it in.
Well, the system is set up for the youth, and they assume that whatever older ones of us have survived, and then wisdom of knowledge that we have is irrelevant. I just pat them on their little damn heads and say, good luck.
You heard him. He said he just pat him on the head and say good luck with people who just wanted to have all this success. And there's nothing wrong with being successful. It's just don't take shortcuts. Just go through standing on your own and learning, chasing the knowledge that you need, the skill sets that you need, the mentorship, the good advice that you need, not actually just the money. Because when you just chase money, people will do anything for money. And I can't. I don't, and that's another thing we talk about elitism. Yeah, I do look down on that. I do look down on people who do anything for money. I do. Um, and I do look down on follower personalities. That's just, that's elitism to people, then I'm elitist. But like you have to do it these days, like people will do anything for money. Y'all heard about that girl that she was bragging about she slept with 100 men, and that was just for attention. And she was saying she was going to do 1,000 men. She's not the only person it's been women that have been in that porn industry that have been doing stupid shit like that. I remember one girl, she was bragging about on Howard Stern that she did 374 men in one day and all this stuff for attention. Obviously whatever money they pay you, but she doesn't understand. And then they all say, notice that they all say it was three of them. And Turling the girl, include the one girl that just recently, she went viral for sleeping with 100 men. They all cry right after they do that. Why, if you felt so proud and so empowered by what you did, you wouldn't be crying. Crying that's a cathartic release. Crying is very spiritual. It relates to your parasympathetic system. Why are you crying if you are so proud of what you did? If you feel so empowered and it was so, it brought you, you did it on your own volition, and then you went viral for it, and now you're bragging about it, but then you cry directly right after. That's something that's your soul speaking to you. You might want to pay attention to that. And the only reason I say that because I remember the girl that did like 500 men. She actually was like in a Guinness World Record. She was doing her interview and she said after she did that, she was crying all day because that's an energetic pull. You don't get fucked by no 500 men in no one day and all this stuff, and you don't think that is fucking with your energy cords and your chakras and your. Are you kidding me? And again, like I personally, again, I move a different way. I just move. I've always have, you know. Um, but people today, they don't be having the sauce, and so everything is like monkey see, monkey do. Everything is obsession with content, but they not even content creators because they steal other people's content. They don't even have like the creativity to come up with their own motherfucking ideas. They own idea generation. There's a way to turn your brain into an idea generator, and I taught people how to do that. I'm going to teach kids. I'm going to teach kids some of those ideas as well. You know, um, but there's ways to turn your brain into an infinite idea generator, to push your brain to the limits, to be able to talk about, you know, or to be able to produce, quote, as they say, quote unquote, information or content. And so I just find where we're at today a little disturbing. That's why I like to just, I roll solo dolo. I'm like, man, people out here doing anything for attention because they don't have talent, they don't have creativity, you know. And there's ways to encourage people to find their own identity, their own voice. Like, what is the things that you like to do and what brings you passion, and that you want to talk about, that you want to build upon, or build a business around, and I'm more interested in teaching people how that discovery process, not actually just giving someone the idea, like how everybody wanted to do the credit repair, everybody wants to do mukbang, everybody, it's like monkey see monkey do. And I'm like, I like to push the envelope on innovation and the algorithm itself, like push the envelope, crack this algorithm, rewrite it. And it does require a uniqueness. You can't just copy someone else's somebody else's identity, someone else's swag. And you're not going to inherit someone else's gift because you copy them. You won't inherit someone else's creativity because you copy them. There's a process of discovery within where you can bring out your own natural gifts, your own infinite things that you are inspired by. I mean, it's fine to be inspired by people. Everybody gets inspired. But like what I'm see, even it's happened to me, and I've also witnessed it happen to other people. I've seen people try to literally hijack other people's whole personality without making any, like, that's creepy. I've witnessed it. And it's like, well, who are you then? If you copying my motherfucking ass word for word and style, I'm not saying me, but I'm just saying what I witnessed with other people. It always has happened to me. Then who the fuck are you? And who is your identity? And there is no, like, my thing is like this process of becoming individualized, that comes through a process of the great work, your own alchemical transformation of your soul, the transcendent of your traumas, the integration of those traumas within your personality, the light and the dark within. That ain't got nothing to do with, oh, I'm gonna copy what this person, oh, I'll get those same results. That's not how that works. You ain't gonna get them same results. You may not get that same, you know. And it's sad to see, but then it's like real light bearers, real source players. We deal with a lot of envy and jealousy too. And envy, I remember someone made a good point that like jealousy is incurable. Like once that come up in somebody, you really won't. And I've witnessed that in the look in someone's eyes. You can see that in someone's eyes, and there's really nothing you can do. That person will go to no bounds to destroy you or to take what you have or to be you. And so you have to cut them type of people off. But to be honest, the way the people that run this system and then who they even let inside to get a play in their system, they are narcissists, and they are very very jealous, like the people that, we see all the time, somebody coming forward of us, oh, so and so stole my writing style, so and so stole my singing style, so and so stole copy this, so and so didn't do pay this. Them are a lot of them celebrities are narcissists. A lot of them, they are naturally ravenously, I'm not saying all of them, but I'm saying like you keep hearing the story of like the ravenous, jealous celebrity who wanted to take down anybody who had talent, because they felt threatened and all that. Like that shit is real. Like, and when you see it, it freaks you out. Like it could even be your own family member. Have you ever witnessed that in your own family member? When you see and you see that they gone, you see the look in their eyes, and you see that they are gone. Like, by that, like they are committed to taking what you have. And it's not necessarily you have a bunch of money, or you be talking about like the soul, your essence, man. And that's unfortunate, but it happens. And so you have to be careful. I know I got on a tangent, but like that that doing anything for attention thing that exists within, the younger generations and even in, my generation with the millennials, like that's going to come back to bite a lot of people because they're not focusing on how to just, for one, understand their own identity and understand where their gifts are at and what they came here to do, and then to find a way to express that and share that with the world. Everything is money driven. People get driven by jealousy and competition, and people are driven by material things. And honestly, that is what's holding, so many. It's holding this planet back. That's why I always big up very creative, free spirited beings. Last week we were looking at mono neon. I'm always talking about Sun Ra. I love Sun Ra. And I like stuff that it has a more authentic air to it, and that's missing in today. Um, at least in the mainstream. I don't. I think on the local level it exists, or even you just shadow banned. Like look at I like even right now I'm being severely shadow banned. But it is what it is. But I know I have to stay true to myself. That's what's important to me. I have to stay true to myself. And let me finish reading what Caitlin was saying before we get back. You said exactly, pay puppets running spaces, starting BS, trying to rename the people, all while getting paid on the back end to lead people to go in the wrong right. Yeah, they get paid for that. People get a bag off of that, and they can't see that. Like I couldn't see it for a long time because I didn't want to believe it, but it's true. It is very much so true. And you say you don't apologize during war, especially when people are continuing to repeat history, pushing the people in the wrong direction. Right. And again, I want to make clear I wasn't apologizing to anybody in that reparation space, not a single soul. It was just innocent Black Americans that had nothing to do with the reparation space, and how I was bringing the energy from the reparation space over onto my unique YouTube channel, talking to Black Americans that don't got nothing to do with that, as if they was over there or something. And so that's who I was apologizing to. I'm not even in that space no more. I don't want to be around them people. I'm just saying, like, I was bringing the residue of that energy and my anger and disgust and frustration from that particular space over to people that I know have nothing to do with that, and then allowing that to jade my perspective, on the Black community at large, you know, and even, the Black community, Black people who were participating in the covert harassment stuff. It really changed my outlook. Like, what in the world? Like, we are cooked if you guys are participating, if you guys are that far gone, and clicked in with this system like that, in terms of if someone can throw $1 out there and you would go and harass an innocent person or something, or you would go and, try to cover up crimes for someone that is literally just corrupt. And unfortunately, that's what people in this community do. And the whole community, gets held back by that way. But I totally agree. That, like I'm not giving out one apology to nobody in that reparation space, unless I find out that I was totally, I misread a situation. But usually, if you perceive something, if you perceive it, it is usually true in terms of your instinct and your gut and your intuition. And then, especially if you can go back and you can collect a bunch of evidence about it, then you kind of know that yeah, something is off here. You're usually your intuition is usually dead on, especially if you're a woman. Your intuition is usually never going to lie. Don't be psychic. Don't be clairvoyant because you're really going to be able to see things. And unfortunately with me, a lot of people didn't know that I had been doing, clairvoyant stuff, since 2017. And it would go off and on. And again, I'm much better with global events than with one-on-one, and I admit that. So if I don't pick up on something one-on-one, or if I misread something, or if I don't get a good reading on the person, I will tell you that, or I will apologize, say, "Oh, I didn't pick up on it. I don't pick up on this person." It doesn't make me feel like less. I don't have to be right on everything. I'm not all knowing or none of that. I don't care to be. You know, um, it's just I just know I have a better track record with seeing global events. I guess because the energy is more powerful or is more potent. And then also when it's one on one, you know, the person they ancestors may not want you to see something, or you may not. It may be just a energetic clash where you just can't pick up a good read on a situation. But for the most part, Other people have said I've been giving them accurate reading, as far as one-on-one reading. Um, then there's some people that I know I don't feel pulled or connected to them. Or I'm not picking up on their situation, and that's fine too. But my track record for global events is stellar as far as viral global events, as far as predicting them in advance. It is something else, you know. But when it comes to like what happened to me, and even in 2022, and I shared the original crash out from August 2022, August 23, 2022. I shared that space, the Twitter space that I had deleted it because again, behind the scenes, I was just told, "Oh, you're just crazy. Oh, you've had a nervous breakdown." But I know what I saw in the spiritual realm. Like I know what I had saw, and I'm just like, "Whoa, it's just clear as day." And then people were just like, "Oh, that's not real. That's not real. That's not true." And I'm thinking like, but I kept seeing the same thing even after that. But I remember like just the way they reacted, like locking you down, like strapping you up. You don't strap nobody. No, and this girl, I'm like, what can I possibly do? I don't have a weapon or anything. Like, what can I possibly do? And so like I just realized like this is spiritual, it's much deeper. And so I did go back and was able to retrieve the original recorded Twitter space of when I was talking about MK Ultra and quantum entanglement and the CIA and the Masons and Lion of Judah and the bloodlines of Black America. I went back and I was like, it's been quite a while since I thought it was completely gone. And thankfully, a Black American taught me how to go and recover, a recorded space that I thought was gone. I really thought it was gone. And then when I went to like messages to go and try to get it, and I couldn't find it there either. So I literally thought that X itself deleted it. So I was like, what the hell? But they were able to tell me like this is where you go to find all your spaces. And I said, okay. So I was able to find it. And I was like, you know what? I'm actually gonna put it back out there because it's 3 years later and I know people could see what I could see back then. I know people could see, like based on the date, August 23, 2022, when I started calling out people in the reparation space, and calling out, how I felt that the CIA had infiltrated it and whatnot, and how they were trying to cover up some Black Americans. I can't say it was all, you can't say it's all, but I'm saying like with some Black Americans, I know that they were trying to cover up the last of the Judite heirs by getting them into contracts. Because that's how you sell out your bloodline, by getting someone to swipe their birthright with a contract. That's why they were talking. Remember in the reparation space when they was talking about government contracts and all this stuff. That's what they don't hide it from you. They told you to your face what it was. Hey guys, we have a government contract, and they coming around quote unquote grassroots Black Americans who want reparations, who don't know who they are, and many of who haven't done a genealogy. That's why big up to the Black Indigenous and American Indians. They are the ones that are purposely they came to me and said, "Do your genealogy," and then do your gene." And it was an American Indigenous pulled me behind the scenes and said, "MK Ultra is in 2022. MK Ultra is." Before that situation happened in August, before I made that Twitter space. If I'm lying, I'm flying, and I got a good memory for the most part. Um, I'm telling you that this was one of them boule gatekeepers that's real high up. Literally told me. We talking about somebody that has some that did work with the White House, that does work with all these celebrities. She literally said, "Oh, MK Ultra is very real." And I'm looking at that time. I thought she was crazy. I thought, "What the fuck are you talking?" Well, we used to have really deep ass, conversations behind the scenes. We have really deep, but she was one of them. I don't know. She saw that it was a group of women, Black women, that saw what was happening to certain women in that reparation space, and she was one of the ones that pulled me to the side. Do this motherfucking genealogy. You know. I mean, she don't talk like that. You know how I do. Do your genealogy, like, dude, like. And that's when we were talking, and she gave me the situation with her when she had her crash out, and she said she had ended up walking down the street naked, jumped on the car and punched her hand through a car. They came and got her, and the doctor was like, "What's your name?" She says, "Oh yeah, I'm oh yeah." But they're speaking in the African accent, all that. People really be trying to program motherfuckers and do, especially elite bloodlines. there is an ancient science behind that that is actually not that is not demonic as people would think. But the men who are trying to enact that science on those women, that's not their science to activate. Like that is a process of another order that take their Atlantean daughters, will you, through those processes. And see these men are trying to use that science in a bastardized version to take gifts off of the women, but just label them crazy and throw them away while they harvest their birthright. And these are the Masons that do that. And so um, that original science is ancient ancestral technology of the Atlanteans. And it gets accidentally activated sometimes, but also there are Masons that are going around trying to, like, if you go around and fuck around with with a female with the primordial bloodline, that stuff will activate on its own. It will activate on its own, and you will meet your match. You will meet your match. You will meet uh okay, now those beings from those dimensions will come in because they're quantumly entangled with that person anyways. So now they have no choice but to, like, take, what we used to call possession, but like to quantum entangle themselves and get the message out of, like, of you can't mess with this person, or this person is connected to these beings, or we opened this portal to send down these beings, and we are fighting this. That's it's deep, but a lot of people don't want to talk about those things. It's going to come out, but I do know the government is actively trying to cover up what they are doing in terms of, like, how many people are affected by mind control. It is global. It is massive. I pray that people wake up from theirs. I've created the Nakhti philosophy to help people, combat mind control and to get through, the program subliminal programming. So whether that be through the media, the news, K to 12 education, higher education, it's everywhere. So people have to be aware. Like, people have to be aware of where their energy goes, where their attention goes. There's always a distraction somewhere. And my thing is, if this is such a purgatory, like people were saying, or we just got to stay here and purge our evilness, why y'all only promoting bad stuff on the news then? Why you only promoting horrific music in the mainstream? You don't promote nothing that's enlightening in the mainstream. If that's the truth, if this is just purgatory, then why the fuck don't you help people evolve by putting actual enlightening news out? Non-corrupt politicians. That's how you know it's bullshit. People just be saying anything to keep y'all trapped down here. That's all I'm saying is be careful. Black Americans, be careful what you're listening to out here, because they about to do a number on y'all because they realize, damn, these niggas got Atlantean light codes, ancestral technology in their DNA, and their ancestors are about to whoop our ass. Like, we got to keep them down here because we actually need their energy. But I'm telling you, stay positive at all times and high vibrate. And that's why they want to put so much fear into Black Americans. Did they not remember when, they come with Elon Musk, going to talk about they need a pardon? What's that dude, Derek Chauvin or some shit like that? It's like, why are y'all trying to rile up Black Americans? They want your frequency real low. Don't buy into it. And I think it was very smart and intelligent for Black Americans to uh, give it silent conversation, because silence is a conversation. Silence is a conversation too. And so I think it was smart to not just go out there, oh, let's go protest. That's not going to work now. Everything is mental these days. Okay, so you can move mountains with just your mind these days. You ain't gotta sit out there, oh, let's go out there and go protest and get all riled up, get all shocked and all this stuff. You ain't gotta do all that these days. These motherfuckers wanna play that game. You ain't harvesting no energy over here, bitch. We about to vibrate real, 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 real high and crack your shit open and crack your head without even touching you. And that's the day and time we in. And that's what Black Americans need to understand. That is totally the day and time that we are in, where Black Americans can be on one accord frequency wise and say, but it has to be, something that's in alignment with your with what goals you want, but also with your sole purpose, and obviously, uh, preferably a high frequency. We talking about to really get to where you throw a dent. But my thing is, like, I couldn't believe they was out here trying to. It's like they trying to do anything to get a reaction out of Black Americans, because we've always been a petri dish. We've always been a petri dish of energy harvesting. And so I think that having a very, very high frequency as a community on one accord about empowerment, liberation, happiness, peace, and joy, you know, heritage, genealogy, all those things that make us special, all those our music, arts, the arts, obviously, and keeping focused on that high frequency on what we can do for one another, how we can support one another, getting out of the lower frequencies of jealousy and envy and whatnot, then you would see, you know, you will actually see major shifts collectively in just this particular vector space. I don't know how the other side will react, but I know that they would lose they would lose credibility and they would lose power because they have to, their whole thing is based on a lie. It's based on the illusion. Even what you see in politics, even what you see in politics with, Democrat, Republican, and Trump doing this and all that, it's an illusion. But unfortunately, it does have real impact on a lot of people. Like people are really losing their jobs. That's not an illusion. Like people are losing the way they put food on the table. And so, that's where the frequency shifts come in through what we are thinking collectively. But if they want you all panicking about survival, oh my gosh, we're gonna get money. Oh my gosh, I lost my job. They want everybody all thinking like that. Then you would fear base you in the lower levels of the root chakra, you in the low frequency. But if we all say fuck that, you know, we all gonna be high frequency. We don't value money. Okay. We can look out for each other. We can do our own barter economy. Shit, fuck what you talking about. And then that's when you'll see um the real change of guard. I'll say that. That's when you'll see the real change of guard. But that's what I would encourage Black Americans to keep it high frequency in love, justice, truth, peace. Keep speaking the truth, standing on the truth no matter what. Don't get caught up in a game. Like I was even, when I said I was going to do something for the Democrats to see as far as strategy and put it up on Nakhti University, um, they are not serious, and it's hard for me to to I just don't want to get involved in that two-party system. I don't believe in that two-party system. I think both systems are working together behind the scenes to figure out a way for them to enact more power over the masses. And so I can't, in good faith, I'm still going to do the strategy thing and put it up on Nakhti University, but I am really praying that a third party, that is truly grassroots will come about and where I can give those strategies, get help with those strategies and along that line. Again, I'm not opposed to helping, one of the major political parties if they have an agenda for Black Americans free of membership and account. I don't want to be in no contract or nothing like that. But from what I just saw from the Democrats this week was highly disturbing. We could actually watch that after this. I just thought it was so disturbing. And I'm like, you know what? They not serious. They complicit. They not in no crisis. They playing dumb and they acting like they're not. They don't know what to do. And oh, what are we gonna do for the next? That's all by design. And that's what I realized as someone with discernment. I said, okay, I'm playing games too. They both working together, and so they can go play them games with each other. They're not playing it over here. I'm not giving them my energy. Getting going back and I can't believe I see all them Black people going forth back and forth about what party is better and you need to vote Democrat or you need to vote Republican. It just sounds crazy to me. I'm like, now it does. Obviously, a couple of months ago, that I would have been, we need to pick Trump or whatever. But it just feels weird to even get in that space. I'm like, they playing games. It's too much. I see it too much of the illusion of it. It's too fake to me. Now, people's lives are really being affected, but I'm saying if we raise our vibration high enough, we won't be affected by that system at all. I promise you. It's Lemurians on this planet that's not affected by none of the bullshit that's going on at all. Pleiadians, as they got portals, but they freak it's a plane with many it's a plane of existence with an electromagnetic field around it that comes off spherical, but it's still a plane. But there's many frequencies within this plane of existence, and they're able to cloak themselves So like the Marians, like they're able to cloak themselves. I know for a fact that they're still they help my motherfucking ass. Pleiadians help I ain't even gonna go that deep. Esoteric studies, guys, please be open minded. But they helped my motherfucking ass in 2023. Sure did. So I know that they you ain't getting to their dimension. You ain't getting access when they want to help you. They come to you. You don't go to them. And they came to me to help my ass, and I was like, oh. Thank God, because I sure thought I was about to die. I sure didn't know how to get out of that situation. I sure didn't know how to deal with because I didn't know what, you know, when it's like mass gang stalking I was dealing with and these different covert harassments and radiation. I didn't know how to deal with that. I'm like, yo, what's going on? And that's when they said we won't pull the plug on this motherfucking dimension and keep messing around because again, some of us got light codes to all these different star systems, and they, even though they have their teams on this planet and they cloak themselves and they do what they want to do with an a portal. If they know that there's somebody that really needs that help, that they know that okay, I fuck with her. No, you ain't doing that over there to her. And so they helped me, and I will always think that. You know who else got Lemurian light codes? Dolphins. The dolphins have Lemurian light codes. A lot of people don't know that them dolphins, they some pretty cool creatures. The Pleiadians and like I said, obviously my dimension had to come down and rain fire on that ass on a couple of people who have been messing with me. Um, Again, it is what it is. But let's see what else Caitlin said. Paid puppets, we talked about that already. One saying I take serious and the other say it's all the time. It's all skinfo, ain't kinfo. It be the ones that look like you that do the dirtiest. It's sad, but that's what it is. It is. And that is so heartbreaking to me. And when I'm saying I was crying like a baby throat because I'm like, man, I can't believe black people was treating each other like this. I'm sitting here screaming, and people just be looking at me like I remember I used to complain and scream and complain to my dad. Why we can't we do this together? I just want us to feed this. I just want us to have freedom. I just want, and people would just be like, dude, they gone. What the fuck? Like nobody care about none of that shit you talking about. He did, but I remember it would be multiple people. I have been doing that for years, going to people like I just want us. I want us to win. I want to see this, and people just be giving the biggest eye roll. Like, girl, them people gone. They ain't care about none of that shit you talking about. They want to. I'll never forget. I was dude I was dating, and he used to laugh at me because he used to be like, how is building the black nation going? He's one of them bougie black men's. But I would never forget. Like I used to be talking, so he used to look at me like he was like, "You're great, like dude, like do you not realize?" He's like, "The average black person does not care about no black empowerment. They just don't. They don't care about no black nation." And he used to take me out and get me flowers and stuff. We used to have a pretty decent time. But I'll never forget we went to this cafe had some banging chai tea, and I remember I was just telling him I was like, yeah, and we gonna, and he was like, good luck, cause honestly, he's like, black people ain't thinking about that. And I remember we went in his car, he was driving, and we was watching like we were kind of like in the hood area in Atlanta, and I'll never forget like we was driving past, and it was just black people walking around. He was like, look at these niggas, they ain't thinking about none of that shit you talking about. They thinking about going to get fucked. They thinking about going to work. They thinking, but the way he said it, he's like, they thinking about going to get fucked. What? And he was laughing. He was like, they ain't thinking about no building no station, dude. Snap out of it. And that was like in 2016. When I say I had always been this way, I have always been this way. Step out of it. Care about that. You're on the island of your own. I'm trying to take care of you, girl. Like he was one of the ones that was like, look, let's just work. Let's just keep our heads down. Let's just because he had, he was a film producer. He's a film producer. He does a couple of things. Work with Netflix and the Weather Channel and different things like that. And I was cracking up when he said, "Look at these niggas," and they did look. Someone was looking real crazy. Someone would look like a crackhead scratching their ass. Some the girls had a bunch of babies but no fathers around, and we look as we was like, in the hood. He's like, "Look around." He's like, "Look at these people." He's like, "Do you really want to build a nation with these people?" And I'm like, I just didn't know how to take it. It was just like my mind was just like hell bent on this queen mother. I'm telling you, I've been this queen mother, this, and I realized, I in many ways I still, am for people who are like-minded that want to come together to do any sort of building that they want to do. They should be able to do that, and I still do believe in that. But I do know that a lot of people is going to be left behind, and to be honest, a lot of people should be left behind. It ain't got nothing to do with your class, your race, your socioeconomic status. This has to do with your state of consciousness, and a lot of people mind is gone. And that's what he was trying to get me to see. Like, you go to them people talking about, hey guys, and giving these blueprints and showing them and I remember my dad said, you're gonna get your ass killed. He said, it ain't gonna be them white folks that kill you, it's gonna be your own, because they're gonna get very angry and hateful towards you and jealous of you. And my dad used to tell me that. He said, you're too intelligent for one, and they don't like that shit. And he said, my heart is hurt for you because, you know, he said you go around black people with because I used to read to him stuff about my books and be showing him be talking about higher level conversations, and he would just be looking at me like, look at this damn hybrid alien. That's how he used to be looking like, what the fuck did I create here? Like, what the fuck did I manifest out my nutsack? This girl with his pointy ears is up here talking about the Kardashev scale type one civilizations and should have been talking about how we gonna get empowered, how we gonna the different 12 dimensions of consciousness. I would never forget he was looking at me like, some people, he said, black people end up killing your ass because they and I said, why? He said they just don't like that type of shit. And I'm like, I don't believe that. It's some that do. It's some that do. But I think like the way my approach was just who the target. You have to be aware of your target audience and who you're talking to and who you're speaking to, because at that time the people that I was around, no, they was not going to be liking that shit. Like at that time it made sense because he, from his frame of reference, he knows. We talking about the east side of Buffalo, right? That's what they call, quote unquote, the hood or whatever. But he was like, dude, I work with these man. I remember my dad was like, I work with these people every day. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? They don't think like that. They just don't. I don't sorry, sweetie, but it's like you blowing hot air. You might and I, but me, again, I do Atlantean shit. Like, we be on some other type stuff. And I'm like, man, I'm not even activated at even 7% of. I'm purposely put, because I see what the system is about now, and I'm like, oh, they copycat, they monkey see monkey do, and they are hateful, and this system, the computational algorithm, this system is a war against uh enlightened people, beautiful people, inside and out, uh people who got high frequencies. It's like it's a war against us. So I'm like, no, I ain't giving out nothing. Not like that. Not like how I was doing before. Like, I was just I was giving out whole stuff. I'm like, I just didn't care because I just wanted to help people. But that's just not how you help people. You will help people that want to be helped, but then the people that want to be helped will come to you. And that's what I realized. Other than that, other people, they just gonna try to steal your shit and run with it, or act like they came up with it, or try to reverse engineer it. And I'm like, nah, see, and it's just a different vibe. And then with me, I'm starting to be able to see. And obviously, when we awaken, we go through this process of, we remember our past lives. We remember the dimensions we came from. We remember what's on our original, what existed in our star system. Like, I can see that stuff now, and I'm like, damn, like, I see, like, I saw melanated people, obviously they're in the Atlantis dimension. They do this cool thing. Like it's a mixture between nunchucks, but it's like they do. You know how you do nunchucks with your hand, and then you have that. It's not nunchucks though. It's something different, because it's something. It's like a gong that you can bang. That big old. You know how you bang that big old gong, like boom, and it make a sound. But what they do is, these people are like, these are melanated Atlanteans in Atlantis dimension. What they do is, they just like a show, and they do like these cool things with these. It looks like they doing something with nunchucks, but they be putting it all on their head, over their heads, doing all types of stuff, all throwing the stuff all in the air and catching it, and then they do a bang, but it's like a musical sound frequencies, because they got different. gong frequencies, and that they bang it as they doing these different nunchuck moves with their hands, and then bang, bing, da, da, da. But it all is, not only is it entertaining from a visual perspective in terms of the different things that they're doing with these nunchucks, but when they bang the gong, they bang it at different intervals, and they rehearse and practice it where it's literally a song playing at the same time. That's the a level of advancement. Do you know how advanced like that? Like seeing that, I'm literally seeing. I can see now, and where because that's where I'm at to. I'm about to transition. I'm about this bitch onto my, and I'm taking my the people that's ready. We out. I'm like, and I'm seeing it, and I'm like, whoa, that's powerful. And I'm like, that's the level that they own. And we talking about when they play it all together, it's not just like what we would do down here is we'll bang it, we may do a cool little hand move or something and bang it, but we're talking about a team of people that's literally dancing with these with their again they look I don't even think I could think of as nunchucks, but they're used to bang this huge massive gong that radiates a certain frequency. And so what you see is a crowd of people watching that, liking that, like clapping, and you seeing them do amazing things. You're seeing them do absolutely amazing things as they bang that gong at different residences and intervals where it sound like a beautiful, beautiful high frequency song. And then you seeing them doing these dances, and they putting them little things that they got in their hand that look like nunchucks, but it's hard to. I could probably find a good picture of it, but they got it where they doing all types of. I'm like, whoa. And then they just did it. And all on chord, they bang it at the right time. Everybody doing their own move and banging it at the right time. And then now it just plays out like a song. And this is what they do in the Atlantis dimension. You just see, like, I'm just like, you just see the stuff the kids know and stuff. Like the Nakhti philosophy, that's for a 5-year old. That's why I felt comfortable just putting it out there like that. Felt comfortable putting it out for free. The Nakhti philosophy is for a 5-year olds in Atlantis dimension. And so, when I come down here and then and people are literally, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking. And we talking about people in their 50s and their 60s, and I'm like, oh shit, I gotta bring it down. I gotta bring it down. I'm telling you, I lived in my own little bubble for years. I had no idea. I had no idea. I'm telling you, I live in my own little world. Like, and so like I didn't have for a long time I didn't know like what other humans were doing or what other people thought. Now, granted, obviously I know what was in the media and music and whatnot, but I'm saying like as far as assessing states of consciousness, I thought everybody thought like me or everybody knew what I was talking about. Like even my friends, 'cause my whole life either I was learning from people who were or more advanced than me, or people um didn't say anything. I just didn't know. Like some people, I just thought that they understood me, and I've come to find, I don't know what that was about. But also, I do know that there's so many Black Americans that are really, really advanced that that don't have like what you would think that they should have, like oh, they houses and they cars or whatever. But they like say veterans that's like homeless or something, but they are really, 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 really advanced spiritually and intellectually. And it's by design that they get driven into homelessness because they pose a threat to those that keep this system going. They don't, the people that they want, they got all that they want to be a part of their orders. They don't require intelligence. They don't require much. Just how willing you are to sell your soul. How willing are you? How much of a follower are you? How much do you take orders, and how much corruption can you get in? Are you willing to cover up? How loyal are you? That's all they care about. But like in certain orders, it's like in Atlantis dimension, it's like it's a requirement. Like as far as I remember, even on planet Earth, you can find that with the Renaissance and Michelangelo and Leonardo da Vinci. We know what advanced thinkers look like. We know what advanced like I'm even reading this something went haywire. I think honestly, when they started doing a lot of that blood sacrifice and that bloodletting, and even doing that with animals, that also descends. A lot of people don't think it does, but it's something to that. I understand people like to drain the life force out of that and use blood magic and all that, but I just know in at the highest levels you need nothing but your mind. And so I always thought it was weird. I don't understand it because I just know that intergalactic mentalism is just nothing but the mind. Like original Atlantean Freemasonry is nothing but of the mind, and then you go into the more aspects of the stone building. That's not even called speculative. It's literally mentalism. The universe is mental. Anything that you come up with, any schematics that you come up with to build in terms of the actual architecture um, of a pyramid, of the understanding of ley lines, grid lines, fractal points, angles, you have to come up with it in your fucking head first. That's just common sense to me. And so the women teach the. It's hard to explain this stuff because, again, I'm not trying to step on nobody's toes or piss people off. But what I will say is, I'm going to be going into like talking more about the Nakhti philosophy, especially for the next 4 years, because I'm going to let the system lag. I'm not about to sit and be saying, "Hey guys, how I was sitting there with the Democrat Party every week, telling hey, hey, do this, do that, do that," and they were getting things done. Not the Democrat Party. I'm talking about like the both, pretty much the system itself. Not it wasn't based on a political party. But I'm not doing that shit no more. I'm like, I'm gonna take 4 years to just teach the Nakhti philosophy because even though it's for, you know, it's pretty self-explanatory. I want to break it down more, and I also want to update the manuscript because I wrote the Nakhti philosophy as far as the outlines for that like in 2016, and so I was still Pan African, and so I was using like certain Swahili words and all like stuff that's not even necessary anymore. I'm not Pan African anymore, so I have to go and revise the manuscript. And when I teach it, I want it to be more so uh, the average human can understand me. Um, and so in that regard, I mean, I am going to spend the next 4 years quite considerably breaking down the Noctic philosophy in a way that people can understand because I do have clearance from God to teach that. I'm talking about even publicly. I do have clearance to teach that particular, and that is mentalism. That is it is intergalactic mentalism to understanding the different chambers of the mind. It doesn't mean that you can use it for mind control. It's actually it is actually activated at a certain frequency. So if people are coming from the perspective of really wanting to control their own minds or reprogram their own mind, then it will work. But you can't really use that to try to and I have to make sure that I'm not teaching in a way where it can be reverse engineered. Uh, and so I have to be careful. But I do know that humans are waking up. It's going to happen. I'm not going to be, feeling so alone, and other people are not going to be feeling so alone. And so, in that regard, it's going to get much better. Excuse me. Sorry. You said, yep. So let me see what else you said. Exactly. I know my tweets might look crazy. I know I curse a lot and I just don't care. I just want motherfuckers to do their genealogy, folks from finding their strength and standing their own. Right. That genealogy, when people were saying genealogy is the key, they were kind of turning it into a religion, but it's the truth. Genealogy is a very spiritual um thing, if you ask me. At least for me. I'm not saying objectively it is, but my experience with it is. And so I like genealogy. I'm not the best at it. I think there's so many people that could probably help me, and with my genealogy. Kayla, you ever thought about doing the genealogy school and stuff? I want to talk about like, a genealogy department. I'm not going to run it or I can't do anything because I'm not a genealogist, but I would love for like someone like, like yourself, Kaylin, if you to have that to be teaching genealogy out here. And next week we're going to cover the instructor agreement and so I am looking for instructors that want their own departments or want to teach whatever course or department that their expertise is in. But it's like I would love to offer that service. I just wouldn't be teaching it because I'm not qualified to. I've barely got done with finished what I'm be doing, but I do rely on. I get ancestral visitations, so I'm lucky in that sense. I get ancestral visitations that line up with stuff that I do see, um, or even just offshoots of last names of clans that line up with the ancestral visitations. And so I wonder, do you get ancestral visitations too, Caitlin? That'd be interesting. I curse like a sailor too. Now I have to say I'm going to work on it. That's another thing, Black Americans. I actually want to work on my use of the N word. I didn't realize that it really offends the elders. Um, I didn't know that it was, to me. I just, it flies off my tongue like nothing, and I realize that it's offensive to the elders, and so I do want to cut back on my use of the N word. I'm not judging anybody else that used the N word, because to be honest, um, I don't see the big deal, but I do understand. I understand the elders, if they're telling me that they find it really, really offensive to hear, young adults saying the N word, nigga. Um, could take that into consideration, and I can work on that for sure. Like I, I, I have no qualms with trying to self reflect and work on it, because I know I curse a lot. I say motherfucker, the curse thing. I got to work on it. So I would say give me grace in terms of cutting back on the N word, but when I say give me grace, I mean like give me time to develop the habit of not using it and checking myself when I use it. So I am going to try my best to limit my use of the N word. I didn't even know it was that big of like, but I be hearing like the elders be like that they get so offended when they hear us say the N word, and I'm like, what? But I'm 33, and so I don't. They people that's in their 70s and 80s, they have a different experience, and so I said I'll work on that, and I also work on my cussing. I know I want to do certain things for the Black American children soon with Nakhti University, like Nakhti University for Kids, and I know that I can't be doing all that cursing. I know I can't be cussing, because I don't curse people, but I'm saying like all that cussing I be doing, motherfucker, and he did it. That ain't nobody gonna send their kid my little program, but I'm gonna work on it. Like I said, I'm gonna actively work on it. Actually, next week when we go over the instructor agreement and protocols for looking for people who want to do certain departments, and again, in terms of me even setting that up for people and just the logistics of it, the business of it, I'm not going to be cursing in that video. Like I'm going to be really professional and not be saying the N word and stuff. Like I said, just give me some grace, because I am actively like telling myself like, don't cuss as much, like work on it. But I don't. I like to hear people being a raw, authentic self. I listen to people I listen to. They cussing dick, hoe, pussy, bitch, motherfucker. And again, with me, I'm attracted to people's souls, and so like if the soul and the intention is right, I don't really care like how the delivery is. But I have friends who say the delivery matters to them. See, the delivery doesn't quite matter to me, and there are people who are like they will not listen to someone if, even if they are brilliant, just saying a bunch of curse words. Where me, I could look past that. I don't care about that. That's just me. I'm like, I don't care what they cussing, or that they got a drawl, or that they don't, that they don't sound as what you call educated. I don't care about stuff like that. I'm looking at like, okay, I like the information. The shit resonate. It makes sense. It's the same truth that I'm seeing and experiencing, so I like it. But I had a friend, and they're like, I like it, but I ain't gonna listen to all that cussing. And I'm like, dang. So I wonder if people say that about me. So I said, well, let me work on it. Seriously. And then they say stuff with this algorithm. I think they demonetize or something. It's a certain amount of cuss words or something like that. I don't know. I haven't I've never really sat down and was like, well, what are the ways to get in the YouTube algorithm? I know if people like it or something, but I've have heard where people be like, don't cuss, don't cuss on my show, don't cuss on my show. So I know it has to do something with the algorithm. So I gotta research that more. And Ty says the thing you said about jealousy is so real. It's a demon. Yeah, it's incurable. And that's why, like, man, when I saw jealousy in a family member that was so bad, it shook me to it made me, it broke my heart actually. It broke my heart, because I was just like, I was surrounded by a bunch of ancestors, and I was trying to convince them how they didn't need to be jealous, of how special they were, how intelligent they were, how talented they were. And I heard my ancestors looking like you know how you just see them shaking their head like this bitch don't get it. Like it's nothing you can say or do. It's they will go to no bounds to take you out, dude. Like let it go. Just move on. Like stop trying to convince them like to like you. Stop trying to convince them to not feel threatened by you. Like let it go. And it was so heartbreaking. I was like, damn. But they was telling me that because I would have been sitting there and it was like, girl, we pulling you from this person and you are never allowed to talk to this person again. This person literally tried to set you up on some shit on levels you would never know, on levels we don't even want to reveal to you because it will break your heart even further. And so they were like, girl, stop that nonsense. so, so Caitlin says, hell yeah, I would love that. I'm over here taking classes now with Ancestry. Yeah, I'm talking about building a whole department, you know, whatever name you want, whatever name you want, your own courses, your own classes, live, if you want live or you want to do, because again, I can either build it out for you or you can do it yourself and you know, as far as how you ever you wanted to do it, but it will be your own login portal, your own, you know, we could discuss it next week and we'll go through it and you could charge how much you want for the courses, for your courses and whatnot. And we use Stripe and PayPal, which are pretty, you know, a standard. But yeah, like whatever name you know, choose or however you want to do it. You know, I was looking, I said, man, I can't wait till I find me a good genealogist that was willing to, you know, teach Black Americans that because that is important. And actually, I would take the course myself, to be honest, because I would want to also, you know, learn more, you know, and learn how, either you could do the genealogy for Black Americans, or you could have a course that teaches genealogy to up to create other genealogists, but also to teach Black Americans uh to do their genealogy, like doing their genealogy for them too. Like either way, however you want to do it, you could do both two courses or however many courses you want. Because I know you do but like I might, you know, I just want to get branch out and start to bring people in and pay people fairly, compensate people fairly, do things by the book, fair business. I ain't no exploitative type nigga. That's why like my instructor agreement is gonna be like public information because I ain't got nothing to hide. It's only 4 pages long and so people could scrutinize, you know, people be in back channels. Oh, Kali has his instructor agreement. It is like, it's the most fair agreement that you'll ever see in the market. I know it is. Not compared to them, that's bullshit they got in these political industry and the music industry. Please, I'm the most fair a 90% cut to the instructor and 10% to cover administration costs. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. Ownership of your own content, over your own intellectual property as far as your live sessions and your classes. Yeah, I think that's fair. You know, but there's more formality things that to go over. But we'll discuss that next week because again, I want to do it just a whole because I want to get more involved with Black children too, because I know DW was doing something with, she wants to do something with homeschooling with the Black children and Aid Fez. And so I would like to also talk with her behind the scenes with that, you know, because again, they talking about they want to close the Department of Education. We better do something. But this is our chance to have like an infinite, like a raw, real creative way of doing education that fits our minds and the way we learn, the way we process information. You know, I think that is the dope thing about it. You know, where I was a little sad, but I'm like, yo, we could do. You know, I got so many ideas for the Black children, man. I said, "Ooh, these Negro children gonna be so happy." I'm like, man, because I want to go start some curriculum with them. I always been pretty decent with children. You know, even my own nephew, I used to make curriculums for him. You know, uh, and teach him. I used to love to teach him and see. And I used to do self esteem class. We used to have a self esteem class. I remember. I used to make him go in the mirror, say certain things before look in the mirror and say certain things to himself. Like he used to say, "I am the beautiful one. I am so intelligent. I am so amazing." I used to make him go and say those things. I used to make him go. We used to listen to certain music that was really high vibrating, you know, and that had message in it, you know. Um, We used to write down. We used to go through read. Sometimes we go through Psalms because I remember my baby nephew. I remember he wanted, he had you know, a thought of self harm at a very young age, and it hurt my soul because I said, "What the hell's going on?" Where? Because I was in New York City at the time, so I'm like, "What the hell is going on?" Where you think that in your 12-year-old mind? Was he 12? No, I don't think he was even that old. He was young, like 11 or 10 maybe. And I said, "What makes you want to self-harm, sweetie?" We talking about like take himself out. Like the school reported it and everything. They were trying to make him go to counseling and all types of stuff. And so I stepped in immediately. I said, "We're gonna do, your some weekend sessions of self-esteem sessions and love, self-love, happiness, love and peace and joy." And it brought him out of that depression. I was so happy. I was so happy. Because honestly, when he didn't want to do it no more, I didn't force him to keep doing it. But it got to the point I didn't have to call him on Saturdays and Sundays to get his ass up. Like he was calling me to do because we was have him do a movie, watch a movie. It was all virtual because we weren't even in the same state. But we were in the same state. We were just we were different cities. Um, but we would do, you know, um, the self esteem class together, and it helped me. But I was so happy to just see his spirits different because I remember I asked him if we had to talk about it. He cried a little. He told me, his pain and stuff and whatnot. And I said, "Wow, I didn't know you were going through all that." And so we talked it out, and then I said, "Well, what can I do?" I know I said I do know that affirmations make people feel better. I do know, we were I was teaching him about some of our hoodoo and whatnot. But also I know we would read books, different types of books, or uh, I don't think we did any journaling, but I do know I do remember the big thing was that the affirmations in the mirror, saying the affirmations in the mirror and praying together and whatnot. And that I remember seeing the remarkable improvement, remarkable improvement, remarkable. And even I asked his mom, I said, "Is he improving? Is he improving? Is he less depressed and whatnot?" She said, "Yeah, he's doing a lot better." I mean, he was totally a different person just from that. And then, I asked him, I said, "Do you want to continue doing?" Because I guess I got a little carried away because I started like putting more stuff about like investments. Um, like I was looking up stuff that about black men who got into investments. As I was forcing him, not forcing him, but making him watch that type of stuff. And I noticed he didn't really have interest in that. I was looking at, what else. I remember trying to find like black men who have businesses, and I just remember he didn't care about that. And so that's the only thing I regret because that's when he kind of didn't want to do it anymore. But maybe he was just too young for that. But in my mind, I'm thinking like we start him young. You start him young with learning about like the different investments and stuff like that. And I remember we found one dude, he was talking about investments, but he was like, "Yeah, that money that you was gonna spend." He was ghetto, but he was really smart though, And he was like, "That money that you was gonna spend on hoes, that money that you was gonna spend tricking, you need to put that into these stocks. You need to do this." And so I remember I asked him, I asked my nephew, I said, "Now tell me," because whatever he learned, it wasn't no book, good or wrong answer. It was just whatever you learned. I said, "Give me three things." I just wanted to make sure that he watched the damn shit. So I said, "Well, give me three things that you learned from it." And he gonna say, um, that money that I was gonna spend on hoes and that money that I was gonna spend on tricks. He said, instead of doing that, I don't need to waste my money that way. I just need to go and buy the stock. But it was just the way he said it. He's like, the money that I was gonna spend on hoes. And he's talking about like an 11-year-old. Like that's what I said. Now you don't refer to women as no hoes or no tricks. We don't do that over here. But I get the gist of what you. That's how he said it. The dude was real ghetto. I said, let me find a black man that has that uses better language. It was so hilarious. Oh, but nonetheless, I want to do something with these children. And you said genealogy is spiritual. That's how my ancestors contact me. It's hard. No, you're right. I already know. I know you said it's hard to explain. No, I get it. You said genealogy is spiritual. That is how they contact. That is. It's through the genealogy. and through the surnames. To me, it's them surnames of it because it represents the clan that you belong to. Because the surname is your clan. Like anybody with that surname, you are related to them down the line. Like whatever they surname, even if you may not have that same surname, but even if the surname is still found in that genealogy, that's still somebody. Clans be connected, especially when it comes to American heraldry and American genealogy, or even if it goes back to Britain or Ireland or Spain and whatnot. Those heraldry records, especially if it's the royal bloodlines, like that stuff is impeccable. You can't, and those clans, the clan name does mean something as far as what it represents in the coat of arms, and that is how the ancestors come through. Because once you start going far, far back, like that's when they just pop up on your motherfucking ass. You will, you may not even be able to find a record. Like how I said, Nakhti came to me. I was 19 years old. How would I know about all that? As far as Nakhti the Chancellor, like how would I know about all that stuff? You know, and different ancestors. I remember seeing that when I had a dream about an 8-year old on the boat and whatnot. They was showing me where they came from and how the elders had to, like, older black people, other melanated people that was on that boat had to like console them because they was crying so profusely because they didn't understand, being an 8-year old, why are they, being put on a boat. But that was from the Caribbeans. Like they was telling me, like they were saying like this came from over from the Caribbean over to America. That was just a dream, though. And I mean, I know the mind is pretty powerful, but I don't know why I would conjure that particular scenario up. I mean, it was like looking at somebody else's life record because it was a whole. It wasn't like they were telling me the story. I was seeing the story, and it was an old ass black man showing me his childhood memory, saying, look, this is when I was 8 years old. We came from this boat, from this particular island. We were over here to America, and he was showing me, like, and he was crying so hard, crying. And then it was other black people that wasn't related to him because he wasn't with his family. They were trying to hold him, trying to get him to calm down. And they had they had took him, like he said, these weren't even, he's like, these weren't even my real parents or anything. They just they just, kept me with them. And I was with them like on the plantation. I was like, wow. But that just the pain, and I felt the pain. It wasn't like I was just looking. I was able to see the record, see him in his old age, and feel his pain, and that was so painful. I said, "Damn, that was some painful shit that you went through at 8 years old." I thought I went through some shit when I went into foster care. I said, "That's some painful shit." I said, "Damn." Like I woke up crying. Like I woke up clear as day, crying, screaming, crying because I said that was so painful to see. And I was kind of upset that my ancestor showed me that. And he said that's why we don't have a lot of Black Americans. We don't show a lot of Black Americans memories of slavery or memories of when he was getting on. He said we usually block that from y'all because it's just that painful. And they said, but sorry, honey, you're one of the ones. You're a powerful soul, and you're one of the ones that's going to experience what we experience. You said, but if you notice, you don't ever hear a lot of Black Americans talking about that situation. Well, of who got whipped on the butt, or who got lynched and all that. He said we don't really give y'all those memories. But he said for you, we know we chose you for our people, and you need to feel that kind of pain. So that's why I've always been so radical, because I've had experience like that. I saw that clear as day, and I said, damn, that's crazy. And he was old, and then all of the patriarchs in my family, all of the black men in my family surrounded me, um to pass on information to me, so it's it's some powerful stuff. I don't know what it's all about, but it's deep. But let me finish playing this Bill Duke.
When I was a young man, there was a saying, I never forgot it, and it was, when I was a young man, I thought my father to be a fool. Now that I have grown older, oh, how wise he has become.
I'm sorry, I gotta play that again,
Older.
guys. I gotta play that quote again. That quote will follow me for the rest of my life. This right here, that quote right there.
As a young man, And there was a saying, I never forgot it, and it was, when I was a young man, I thought my father to be a fool. Now that I have grown older, oh, how wise he has become. So when you're young, you think you know every damn thing, until life smashes you in the face with the truth of its indifference toward you. And all those dumb people that you think are older and you don't listen to, once you get a couple of scars, you'll see how stupid they really are. It's got to be scarred first. You know, because us talking, they don't know nothing. Yap. Yeah, your generation's in the past. But when you get crushed, and by crushed, I don't mean by not being successful. Ask what the cost today of being successful is. It's coming out. So you have success, but you paid for it. And so with that success comes shame, because you wanted the success more than your self-respect. And you notice all these people coming out now and saying, this is the price I've paid, and I've been this miserable for all these years. But thank God, I can say me too. And it took something off of me. Can you imagine being successful, knowing the price you paid, and choking on it for the rest of your life? Hey, everybody, I'm just fine. I'm great, and I don't care about what I had to do, except when I sleep at night, or can't sleep at night. Yeah,
What about wanting notoriety?
Notoriety. These days, people will do anything for notoriety.
It's true. But I just thought that was deep because he literally gave a lot of game out, and when did this come out? 6 years ago. He said, ask what the cost of success is. And I'm gonna play that again because I did go to the bathroom. So I am gonna play it again because that quote about, because I remember when my dad was talking and saying what people is doing for money, and, and I'm thinking like, oh, you're crazy. And I'm glad I didn't just totally write off what he was saying, but everything he's saying now makes sense. Everything, literally everything. I have recordings that I was playing the other. I said, oh my gosh, like the codes that I pick up now that I just couldn't pick up then. I said, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. But I'm gonna play this again.
When I was a young man, I thought my father to be a fool. Now that I have grown older, oh, how wise he has become. So when you're young, you think you know every damn thing, until life smashes you in the face with the truth of its indifference toward you. And all those dumb people that you think are older and you don't listen to, once you get a couple of scars, you'll see how stupid they really are. It's got to be scarred first. You know, because us talking, they don't know nothing. Yap. Yeah, your generation's in the past. But when you get crushed, and by crushed, I don't mean by not being successful. Ask what the cost today of being successful is. It's coming out.
The cost of success is selling your booty hole selling your soul through your booty hole, going to parties to get put on and making deals and signing dumbass crazy contracts that you ain't gonna benefit from. All that's coming to an end. Cause now, you can get success without having to do those things, as far as not taking a shortcut. But everybody been hearing about that stuff, about those industries and whatnot for decades. It just was like, people thought it was a conspiracy, and I remember even on the phone talking with someone, and they were kind of, this was years ago, and they were kind of like, everybody knows what you have to do to get put on. And apparently you don't, I just didn't know that. Like, they knew, like, excuse me, everyone around me knew. I just didn't know. I'm thinking, like, if you work hard, if you do the right thing, if you do this, the success will come. And they have gatekeepers. Like, that shit is not true. I know for a fact. You could just see that. Look how shadow banned I am, and author of 20 books that went to Ivy League, that started multiple businesses doing it. And I know they're gatekeepers. And it's like they wanted me to go through their system and sign a contract with them and go had them Khazars on. I'm a real Judite royalty. You must be out of your other lover mind if you think that I will sign something where some Khazars is handlers over me or something. Y'all not even real, like, y'all don't, like, that don't make any sense. That's why, like they didn't want any Black Americans to know who they truly are. Because if Black American knew who they truly are, or any melanated person, but really, we talk about what the system over here in America, they would not do that. They just, it would be like a absolute not. Like, what the fuck? Do you know who I am? Like, they would be afraid to even approach you to ask. And I have felt that, like, my whole life around them people. I've been around them people my whole life. My mentors, all of that. And it was almost like a fear to try to ask, to try to like, don't get me wrong, like, I've been approached before, but it was almost kind of like, that girl, she ain't gonna go for that. She ain't gonna go for that. Even like the shit that Amazon pulled, they got back to me today. So I think they either released the payment or whatever, or they still doing their investigation, because they did say give it 10 days. But see, what they don't realize is, like, it's not like I have a federal copyright certification. Like, I have like a documentation proving, with the copyright number, it was given to me. It is good for the rest of my life, and then 75 years after my death. You cannot copyright, a third party cannot sell my book. And so Amazon, is their claim is that that's what happened. If that's the claim, you should be able to tell me who that is. Oh, we can't tell you. Then you're just made a lie up. Because if I can't find it, but you claim that is, then you should be able to tell me who it is. Because it's illegal. Because I need to file a copyright, intellectual, copyright infringement on them. Because I have that certificate. It's not like that. That is my intellectual property. That is federally protected for the rest of my life, and then 75 years after my death. So what the fuck are you talking about? Like, you can't steal my royalties. I own that book. I own, like, and that's why, like, yeah, people sign contracts. I ain't never signed a contract. This is how illegal. Like, this is how I know that their system is going to crash just globally, because it's like they're getting so desperate. Like, what when we talk about, like, stealing royalties, like, if that's what if Amazon, and I'm not under no contract with them or nothing, and it's like, if y'all would do that, it's like, imagine the people that they had, that people that signed contracts with them, like Angie Stone and Prince and all the people who have complained continuously about, artists' work, whether you be an author or whether you be a musician. And see that I own my stuff, and then you still find it trying, because they know I'm not in a system, and it pisses them off. I know that it pisses them off just from the way that, from the treatment. It's like, we didn't get her. Like, so they trying to bring me to the point of where, okay, if we break her down enough, then she'll have no choice but to come into our system and sign a contract or make a deal. Look, I will be the last motherfucker standing. Like, y'all have no idea. I don't, like, just don't value money. Okay, if you saying that we have to do this in order to survive, I just won't value money then. I just won't care about this. I won't care about that. I won't care about. That's how I work. Like even the way I see, like the way the algorithm manipulates stuff on YouTube. Like I don't have to watch fucking YouTube. I'm like, I'm detached, but I'm still gonna, enjoy the things where they're here, but if they're gone, I'm not going to compromise just to get them back. Like you just don't be attached to nothing, to no one or no anything to anybody for any reason because you can lose it. And I learned that just from, being taken from my parents and put in a foster care. And then, my foster care mother ends up adopting me, and then she dies 1 year later after adopting me. So I learned not to be adaptable as much as possible. Even though I'm a creature of habit for the most part, I have a very monotonous routine. However, when things change and shift, it's just about reconfiguring your response and the way you react very quickly, very logically, if possible. And you would have to really adjust even to the basics, even down to nothing, and still feel valuable and still feel like the royalty that you are. Like that you can't take. That's a soul thing. And that's light codes. I don't care if you got some Buster Brown shoes on your motherfucking feet. You better walk around like you that bitch. You better walk around like you that. I said I was gonna say that nigga. You better walk around like you that man. That you better walk around. Let me rephrase. You better walk around like you that woman, that royalty queen. And you better walk around like you that royalty king. I don't care if you got some shoes from Payless on your motherfucking feet and a shirt from Walmart. You better walk around. So what? Who the fuck is these people to sit up there and say that they're gonna charge you $1,500 for a bag, and all of a sudden that makes you have arrived, but you done suck some dick to get it. Man, these people are out of their minds. I'm like, I don't understand the world. I'm trying. I'm like, no, I'm trying, but like, I'm telling you, just don't value things. If you have them, they're there. That's nice. You can get them. Don't be mad at people that can get it. But when it's gone, who cares? Or if they take it away from you, who cares? We in this position where people, the reason why people are blackmailed into keeping quiet about things that are unjust and all types of stuff because they scared that they're gonna lose everything, and they work so hard, they suck so much dick for success, they ate so much ass for success, and they also work so hard to keep up the facade too of success. And you ain't about to tell them the little bit that them Khazars get them. Yeah, you can get you $1 million house and get a couple of Bentleys and get you what's it some whatnot, and you gonna follow these orders. And then even if they want to walk away, it's like if they walk away from your contract, then you go back to nothing, to zero, and then now ain't nobody gonna have your back. Like the community ain't gonna have your back, so them people just say fuck it. And see, yeah, you might be okay. That's like the situation with Kanye West. Like when he said, and they took all that stuff from him, and then you know, I hope people was around to have his back, but he found a way to. But most people didn't. Most people didn't. When he started going off the people, that's how people are. Same with Cat Williams. I wonder, when he was going through his stuff, did people have his back when people wanted to speak out? You will be on your own. You will be an island on your own, and that's why when these humans, that's why. Ugh, I'm sorry, but like as far as I hear people talking about, they want their freedoms and they want their liberations and they want their this, they want their sovereignty, but these niggas ain't willing to do that work for that. They ain't willing to put in that work for that. I already know this from the mindset, and that goes across all races. That's just Americans, period. I'm like, man, y'all literally are walking right into your own slavery and happy about it. I've never seen nothing like that. I said, whew, good God, man. Y'all not y'all really did. And they done doped them people up on so much fluoride and whatever other chemicals is in that food and in that water and stuff. I said, they gone. But I think it'd be some people that wake up, but just look, like, and all that stuff is manufactured anyways. You don't want to give it too much of your energy, but I ain't about to sit and cape for my own demise either. And so what I would say, I want a better world, and I've been building that. So that's why when people try to manipulate and say like, "Oh, if you do this, you'll get those." Man, I've been really trying to focus on you know creating stuff that will help people, and I've been trying to, um, it's been hard. It's being like not in a system and then trying to build on the periphery of it and be it and exist on this planet, knowing that that system is set up like that. They demonic satanic system where you take the oath, you got that system where you only move up for money if you do certain things. And I don't care what nobody said. They can lie to they blue in the face about that. Anybody that's spiritual can see that. Anybody you live long enough, you know what them people is doing. I've heard people that are in their 60s and their 70s confirm, tell me, and I just didn't know what the hell they were talking about. Like, girl, you ain't gonna get nowhere unless you fucking and sucking. Like, you talking about all this stuff that you got at school and stuff. That's nice, but everybody know what you got to do to get put on, you know. And or old ass man come to me and say, you need to choose, either choose the word of God or choose the world. And the devil is out, And I'm looking like, what the hell is you talking about? But they hide that stuff. So when people be talking like that, people think it's a game. People think it's a joke. People think it's a laughing matter. Oh, you just religious, and we know this not this science, and we know we're just we you're still the sheep, and they're not both sheep. Religious people are the sheep, but a lot of them people in the occult is sheep to me too. I'm like they are both sheep because it's all MK Ultra. It's all form of program. It's control of the mind. It ain't teaching you how to create your IPU. It's not teaching you what to think or how it's not teaching you how to think, it's teaching you what to think. This system. So how can you really evolve? And the original computation, this algorithm has always been to teach you how to think. That's why different IPUs exist. That's why different religions exist. That's created by different ascended masters because they get to the level where you create your own IPU, your own thought system. That's what that is. That creates your reality. And that's why back in the day, used to have it. It was nothing. I mean, you know how many, especially when Atlantean was down here, Atlantis was down here. Do y'all know how many IPUs were created on this planet? And it was known, but they were all from royal bloodlines, from Naga's bloodlines, of course, and from serpentine bloodlines. They were all related from the specific dimension that has connections to Saturn, but it's not quite Saturn. It's 125D, the dimension I'm from. They always had that. It ain't nothing new. But we always teach humans, not abuse them. That's why them people that saying that they them real boys and they treat you like slaves, they are not. They don't have them light codes because anybody that they wouldn't refer to humans as like goyim. Like they would. It's like it was always been fun to teach them, but humans are also not teachable at this time either. Like it was different back then. And so it's not. I wouldn't recommend anybody that's an advanced soul. There used to be a time where teachers could just come on this planet and also have a good time, but they try to subject you to the same bullshit when you age out of Earth system, and that's a problem. Like people are aging out of this, and they trying to keep trap people's energy here. And when that vibration break, I'm telling you, if your vibration get too high, then they just attack you. These people are crazy. And you're not about to tell me, oh, it's because you manifested that. No, I was sitting minding my motherfucking business. I know what y'all have done. And Masons are trying to cover that up. They are. They trying to cover up that target individual program and the fact that they get paid to fuck with random human. And it's gonna come to light, but they doing their best to cover it up. Especially that MK Ultra stuff that they be doing. They trying their best to cover that stuff up. They even covering for each other and they know they covering for a lie. They know they covering corruption. Even what happened with me, they know that there's some truth to it, but now they trying to hurry up and explain it away and say, well, it's because it's a purgatory, and it's because it's a this is the AI. If a frequency gets so high and a computational algorithm can't process it, then it's gonna try to. And I'm like, nah, y'all be literally trying to cap people's frequency, go around them and snipe they. It's creepy. And I know it's gonna come to a head. I know. For one, you don't have the resources to keep that up Because once at what all if every human on this planet awaken, what you gonna do? Send a helicopter, send gang stalkers on every what the fuck? You don't have the resources to keep the system up. So I already know that's how I know their time is up. I am telling you that. Their time is up. What you gonna do? Black Ops, Project Phoenix, every mother put everybody on a damn watch list. What? The people that do the watching are gonna awaken too. Hopefully. Or maybe not. But they're gonna be outnumbered by the people that awaken. Then what? Then they can't even fuck with the frequency. The frequency too high. Then what? What are y'all gonna what is the end goal? It's not even a sustainable plan. That's why I'm just so disappointed. I said, man, this planet has fallen to the complete abyss. I would have never thought it was this bad. That's why I'm gonna tell my peoples when I get back, look, we ain't, and even the Black Americans that we done recommended to go on at the souls that had already transitioned, they like, man, we telling these motherfuckers don't go to that place. They tell it don't ever. You ain't gonna get no more. The last of us that awaken on this planet, that would be it for them. 'Cause I don't know anybody that's advanced that will just purposely subject themselves. It's not like how it was back then. It take a lot of convincing these days. It takes so much convincing. It's not even funny. It takes so much convincing, incentive deals. You got to give damn near every spiritual gift, every spiritual protection systems, like to even just come down here, just to exist as a teacher. Like you have to have so much like dimensions on the play just to protect you because of what the wickedness that they do on this planet secretly through their secret society, and they lie about it. And that's why I'm just like, I can't stand. I can't take it. But anyways, let me finish this up.
So you have success, but you paid for it. And so with that success comes shame, because you wanted the success more than your self-respect.
See, telling you right there what it's about. I'm telling you, I've heard people that his age say the same thing to me in private about people are fucking and sucking to get these deals to come off successful.
And you notice all these people coming out now and saying, this is the price I paid, and I've been this miserable for all these years. But thank God I can say me too. And it took something off of me. Can you imagine being successful, knowing the price you paid, and choking on it for the rest of your life? Hey, everybody, I'm just fine. I'm great, and I don't care about what I had to do, except when I sleep at night or can't sleep at night. Reality.
What about wanting notoriety?
Notoriety. These days, people will do anything for notoriety.
It's true. It's true. And this was 6 years ago. And now all that stuff came out about the Diddy parties and all that just a year ago. With them making everybody go to the Diddy party. They was going to the Diddy party in a reparations space. I was like, Lord have mercy. You better believe I was like, oh my gosh. And speaking of that, Black Americans, I want you to understand this. Anytime someone truly wants to help you, in a real sense of the word, it's never that difficult. Have you noticed that since we have been in that space, and I'm in that space, I'm not in that space anymore, but I'm saying, like, remember how they were saying, we got to go to the OMB, or you can't use race. You got to use status. You got to say that you're free. You can't say you got to say this is what black means now. So we get the definition of black means this. They playing games with people. That's clear as day. You got to go to the AC, fill out this ACA, ASA survey, or this ACS survey. Fill out this petition. Let's go write this grant. Let's go to OMB. It don't take that much. If it's never that difficult to help a motherfucker, give us this redress. Where is the policy for it? Anytime you got to do that, we got to go to the OMB. We got to use a status. Y'all motherfuckers is playing games. You got to go to the Diddy party to suck dick. You got to go meet this politician. You got to go get the that's how you know is they playing games with us. That's why I said I gotta leave this space. This some devil shit. I ain't with that shit. Cause I'm like y'all making it too difficult. You go to the OMB, okay, that don't work. Okay, we can't. You gotta say Freeman's. You gotta say all these different acronyms. You can't say you're this. Black means any racial group from Africa. This means this. The government said this. The government said we can't use ethnicity and a race and a nationality and da 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 and da da da. Oh, it's too much. Anytime somebody want to help you is never that damn difficult. You ain't got to do all these motherfucking steps. Somebody is dicking you around. That's a lot. I could see it. I've been seeing. I said they dicking us around. And when that stuff with that OMB, and then they came up telling us we need to do another OMB thing. And I thought it was just gonna be that everybody call in and say we Black American, and then they give us the or whatever. And when I saw that didn't happen, and then they come back and say we got to do it again, or we got to fill out a CS survey, or we got to do this petition. Y'all, hell no, you ain't getting that kind of energy out of me. We God body up in this bitch. Look, if the government ain't gonna do what the fuck we want to do, then they got to do what the fuck we tell them to do. And we got to run the governance then. Shit, ain't nobody about to play these games with these folk. I don't play that game with someone else. I was like, why is it that difficult to help a nigga? Or to help? I said I gotta stop saying the N word. Why is it so difficult to help a person? It ain't never that difficult to help. If you really like something go get done, or you go, oh, you gotta go to the Democrats, we gotta go to the Republicans. No, I'm starting a third party. No, y'all trying to prevent us. Y'all trying to harvest our energy, and y'all trying to prevent us from starting our own shit. That's what that is. Y'all trying to distract niggas. I wrote this in December 4th, 2023. This right you see on your screen. That is, oh, you can't really see it. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Let's see if I do a full screen layout. And let me see if I could try to make it just a tad bit bigger, guys. I would like to make this bigger if possible. But I want you guys to see the date too. For people that just think I harped on this stuff with this Judite royalty stuff with this golden age. When I say I came up with that shit in relation to the presidential stuff, it's right in front of you on your screen. Matter of fact, I want to make sure you can see the date. You can't quite see the date. First, you can't change a version history of a Google Doc. Either the doc was created at that date or it wasn't. Right? So you see December 3rd, 2023. Okay, something going on with okay. I don't even know if I should. I'm gonna try to if you guys are on Rumble, I got kicked off the air, so I'm hoping maybe I don't know how long I was kicked off. It always kicks me off, so I'm sorry about that, guys. I will get my stuff together, or I'm gonna have to just upload later on Rumble instead of just going live. But forgive me for that. So you see, it says 2023. Now let's make it bigger so we can read what it says in terms of me talking about like the White House and the presidential stuff. Wait a minute, I'm trying to make this bigger. What is this doing? It's like it's trying to crop it or something. I'm trying to make it bigger. There we go. Let's see. See if I can make this a little bit bigger. That's all I'm trying to do. Okay. So let's see. Is this it? Okay, looks like you can see it. And so it says Black Americans need to focus on getting in that White House. I'm talking about a now I know okay, I'll tell you the context of this. This is not written out like with proper sentence structure or even like punctuation and whatnot. Because I write out scripts and I wrote this out because I was gonna put it in one of my YouTube videos. And so sometimes like if I'm in 2023 I still had to write considerably, like right now I can go off the dome and just talk, but back then I like to at that time I used to want to come off like really like professional and whatnot instead of just talking with my more authentic voice, like without having to read from a paper. So I had wrote this out in 2023 because I was just gonna, go off. I needed notes when I would make my YouTube videos back 2 years ago. So I don't quite need that now. Though I have notes, but it's not like all written out like how in a paragraph or not like this is. But I'm just letting you know like why you don't see periods or punctuations or in the and the fact that it says thoroughbred nigga, like that is so ghetto. I'm like, man, I need to work. I'm gonna get in the White House talking like that. But hey, it was real. But you saw it was posted in 2023. But let's finish reading it. It says Black Americans need to focus on getting in that White House. I'm talking about a real thoroughbred nigga in that White House that knows how to comport themselves and can get shit done and not corrupt. They're not corrupt, and they have American ideas, putting American jobs first, American education, American manufacturing, American foreign policy. Watch this part. A new day for America in terms of peace and a golden age for America. You can either have a golden age for America in terms of economy and innovations and inventions and prosperity for all, or you can have the Democrats and immigrants and wickedness, a lawless, godless nation. So that's what we have to choose. We have to get back to our values and looking out for America, the land, the ancestors, our bloodline. And so obviously, I threw a dig at that time, and I had a bug in my ass about the Democrats. I was really upset at the Democrats because I felt like they were neglecting their base. Obviously, it was Black Americans, and so I don't think I would have put that 2 years later, now that my mind can see that both of these parties are clearly one and the same. I wouldn't even address any particular party, but my opinion about like the golden age for America in terms of like the American ideas and whatnot, and in economy, innovation, and invention. Oh, that still stands. But you can see clearly that this term golden age, and I used it twice, so it was very intentional. You can have a golden age for America. You can have a golden age America in terms. So they stole this from my campaign because God told me to put that here. It's not like, I knew anything about. I remember seeing stuff, visions about a temple and stuff. I'm telling you, because I remember somebody called my phone in 2023 and said, "Oh, it looks like you were the one chosen to build a temple." And I said, "What the fuck is you?" In 2022, and I said, "What the hell is you talking about?" I'm looking, mind you, I'm looking, and they was like, "Oh, thank God, everybody's deciding to keep their oath." Like everybody decided to keep their oath, and so that I don't know what that means technically, but like I guess that they when they said it, it made me think like, okay. And I said, "What does that mean?" And they wouldn't explain it to me, but they was like, everybody, decided to keep their oath, so like I guess that means like so you will never find out. It was the hope was that I would never find out. So they even threw that out there, just thinking it was so arrogant. I was like, well, you ain't gonna never find out anyways, because they were like, oh, it looks like you were the one to build the temple. Build what temple? What the fuck is you talking about? So they had already knew about like you know the quote unquote Jews in Black America, because that was a conversation clear as day that happened in 2022, and they said that about it. They said they brought up a conversation about the temple, and then that's when I said, "Well, how come our names are in the dumbest day book?" And that means House of God. And they got like they panicked because they was like, "Oh, this shit is real." It's like, whoa, like this girl really is about to wake up and find out like the shit that they keep secret about the Solomonic bloodlines as it relates to masonry and the monarchy. And that's when the crash out happened, and people calling my phone, and it was crazy, man. But this golden age thing, God told me to put this. But God said that, say that. They said put this golden age there. God said put that, and uh, all I'm telling you, if I'm lying, if I'm lying, I'm flying. In 2023, no lie. Uh, you could probably look at my Google history. I can prove this with my Google history on my own because I kept seeing a dream about it on my own on my Google history. And matter of fact, I'm about to probably go and see him if I can find it too. I kept researching how do you build Solomon's temple? What does it mean to build Solomon's temple? What does that mean? Because I kept seeing it in a dream. And it kept like it was like you got to build Solomon's temple. I don't know what that means, so I kept saying like, how do I build that? How do I? And telling you, if you look at my Google history in 2023, I kept looking that kind of stuff up because it kept coming to me in a dream. So when I was crashing out, when I kept saying I would select myself as president over under Solomon, that's like it's not our fault. It's not the American people fault that like that information was hidden from them, but that is it is something that those at the top know very much so what I'm talking about. So the average Americans be like, "Oh, you're just crazy. Oh, that doesn't make any sense." But I'm telling you, at the top, they know exactly who I am, and they covering that up. And again, I don't want to be in their system. Like, I don't want to be in their world or anything like that. As far as that in the matrix like that. But that makes me think like I still have. It doesn't. I still feel like that's why my answers are like you got to focus on the Nakhti order. But they did say that whatever you do, this current administration is going to try to steal it and implement it and block you out and continue to shadow ban you. So they did tell me not to work on that for 4 years. That was the message from God. That was the message from God. Like, hold off. You're still gonna build, but you're gonna pivot a little because they were the whole plan, and I truly believe this, Black Americans, the whole plan was to have me out there talking all that stuff about the internet, about governance and all that stuff, and for them to be looking and taking that stuff out of the enterprise architecture and whatever I'm saying on my YouTube channel, and then implement it in a larger government, and then keep me shadow banned, keep me locked out, keep me financially blacklisted, and they whatever ideas I would have had for a golden age for America, they were just going to plan to steal them, and that was revealed to me spiritually. And I can already prove that this government, just from Cash Patel, had stolen the ideas from about the martial arts and intelligence institutions, and men doing the government instituting martial arts for the military and intelligence. And then Cash Patel says he wants to join with USC partnership to train the FBI in martial arts. I put that in my book years ago. Not obviously not the UFC specifically, but I'm talking about martial arts and intelligence institutions. So that was their whole plan. Their whole plan is like, let's look at whatever she got in that book. But the thing is, a lot of it is so high frequency and high vibrational. They ain't gonna want to really, they thing is they don't operate this system. I'm not talking about Cash Patel. I'm talking about the overlords. They like low frequency fear based shit. So they really can't. They don't. They really can't fuck with us on that level because our shit is so high vibrating. But at the same time, God did say they will try to mimic and lock you out. So for 4 years, God said, we're going to pull you off of that particular task and put you on this particular task. And you're going to be focusing more on Naka University and the education stuff. Um, but keep in mind, I can do a little things with the military science and a little bit because we're going to be building that military science department. And that's going to be more so uh, helping target individuals and whatnot. But as far as me sitting up there giving executive order after executive order and governance after governance systems and simulations and all that, guys said, we off of that. We just showed you an example. We listed what policies it would stand for and all that stuff. And we gotta chill because all they was looking for was to see what they was gonna use from my shit to say, oh, hey, here's our golden age, America. And so I'm like, no, I ain't giving y'all shit because y'all don't pay me. Y'all disrespect me. This government tried to bury me. This government tried to kill me. This government surveillances me illegally. So no, no, not until you come clean. You must come clean, and then I can let bygones. I'll be willing to help, but not when y'all trying to cover up shit and bury me. And y'all try to. The whole thing was, oh, she's crazy, and steal these blueprints and implement them and act like they came up with them. That's some wicked shit. I just don't respect that. I can't I can't, rock with that, you know. And it's other Black Americans that's starting to go through what I went through. Like um they gaslight. I remember one of the dudes, he was an anarchist in the reparation space. Next thing you know, he wanted to be a follower and started pushing government shit. I'm like, well, the government means mind control to govern the mind, to govern the mental space. So why the fuck is you over there reneging on what you truly believe? If you claim you're an anarchist, why the fuck are you over there even pushing it? You know they for government. You don't even know how to stand alone on your own and push your own line without the crowd. And I'm telling you, that stuff holds you back. So he started questioning like stuff about like they were doing, like, cause he didn't agree with it. They gaslighted the fuck out of him. They was calling him, they started to call him crazy. They started picking on him. And I'm like, damn, people really don't got no self respect because it's like, You got one time to put that out your mouth and you are out of my life forever, ever. Because you know it ain't true and you know you just some Satanist ass bitches that's trying to harvest it off of free energy of Black Americans. And I'm like, damn, man, y'all ain't even getting nothing out of that to be over. You ain't getting no big money over there to be taking that type of disrespect. That's crazy. And that's why I said they'll never see my face again. I already know where it's heading to, and psychically and spiritually and prophetically. God told me what's gonna come for them because you ain't about to sell out no last Judah Ayers of real royal bloodline. We talking about what makes a bloodline royal. You don't want to know. You ain't ready for that. For those in the know, you know what makes a bloodline royal. Yes, it's true. Yes, it's true. But it's not just that. It's not just connection to you know who. When it comes to us, it's multiple. It's multiple. It's Naga shit. They did touch down here, but when we talk about like, okay, who has connections, who's descendants of certain Nephilim and fallen angels, yeah, that shit is true. Who's descended of certain orders and whatnot, yeah, that shit is true. And those lines were propped up over humanity because they have access to genetic to ancient ancestral technology and the epigenetics that is more superior than what the average human has. And I'm telling you, the bloodline that's claiming that they don't have that over Black Americans. They don't have that over a lot of melanated people. And you're about to see that. That's why you think they always coming to you to put your motherfucking ass in a contract, coming to you to have you sign your life away. And they eat millions, billions of dollars, and you only give you fucking crumbs like they did to LC. Beautiful, beautiful ladies, stellar. You see it all time and time again. Talent after talent that get fucked and sucked up dry. And somebody else is eating off of it. And they claiming around, oh, we're the royal bloodlines. And then Black Americans are sitting there, they calling you some nigga, some nappy head nigga from Africa. While they sitting there sitting on your birthright. Your ass is binded in a ritual in the damn Domus Day book, House of God. And tell you where the Moorish Jews from from damn Ireland and from Normandy. And I can't speak for Spain and Portugal, but they some of them asses, some of them assholes came over here too. I'm talking about the ones from Normandy and Ireland. Mm-hmm. And bring their ass over to America and mingle in with the Indians here, and fucking suck on the Indians to get their land, and you know. And so, yeah, it's real. It's real, and they know that, and I prove that. I prove how those rituals work. And so I'm writing out to the motherfucking end. I don't care if I got Buster Brown shoes from motherfucking what, but they have Walmart on my feet. Oh, you bet you gonna see. You gonna see me walking around, you know, like they're $10,000 Givenchy in this bitch. As far as my spirit and my aura, as far as me standing in my royalty, standing in my bloodline, standing in my blessing that God gives me and my anointing. I'm gonna stand on it. I don't care if I got a $2 shirt on and my head sticking up on my head, like a hair sticking up on my head, like I'm looking, you know, because I know they're gonna try to put me through the ringer. They already trying to steal my royalties of a book that I own 100% publishing on with federal documentation to prove it. This is how desperate they getting. Y'all should have been ejected me out of this computational algorithm. I aged out and everybody knows it. It's fucking awkward. Like, and that's why, like, to be honest, like nothing excites me is, you know, in the world in terms of like that, their world, it's fake. I'm too aware that it's an illusion. So what the fuck am I here for? Because I'm not teaching y'all motherfuckers nothing. And I told God, I said, look, and I'm already starting to see the clashing between this dimension and Atlantis dimension. Because I already know that that's where we ascend into. That's what I'm trying to tell Black Americans. You better get on the soul train, motherfucker. You better get on the Queen Mothership. Because we about to be out this motherfucker. I've already told you that the little advanced stuff they be doing. And we talking about, you know, they be having levitation pyramids, the shit levitate and it be all types of different. You know how they be having them Oregon small ass Oregon crystals that you get on Amazon, Oregon pyramid that you get on damn Amazon or what California, whatever you gonna get them from. They got them big ass type pyramids like that, and them bitches still levitating. Just like how the ones that used to levitate on planet Earth. Yeah, they levitate. And they up there, but they look way better than the ones that Lucifer built down here. And he knows that he's the one behind it. He the one that taught that magnetic levitation science to humans. He sure did. He don't even know how to do it himself because he descended too far. I don't care. Y'all can get mad. Ask him. Go ask him to build it again if he can do it. Because that's he did it before, but he's also become too petulant. So he ain't able to he ain't even able to recreate it because the bloodlines that's trying to guard that science, they don't have his epigenetics. They don't. They have maybe even a small amount, but not more than the people that they enslaved and beat the fuck and beat them down. Not them. That's me a little too deep. I mean, got a little too deep. Let me make sure I'm storing the air. Yeah, yeah. Kaylin said it's the surnames. You right. Oh, yeah, there's stories. It's like going back to the time, the period ancestors popping up like that. How did you pop up on here? How did it go back that far? Right. Yep. That's right. That's deep. And I want to tell this to Black Americans: you never acquiesce into another person's system. We set up the systems, and they people got want to come into our systems or whatever. They just need to know that they will be monitored and they must do the work to evolve. They may be some rules that they have to do in order to be really fully ingratiated into the higher realms, but that will be on them on their own accord, knowing that they would be in a melanated system. I wouldn't acquiesce into another person's system. But I do think it was really smart for Black Americans to not give our energy to the beast in terms of them trying to rile us up about all this race stuff and oh they're doing that. Oh, Elon's being racist. Elon's doing this. Elon, we know these people is pieces of shit before they got in there. My thing is it is best to keep the vibration really, really high and to start focusing on building that parallel system. That's all I can tell you. If you're not going to do that, it's not going to work. You got to focus on building that parallel infrastructure. My thing is, I'm not letting niggas that I know hate me, that I know is part of their system and clicked in, steal my blueprints for y'all to do it. I'm canceling that out, just so y'all know. So y'all can't try to. Well, you're not allowing us to. You keep saying that we're plagiarizing. I'm not letting a nigga that I know hate my guts, steal my shit out from me and label me crazy and go and try to build. That's canceled, and that's canceled by God. I ain't got nothing to do with it because it's such a disgust at the system for what they have done and what they tried to cover up. And I'm not the only person that they're trying to hide this information from. And I think it's shameful for Black people to, after everything that we went through, to just try to go to their system and to try to make deals and take fiat currency in a dying system and to sell out in this day and age, knowing that it's crumbling and falling. Like you should fight to the end. And like I said, it's voluntary, but you must know that it's like it ain't nowhere in the world I'm just gonna just acquiesce into another person's system that I know is against me. Why don't we just create our own? That's the way my mind thinks. And so I don't understand I guess because people are paid off. But I can't relate to that. Like I'm real Judaic royalty. I am real, it's a bunch of Black Americans that got real royalty. Now again, not some of them it may be from Judaic. I can only speak from mine. This is something I know. This is from me. But I also know there's other royal Black Americans that come from different, maybe a different descent, possibly or not. Um, that are royal, and we ain't about to just sit and acquiesce to know that's not how a royal bloodline think. That's just like how how Winnie Mandela was foughting like that all the way into her old ass motherfucking age. She was old as hell when it came, still talking her shit, still doing what she. It just never even when Nelson Mandela got into like I think he was in the Order of Malta and folded. She never folded. That's why they divorced because she couldn't. She had no respect for him. Like you don't give up your throne like that. I ain't giving up shit. And she fought way to the end. That girl she was the power behind that whole thing. She the one that drove it. And once Nelson Mandela sold out in her eyes. She didn't have no respect for him. It's always the men. And that's how I feel. I literally feel that this day and age in 2025, as a royal Judah I heir, like I'm as one of the last ones with the highest one of the highest ranking for monarch birthright in masonry. I'm not about to sit and because this is what the system is ran by. For those who don't know, I'm not about to just sit and just be quiet and go acquiesce into their system and act like no, I'm not hiding that. I'm walking in it until the very end. Now, I'm not going to sit up there and play their game. I'm just going to try to do my own parallel infrastructure, but they be fucking with me. That's what y'all don't realize. They be fucking with me. And so, what the fuck am I going to do? Just lay down? No, we'll go to the end then. And when Atlanteans come down, when we really bust down on this bitch, don't say nothing because you don't know who you fucking with. You learned a little bit. I'm only 7% activated. I ain't activated worth a damn. And y'all saw just a little bit that I was running around having to do in 2023 just to get you motherfuckers off of me with just my mind. I am not I know for a fact I am not activated. I'm still running around eating some damn bacon. Do that because I don't want to fully activate on niggas. I be doing that like sometimes like I eat certain things on purpose because I have to drag my energy down in order just to even stay grounded on fucking planet Earth. Next thing you know, I'll be out there talking all in Atlantean language and moving shit all over the place like I was doing in 2023. Shit is a and I I gotta keep that shit under wraps. And I know what that shit feels like. And that feels like power like you have never felt before. It feel like your ass can walk through that motherfucking wall as clear as that. Just my nose is on my face and you see a wall in front of you. That type of power, it feel like you just touch that with a finger and that shit will fall. I ain't got time to feel all like that. I have to work up to that. And I know people be disappointed, like, well, why won't you just do that? Man, every time I try to do that, y'all have harassed me. Y'all start to gang stalk my motherfucking ass. And I don't want to deal with all of that. Just even today, I have the picture to prove it. It was just a bunch of it was like at least 5 people just standing outside of my motherfucking door. 2 knocked on the door. One person was in a car, and it was just 2 random kids. Just like, I don't have time for all of that. Why are y'all in front of my motherfucking door? A weirdo acting doing a noise campaign real loud, and I'm talking about like 7% activated. Like it ain't nothing that I'm doing that's major. Like I'm not sitting here meditating and chanting doing nothing. I be, I'm be chilling. I'm like, what the fuck? Like I can't. It's like, and I know that my frequency be higher though. My frequency has always been higher than the average person, but I feel like y'all gonna fuck around, man. Because imagine when it happens when other Black Americans start activating, or other Black Americans do this, or other people, humans in general. What happens when other humans just start waking up? What the hell are y'all gonna do? I guess they feel like they got the holographic technology to just, keep going. But I'm telling you, that's not gonna work. I can't wait till these motherfuckers get exposed as far as like what they doing to people. Y'all better not walk into that technocracy. Y'all better not walk into that technocracy. And here's another thing, like people they have no choice but to lie and to pay to keep it covered because they sold. So they don't care about going after no chosen ones because they sold 1 minute ago. So they already bitter and mad because they realize shit. I really didn't even have to do that. I really didn't have to. So they don't care who they drag down or who, especially if they feel like they don't like the person or they'll set their ass. I've seen it. I'm telling you, I saw people laughing behind the scenes. I saw people laughing, talking about some ha 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 sucker tucker. They thought they was gonna get put on and they thought they was gonna get money and get some clothes and get some and worry about cars. And we put them in that contract and they sucker tucker. Oh well ha ha ha, because they don't give a fuck. They got their kickback and they payment, and they was thought they was gonna do that to me. That was like, yep, this is a big gold mine, and we gonna get her for the cheap, and work her. Because I already know that God already gave me the number. Like, don't settle. You can't even. They don't even have a price to pay to put nothing on. To put your name to sign your name on nothing. They don't have a price to even fucking pay it for nobody, really for nobody. But we just talking about birthright air rights. That number, man, no, that's why I feel bad for anybody that was selling out, like signing that stupid stuff to get the little payment that they did get. I'm telling you, probably so. If even if they gave you 10 million, say if it's a Black American that was free, and they really of say real royal Judaic royalty, even if they gave you 20 million, like let's give you an example. They gave NBA young boy a $60 million contract. Really, that's even way too low, even for what he like. They don't get it. People don't get it. They don't understand that fiat currency means nothing in the spiritual realm. But those who run this system interdimensionally, that's all they care about is the transfer of your that's pretty much spiritual money laundering, the transfer of your kinetic energy for their fiat currency. And if they giving you 60 million and all you thinking all you gotta do is write some songs and sing some albums or rap some like they paying people 100 million just to bounce a ball up and down the street, up and down the court. You really think that's all that is? You really think that they just paying you 100 million just for that? It's exchange of your kinetic energy for their fiat currency. See, they know it's priceless. They know that shit's like shit. We get a deal. You pay this dumb nigga 100 million, and they giving us 10 times the amount of kinetic energy from them. They just don't know it, and they hide that from you. And I wouldn't get involved with none of that shit. I just wish we would have just kept to ourselves, had our own, all our own Negro leagues. And that's why I said we need to get at the head of the people who sold us out. That's why I'm saying, yo, pitchfork need to be at anybody who's a sellout because they always dig us deeper in a hole with this shit. That's what I'm saying. Even now, what's happening in the reparation space, there's a bunch of sellouts, and that's why I'm like, you need to really have a motherfucking head, or don't go near them. Change, like honestly, like as long as you keep your birthright, you good. As long as you keep your birthright, you're good. But you're gonna have to lead a system eventually, because it ain't no way in the world the system is doing everything it can do to ethnocide, and they got enough sellouts in on it to want to play. And so you ain't gonna have no choice but to build your own shit, or to go to another dimension, or to be ejected out of a dimension by the raising of our frequency so high that we crack their shit. That's all you gotta do. Or you get so angry that you crack their shit. It's gonna be one or the other, but your shit getting cracked. That's all I gotta say. And like I said, Black Americans don't trust no one. And I messaged that guy and I told him, trust no one, keep your head up. But I do that guy that's in a reparation space that they trying to MK Ultra his ass. I see them trying to rip out like his ori out of his crown chakra. Like I literally see them trying to like suck his consciousness out of his head. See, I see that spiritually. But he just thinking that it's just some reparation space and they gonna just talk it, but he don't realize he's being programmed. And I said, damn, they almost got him. They almost finished with him. And he was waking up too. I'm telling you, last week he was waking up. He was calling people out. And like clockwork, they surrounded, it's the same handler. They trying to be like handlers. They like surrounded him like clockwork. And literally was feeding him lines. It was like, okay. It was like, okay, now you say it back. And it was like, so remember, when we ask you this, what do you say back? And I'm thinking like, yo, this is crazy. I'm like, yo, this is some wicked devil shit. And I'm like, y'all gonna get it. Y'all gonna get it for fucking with these last royal heirs. I'm telling you, y'all, it's y'all motherfucking ass. That's why that dude that was trying to program him, your motherfucking ass was homeless. While you up there trying to, because they want to play that game and they whole thing is bring souls into the system. See, I don't even see that. See, I ain't fucking with that shit. I messaged him. I said, look, this is gonna be my last message. I'm not, I've done the most I can. I literally shared my crash out from August 23rd, 2023 of the recorded Twitter space of me going off about that shit. I've never done that before. I just did that this week in terms of what that reparation space is about. So if y'all want to play around with that shit, play around with that shit. But you don't need them to do that for you. My thing is whatever activations of your epigenetics was in you, that was already my shit popped out because it was too many stakes around me. It just got too bad where like the people that I'm my original dimension that I'm tethered to that are watching over me. And again, I have multiple dimensions watching even like shit that's here that's cloaked. Like that's why the Lemurians and the Pleiadians helped my ass out too. But I remember seeing them Atlanteans like, yo, we about to rain down supreme on these bitch ass niggas. Even the Nagas was like, yo, look, keep fucking with this girl. Like we let y'all know, like we sent her down. It was I'm just here to do recognizance investigation on something that has nothing to do with nothing that they doing in their system. Now, I did get caught up and I did forget and I did get fucking brainwashed and shit and fucked up and they knew I was coming, so they was fucking with me since I was very young. And it was very hard to remember that mission. I remember look, you better wake up, you know. And so I said, okay, I remember now. But at this point, it's like, man, I can't wait to go back because I'm like, I already see the major difference in the treatment. That's why I'm like, melanated people, you better be really working on raising that frequency because that's where they at. And I'm telling you, you will see like that level of advancement, and then you will be like, damn, I know, no wonder why they were so jealous of us. Like, damn, I would be jealous as fuck too. I would be I would be like, I'm telling you, like, if you saw what I saw from the Atlantis dimension in terms of like the melanated people, what they was doing up there and what they got access to, and we talking about, and you go to some of the dimensions where the Nagas from, they pitch motherfucking black, pitch black, pitch black, not just black as fuck or nothing like that. We talking about pitch like pitch black, pitch black. Like whatever in your room right now that you could look at that is just the perfect black. Like what's the number black on what on that color scheme? Is it 0000, whatever that color black? And that's just the norm for them. And see, ain't no racisms and ain't no crazy ass shit like that. We talking about these motherfuckers are running this shit really efficiently, really immaculately. I've seen it. I've seen it. And I said, damn, they doing that. That's what. And I got a couple of dimensions I could choose to go from to. So I'm like, damn, I want to hit up my original one. I want to hit up. I want, So I'm like, man, because y'all ain't about to trap me down here with y'all bitch asses. Like y'all sit up there, man. I'm just pointing the way this planet is being ran, but it won't be no more. But again, everybody better raise y'all frequency because that's the way out, and that's the way to crash their shit. Because that little cube thing, that shit's running on this damn last program. I heard a Black American that I could clearly tell was advanced AI. Um, that was in one of them spaces. This was a minute ago because I don't talk in Twitter Spaces no more, and I don't go in Twitter Spaces no more like that unless I'm doing some type of intel or something. But that even that we've gotten all the information we needed out of that space for the most part now. But it sounded like I was listening to a damn tape recorder. There was just no soul behind it. I'm listening to somebody, and it sounded like somebody just took a tape recorder and pressed a button, and it sounded like a black man, but I knew that. I said that's AI. I said, they think we crazy. I said, some of these people are not even real on there. They just literally there to keep you distracted. Or they holographic advanced technology. And they not human, like they not the same as us. Because I've heard several Black Americans tell me in private that I'm not human. And they said, we know who you are. We know who you are. I remember. hmm Like I said, people have been secretly saying stuff about third tempo and stuff to me. I just didn't know what it was. Like I said, I apologize to the innocent Black Americans who did not fold. My anger is never specified towards you, towards the innocent Black Americans. It's never specified towards you. And I needed to make that distinction between innocent Black Americans that they don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and sellouts. Sellouts. Okay, because it's about to get real as far as like the fall of empires and whatnot. Like people have done so much to try to hide the information that I've been trying to get out about the bloodlines. Like I remember people deleting whole websites, deleting accounts, all types of stuff, lying and slander to try to keep that information hidden because they were paid, but they also took the oath at the last minute, and they also do horrific black magic. So we have to be on our swivel, and just stay in our own bubble. But we have to stay away from haters too. Like it ain't no point in going around somebody that you know is playing the game. It ain't no point in going around somebody that you know is wanting to play the game or wanting to be super ambitious where they want to take the oath because they'll sell your ass out. They don't give a damn. And once they find out what that's about, look, they don't tell you up front what it's about. They don't care. So you be thinking you made it, you big dog. Okay. 2 to 4 years. We usually give it everybody 2 to 4 years. I tell people, I'm honest, I tell people don't go near it. But I know people that purposely get paid to push other people into it on purpose and they laugh and it's funny to them after they get other people fucked up in the game like that. And they kick back and laugh. And they are interdimensional and ain't nothing you can do to them about it. They're Babylonian deities, but they're homunculus deities. And Babylonians, them homunculus deities, they are not primordials, and so they think that shit is funny. That's why we pissed off at they ass too, because I've talked to two of them that are in human flesh right now, and they the ones that was like, ha ha, sucker Tucker, ha ha, that's what you get. That's what you get because you wanted to be famous, you wanted fortune, you wanted to sell out, you wanted to be put on so bad, ha ha, and they laugh about it. Whereas with me, I'm the one that'll tell you don't go near it in the first place. And then the other interdimensional Babylonian deity that is, well, he he just falls so far in consciousness, but he's I wouldn't consider him a Babylonian deity. He just fell so low in conscious from what he once was. Even he remembers his Atlantean dimension. He remembers, the 125V being an angel and being in heaven too. But he just fell so motherfucking far in consciousness, so low in consciousness, that man. But he's still very, very powerful compared to the average human here. He's still motherfucking powerful. But it's just like doing so much and not knowing. That's why I don't wish that on nobody, and I won't laugh at nobody or pick on nobody that got caught up like that because I don't think it's funny. I don't. I'm just telling people. That's why I say people. I'm telling people to stay out of it, and I don't, and I don't want to come off like I judge the people that, oh, you did that so you're wrong. Like, I understand people make mistakes. I understand people just don't know, and I understand some people did know. You know, that's their business. I'm just trying to tell the people that's not in it out not to get in it, and I know that people get paid to put other people in it. I know that for a fact that other people get paid to try to bring people into the system, and so you have to be careful. And some people they take a gamble, like a going to the casino. I'm gonna break down some masonry stuff around that stuff too. So just so y'all could know, because y'all fucked with the wrong one and the right one, and refused to make it right, and just wanted to keep it lie and cover it up and oh, she's just crazy, guys. Mm-hmm. Okay. It ain't that much. It ain't that much coincidences in the motherfucking world. No, it ain't. No, it ain't. A pattern is a pattern. It means something. Where there is smoke, there is fire. Mm-hmm. Black ass niggas try to cover that stuff up that they want. And when they Saturn crack their head open, they thinking that it's just see, we again, Saturn is not Chronos, Saturn is not Satan, it is not imitation. It is a satellite for a connection data points for different dimensions that are way higher than Saturn. And I come from 125D, bitch, and we've been watching y'all niggas down here. Y'all do some horrific stuff to people and try to lie and cover it up, man. But y'all mess with our baby. Y'all mess with me. And I'm telling you, like when they crank down y'all head, I ain't is my thing is I'm still seeing plays behind the scenes. Like I see certain stuff behind the scenes that say the public can't see. That is certain people are still doing, that a certain person is still doing, and they get to just hide their hands and say and act like they not doing shit. But I can still see what they're doing in terms of trying to cover up stuff or trying to bring people that they know that I'm close with or cool with. All of a sudden, they want to go around them. Every little person, it never fails. It's an isolation technique. My thing is, look, I'm not attached to nobody. I don't give a shit if I'm the only person on this planet by my like, and because everybody want to be a follower and go and follow that person or be bought off and paid off by that person. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't expect anybody to be loyal to me. I don't. I mean, I expect loyalty if you're my friend, but I won't. At this day and age, I just know how people are, and so I wouldn't. I wouldn't be shocked, is what I'm saying, if when people turn on me or when people start, I just noticed like everybody that if even if it's just a message. So I know this person is still able to monitor like my messages and and monitor my emails and what I'm doing on my YouTube because like it doesn't matter. Like he will find a way to try to get them on his side. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? I don't give a shit about that. I'm not in competition with you. You apparently are going overboard in competition with me. Is I'm not even, but it's so covert. So then like the public can't see that. And so I'll come out and publicly speak about it where he's doing shit behind the scenes, trying to act innocent, like somebody just picking on him. And it's just like y'all just some weak ass niggas. I just call this shit out to your face. I will go head to head and toe to toe with you just to your face. Like I don't have to work with a whole team and work with Jews and work with the government and the Masons and then like if I when I come at you like it's like you just it's just that's just what it is. I'm not a scary ass coward like that where I gotta have a whole team of flying monkeys to go after you and narcissistic abuse and covert harassment and it's that's weakness to me. I don't know what kind of power you think you got if you gotta pay a motherfucker to pay random ass niggas to harass a person and all. Y'all some weirdos. I'm like that's weirdo shit to me. That's what I'm saying, man. If y'all went, man, y'all talk about them days when Osiris was running around here. Osiris was running around here, and so Hootie was running around. Like these niggas wouldn't stand a chance. Y'all would get smacked the fuck up. It would be nothing. Y'all would get smacked the fuck up. Smooth, cold, cock, like nothing. And I can't wait till they tell this coming too. As far as that level of power, I have that level of power in me. I've seen when y'all try to run up on me and y'all running scared. And when I get activated on y'all motherfuckers, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing because we already warned y'all. Y'all got random ass niggas knocking on my door talking about some damn mail and then trying to act like find any excuse to keep coming here. If it don't come for the third time, your ass ain't coming back here. Your ass will be reported to police. Jamario Mitchell, whatever your name is. We got your name, we got your pictures, we got your voice recording. Shit, I don't give a damn. You ain't about to keep finding a reason to knock on my motherfucking door when you don't legally. I'm not when you don't legally live here. Are you crazy? So that's why I said, okay, I'm about to get activated even more because y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. Okay, so now I want to talk about like for the next I'm gonna cover this Tesseract angle a little bit later though. I'm gonna delete that because it's throwing me off. Um, for the next 4 years, the first thing we're gonna talk about, what I talked about earlier, is the Nakhti philosophy. That's gonna be the first thing because again, the Nakhti philosophy is a science that is taught to 5-year-olds in the Atlantis dimension, and so we do have clearance to give that out and break that down more. So that would be the first one. The second one is we want to start this for the next 4 years. Again, this is for the next 4 years because I gotta let the system lag because all they do is try to copy and take credit for the shit I be doing. So I'm not giving out no game that is gonna keep propping this wicked system up. Um, because it doesn't serve me. I didn't come to be drained and then to be fucked with and labeled crazy and blacklisted on. I didn't come for that. So you look, it is what it is. You do your thing, I do my because I already know where their system is going. The second one is a program for kids. Like that's the second thing we'll be working on for the next 4 years. A program for children. So like looking at like a self-esteem class and uh cartoon Saturdays and shit like that. Like that's what we'll be doing. That's another thing I want to do. And work with other people who want to build a curriculum or teach a class for kids and whatnot. They can do that on as well on Nakhti University, however they want to do that. And then the other one, we might get into a little bit of probability distribution science for the Nakhti philosophy, but that is going to be for a higher grade of initiates. Um, and you would have to most likely even take a test to even learn that science. I have to see. I'm not just going to be like if you don't understand the Nakhti philosophy first part, there would be no point in taking that. They're trying to learn Nakhti philosophy 2.0 with the probability distribution science in terms of how to create an IPU. That wouldn't be. And if God say don't even get that to the public, then that will be. But I do think it's okay to give to the public. I just think it has to be encrypted, and I do think that it's not even like initiated because I don't. There is no oath or anything in the Nakti order. There's no oath. There's no. It's not a secret society, but there has to be some sort of gatekeeping mechanisms to make sure that that information is not taught to lower level beings and lower level frequencies on this planet. I don't mean to come off. Now that's what they say. Oh, you being elitist. You're saying that we're not worthy. I'm not talking about based on your race or based on your class. I'm talking about based on your frequency. That's it. And yes, I look down on a motherfucker that don't have no integrity, that won't do anything for money, that would do anything to harm another person. Not, no, I'm not talking. Yeah, I look down on that. The fuck. And then the next thing we'll work on is again is that I got to finish up that encyclopedia for Black Americans. I've been working on that. I got distracted though. Not distracted. I just worked on other books because that one it takes a lot of energy. But I'm gonna get back to it. And then the other one is the last thing I think we wanted to talk about. Last thing I wanted to work on for the next 4 years is something with the military science department as it relates to targeted individuals. Uh, I know we're doing. I know I got to finish the Nocti Order website, and so that stuff is going to be up in terms of the governance and civic affairs department. But we may do something like say a course or two about constitutional studies. But I'm not giving clearance to build something yet that's parallel to the system within the next 4 years because they really thought they had an easy lick and they was just gonna steal all my fucking ideas. That was pretty much the plan. Was to just whatever she come up with, let's just mimic it and just lock her out, continue the shadow banner and tell everybody she's crazy while we steal her shit. That was the plan. And so I have to just move so much differently. I have to move so much differently. And it's as simple as that. I was willing to do it. I wouldn't have cared, but these niggas don't, it's like that's not even smart. That's not even smart. And these bitches they're just too much ingratitude, too much wickedness. And I just don't respect that. I don't respect how they was moving. And I saw that deception. And I know I did. And they'll lie about it too. They continue to cover that up, but don't come over here with it because the only thing you're gonna be getting for the next 4 years is the Nazi philosophy, and it's too high vibrating for the Matrix for one, and then some program for some kids, and working with instructors to help get more centers and departments. Like even if somebody didn't want them necessarily a whole center named after them or a whole department that they want to teach. Maybe they just want to teach a course. That's fine. But like, say if someone has an idea for like with Kaylin in a genealogy center or some shit, that could be her whole thing. You know, um, or someone with you know, a history department or sociology department, whatever it is, heart science department the things that they teach or they want to give tutoring to children, however they want to do it. I'm an open-minded person if they have the skill set. It's not even so much about the credentials, more so as the skill set is more important. Um, but certain things like you do have to have a credential for, like, I mean, you know, someone's trying to teach financial literacy or something, or maybe even some of the hard sciences of STEM, like nanotechnology or something. I do think there should be some sort of credential, at least at the master's level for some of the fields, but for other fields, no. You could be self-taught, you know. It's just you have to have a proven body of work. It has to make sense now. I can't just throw up any about Joe Schmo up there to be but it's not about like, a credential. It is the skill that is important though. and the ability to be effective in the teaching itself. Um, and again, I am an instructional designer, so I can guide along those paths and whatnot. But that's another thing that I would want to do. But I do know, since a lot of these kids are going to be out of school, whatever they're going to do, I don't think they. I don't. When I think of the Department of Education goals, I literally think of like a bunch of Black kids not being able to actually to be in school. And I think that's a possibility. I don't know how far they're willing to go with the system, but what I do see happening is I do think they're trying to eject. I don't think that it's like trying to. I think they're trying to eject Black Americans out of this matrix because they know that we got to go back to our own dimension. I'm not saying that's what they're doing, but I think that will end up being one of the byproducts, or that could be like the blessing in disguise type thing. I do think that that's an aspect of it, but I do know we have to keep our vibration high, and we can't feed the beast. We must starve the beast, and we must delineate or make a clear distinction between those that want to be in that matrix and those of us that want to be out. Because I know that's one of the reasons why Black Americans are so quiet, is because they see the system for what it is. It ain't shit. We don't even fit. I don't. We don't fit in. I ain't about to keep complaining and complaining about racism, complaining. Give us these reparations, marching on Selma and all this shit. Fuck this system, man. Y'all sitting up there playing these games with these people, yeah, man. And you got them infantile. What have you done to my people? Like they act like children now. And these were people that was ruling over your ass. Like what the hell? What did y'all do to these? It's mind control. And we done with it. And we know the Black niggas that sold them out too. We got a list of them. We know who they are. And they are entities, and they've been doing this shit for a long time. You just think that they human. You just think that nah, that nigga been doing that shit for thousands of years. They don't care because they can't move up anyways because of what they have done. Even if they are, then they actually are high vibrating. Some of them now. It's not like they not powerful, but they did take that deal and they honor on their contract, or it's they ass. I don't know what they afraid of, because we already told him that we would move on and let bygones be bygones, and that he was gonna go back to our dimension with us too. I just think that fear of the unknown, fear of the unknown, and you know, I don't know. What do I know? And also, another thing we'll still do is the Nakhti Order Friday lives. But I do think that we should do some of the private lectures, because I got a lot of backlog of content. Like when I say I got content that I ain't even had, that I didn't even get to from 2021, that I mean, shit that I created on my own. Like it's topics that I have a whole shit that I didn't cover in 2023, stuff I didn't cover in 2024. I probably got like I have years worth of content. Like I'm never worried about YouTube content. Like I'm not one of those ones that freak out because I don't talk about like a lot of I'm not a gossip YouTube channel. I mean gossip about a person on my channel, but like I'm not like a, what's it called, celebrity gossip news. I'm not like that, I watch it on other people's stuff sometimes, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not, that's not my lane. And so I never run out of things to say or things to talk about. I literally have years worth of stuff that I didn't even get to yet. And I'm like, damn, I was supposed to do a whole series on that. I was supposed to talk about, to teach this, teach that, teach this. I said, damn, the Nocti philosophy series, I had, that was supposed to be done 2 years ago, and I still haven't gotten to it. And even that's going to take about a couple of months to get through. And so I'm never worried about that. I just have to figure out logistically what's better. But that's just, I just wanted to get people who have been rocking with me, like, just to like, okay, well, where were you going with, when you talked about, this not the order governance thing, and you being the rightful heir, where were you going I'm just letting you know, for the next 4 years, we'll talk about civic affairs and governance, um, as it relates to Nakhti University, but I'm just protecting myself by not allowing myself to be exploited when I know that this government just see me as a lick to just copy shit and steal shit from and not pay and not respect. And so I can't chance that at least for the next 4 years. And plus there's a group of black people that are actively against me too that will help the government do it. And so I just have to move completely different and pivot completely different and talk about something. I have my own intellectual property. No one can say, "Oh, I came with an active philosophy." Well, do you got the federal copyright to prove it? Because I do. I have the certificate number. Because I do. That's all. It's my own work. Like I just find it disgraceful what people be doing on this planet, man. Like as far as like the thirstiness for other people's shit, like it's so weird. Like even what happened with Angie Stone, like that was foul what they did to that lady, man. And ain't no celebrity bigging her up. Ain't nobody because they claiming she broke the oath. She ain't want to be in a system no more. That's ridiculous. Like you notice D'Angelo ain't nobody say nothing because they had her on a list. That was a hit for sure. I mean, that's very obvious. But they ain't nobody saying, "Oh, farewell, R.I.P." because they put her on the list to blacklist into because they claim that this is what happens when you break the oath. That's why ain't nobody giving no condolences to Angie Stone. Angie Stone, she had some good music, you know. D'Angelo ain't say good riddance. I'm not good riddance, but R.I.P. or nothing. Like that's weird. That's really weird. No, nobody really reported on it because they know what they did. And they were saying that they were saying that she broke the oath. What I don't even know what the hell that what does it mean to break the oath? Because from what I'm understanding, she started getting more into like Christianity. So I wonder if that's breaking up. I'm trying to figure out like what does that even mean? Because she talked. I know she was going to obviously sue UMG and whatever for her royalties, and so I mean that ain't breaking an oath. So I'm like, why do they say that? Did she just want to walk away? She didn't do whatever they asked her to do, and they offed her because she didn't have the protection to carry her through. And they took her out. Mm, that black woman, and you know another thing that I wanted to talk about was like with those, I wanted to show you this with these Democrats because I'm not giving my energy, my God body energy to bullshit where I know these people are in on what's happening in this country, I'll say. They in on it. They all working together. So I'm not about to sit and play these games with these people. And I said I was going to come up with some real big, some not real big, but like some real high level strategies and whatnot to for the Democrats. But they gonna have to either send a code to let me know that they are serious before I even put that shit out on Nakhti University. Because right now I can wait. It's already done as far as the outlines and the outlines for it. I was gonna continue to work on it other than that, then I'm just gonna go third party route. I'm not trying to get a job from the Democrats or nothing like that or work all in a system. I really don't want to be in this political system that well. That innate matrix political system. I just want to create a different one. That's why I do hope a cool third party comes out, and they can use that strategy or, someone maybe start a third party, you know. I would not mind giving them that strategy, but it is gonna still go up there. It's still gonna go up there. But as far as me just specifically addressing the Democrats, with this no because y'all not serious. Yeah, and I know y'all not serious because look at this, look at this right here. Now again, I think that these ladies, I'm not trying to bash on no women or nothing like that because I'm talking about like the Democrats. 'Cause I'm about to show you some other crazier matter of fact, maybe we'll start with that because I don't like it. I don't like to make it seem like I'm just dragging some other black women's and all this stuff. Look at I'll show you this first. We'll go here first. And so this is what the Democrats are proposing, for their campaign or whatever. And this just looks insane. And I got a feeling like this gotta be y'all trolling. This is a stage. Like this is a psyop. Like I can't with me, I don't want to be in that illusion. I don't want to be in that matrix. Does that look fake? They don't even look real. And by that I mean like it says somebody put our side would be in power forever if this is our opposition. They're talking about the Republicans versus the Democrats, which I think is very stupid to be caught up in that matrix like that. My thing is they about to usurp the Democrat Party. They about to be one. There is not going to be no two-party system. It's about to be one party, and Americans are going to be very unhappy, and they're going to go with third party type shit. It's going to be just all over the place in 4 years, if there's even another fucking election for the rest of the week. Seriously, but look at this right here. Like y'all want me to give you this high level. Not y'all want me, but like I don't feel comfortable just dedicating like that. Like that's they have to. My thing is, if people want the help, they'll come to you. And so I'm not about to just offer help because someone is claiming they in a crisis. You ain't in a crisis doing this type of shit. The Democrats was wanting to claim that they were in a crisis. You ain't in no motherfucking crisis doing this type shit. You seem mighty unserious to me. And it look like you don't need my help. I'll play it right here. Does this look like somebody that needs some help? It look like they playing around and that they trying to just, I don't know, they just dicking around. But like I said, if the Democrats, you claim you're in a crisis, if you want help, you would ask for help. That's how I look at it. Now, the strategies are still going to go up on Nakhti University, but I doubt if they do anything with it. I think that a third party, I'm really hoping that a third party pops up and not something that's from the machine, something that's more authentic and genuine and is aligned with Nakhti order policies. Now look at this right here, guys. And this is AOC. Like, does this looks crazy? This looks crazy, Black Americans. Like, look at this is the Democrats. They need to get their shit together. Like, ain't no way in the world this will make me go and vote for or make me want to be a part of their party. So let me just play it and shut up. Don't that look cheesy? Choose your fighter. This is bad. And my thing is, you acting like you in a crisis. You gotta be playing with me. This can't be serious. Like, who is giving these people these ideas? And look at this one. And so I'm like, I'm not trying to, I know that they probably like, man, you be dogging us and all that shit. No, we ain't taking your strategies or nothing. We don't need it. That's fine. But I'm telling you, what I got compared to what this is, look, this is a joke. The shit that I came up with, oh, that will win you an election. Y'all know secretly, I don't care how much y'all don't want to admit it. Y'all know secretly when I was putting up all that stuff up there for Trump and about the strategies they need to use, and they was using that shit. Y'all know secretly. I don't know which handler was able to get it to him or which handler did what. But y'all went one way, one somehow. Y'all motherfuckers, he got in that damn White House. We know what to say and what to do to get his ass in there. And you could do that with anybody, to be honest. But this ain't gonna get it. This ain't gonna get no white. That stuff when we saw them doing that little jump up and down, acting like they flying from out of the sky. This right here, this ain't gonna get you no election. This ain't gonna win you no election. This right here, this thing right here. This make me think you playing games. This make me think I'm wasting my time. Like I said, if you want the help, you would say so. Okay. Another way y'all could structure this is have Democrats females, Republicans males, and elect like I said, a male president and a female president, co-president. Like y'all better be doing something like that if y'all gonna just do this shit. But this look crazy. But look at this one right here. It says this country is divided. Somebody's got to fight for it. Okay, so let's play it.
Oh no. It's a cultural divide. I'ma get it on the floor. You really about to do it? 40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the music. You really about to do it? Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't fake influence. Think it on it like that. Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through the back like must have on a beat, bro, deep boat in rap. He a freak though, man down, call an ambulance.
This girl with the beige, she ain't got no rhythm. I ain't trying to be mean, but it just looked like it don't look like she want to do this. Like, who came up with these ideas? Like, I don't think they are coming up with these ideas. I think somebody is. I think their handlers are telling them to do this shit. This looks crazy. And I like, again, I'm talking about for in terms of the politician, as far as taking the L that they took and then putting this out and again, I think that Jasmine is a very pretty girl. All I keep seeing is a attractive looking woman, and that's it. I don't like this would not make me want to go to no polls. I don't know no black people that it will make, I don't know no black people that would be like, okay, yeah, where's the policies? What is she talking about? What does she stand for? And so I think this is a stage. They playing games. They ain't serious, and they know they got it all figured out anyway. That's why don't nobody care anymore because they honestly, it ain't gonna be no two-party system. It ain't gonna be much of everybody pretty much know it's all coming out. Everybody know that ain't no big difference between Democrat, Republican, and all this shit. So that's why they playing around because they already know. Everybody done figured it out. Now let's watch it again.
Oh no! It's a cultural divide. I'ma get it on the floor. You really about to do it? 40 acres in the mule. This is bigger than the.
This is the Congresswoman. Honestly, I don't care about like the actual rapping and all that stuff because I have a lot of edge to me. So that part, it just don't feel genuine. See, they show her real accent and shit where she, but honestly, you can't really go off that because like when it's a lot of Black Americans that know how to speak like slang and whatnot or ebonics in a home. Like that's like when, like if someone is to say like, "Oh, you did this, you ain't even know it, you ain't even know it," or versus saying, "You didn't even know it, you didn't even know it." Like y'all motherfuckers need to shut your ass up. Like that. That's a different context and say, "Well, why don't you guys be quiet and shut your mouth?" Like that. That's like we know how to. They call code switch. But me, I never really code switch like that. Um, maybe on my channel you hear me sometimes with certain topics like if you notice like in the beginning of when we covering like say the mock simulation executive orders or when we're talking about like um the certain things that the Nakhti order stands for or whatever or if it's a more serious topic you'll see me speak a certain way and then I'll be like once we get to the more informal part I'll just let loose. And so I can't really hold that. The accent change against her, that doesn't really mean anything. If it was a white person, that would be more suspicious. But with her being a, black woman, she understands like it's like two different languages. Not even two different languages, just dialects rather. It's the same language. It's just like different uh this is a different pronunciation. I'm trying to think of another way. I instead of saying all right, it's like and I remember throwing people off when I was like, man, I, shit. They be like, I, you mean all right? We know how to say it both ways. It's just a matter of context and the situation. It's just situational awareness. That's all it is. It's a matter of situational awareness. But let's take a look at this again. So again, this part don't bother me. I do think that people should be themselves and let loose. Like if this is what she wanted to do, I just want to see the more serious aspect of herself as well. Like you gotta have both. Like not that you gotta have both, but like there has to be more substance in relation to like seeing more so of the policies and the agendas that she stands for as a congresswoman and not just like her dancing to Kendrick Lamar. You know, again, my strategy will help y'all motherfuckers, but y'all, like I said, y'all not getting nothing for free no more. You're gonna pay on Nakhti University, and if not, then the third party would pay said shit. Because I already know that when I'll be thinking, but I'm just trying to figure out like where are they going with this? And that's why I say I'm gonna still need like about a month just to study what they're doing to see where they're going. Because I think they're working together, and I think that they about to dismantle that party and just usurp them into like a unity party or a different party or rise up to like say like the Green Party. I think the machine's gonna be behind it even. But I can't picture them just rolling this out thinking they gonna win no damn election. You know, this is bananas. I mean, I don't know. Even Black Americans will feel comfortable voting for, a lot of people would still vote. A lot of Black Americans would still vote Democrats, but I think they would just be looking like, what in the world? We demand better. But let's take a look.
The music. Yeah, they tried to rig the game, but you can't
Look at the girl in the beige. She look like she don't even want to do this shit.
fake influence. Hey, I'm tripping, I'm sliding, I'm riding through
Look at the girl in the beige. That's my thing. Like it looked like she like, man, we don't want to do this.
the back like fuck. Must have on a beat, bro.
Yeah, somebody get told them to do this.
He a freak though.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the like I study every little thing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Let them boys to the cross, they walk around like thieves. What's up with these? Oh no. It's a cultural divide.
Okay. So I wonder what made them say like, let's go and do this, and this is gonna, you know, get people, to understand the message of I guess they'll get what was their objective of even putting this together? Did they think like this is what would make the public want to come out and support? Like this does nothing for me. Like this, it to me, I could see if they won and they were doing this, I wouldn't even care. Seriously, like if they had won and they were doing this, I wouldn't care only because at least they have the competency to have won, and the people, they had the competence. It's not even the people, but they had the competency to have at least pulled off the facade of winning. At least pull off the facade of winning, right? But they lost miserably, and they just out here doing this. And so I can't. I don't think it's no crisis. I don't think it's no. I just think they all in on it. And I do think they trying to set up plays, and I do think it's just time for Black Americans to work on their own system. And this right here makes me want to put work on my own, work on a parallel infrastructure. It doesn't make me want to develop, you know what I mean? It doesn't make me feel comfortable to say, well, let me and go and get some strategies for the Democrat Party. This doesn't propel me because I'm like, well, they're not serious. Why would I be serious? Like, I can't, you know what I mean? You're clearly not serious. That's how I look at that. Sure do. I just think it's time to come out of a system, Black Americans. And like I said, I do think it's smart to not be going out there wasting your energy protesting. Use your mentalism, though. Use your mentalism, and start thinking in terms of 360 degrees, not just 33 degrees. There's secrets beyond that, especially if you're tethered to like Atlantis or Saturn, you're in quantum entanglement. Like, it's certain beings of us, we get targeted on planet Earth, but we are rock stars on other planets. Like, people know it's just on planet Earth, y'all just give us such a hard time. Like, we hate it here. Like how Yeshua's hated. Like, it's like the prophets is like rock stars on other planets, but like here, it's like it's like weird. It is. Like I notice, every time, I say something even on my channel, like there'll be like these group of agents that are there to say that it's the opposite shit or just make stuff up. And so what I would tell Black Americans, please use your logic. I'm willing to test like how weird these, how far these dudes were willing to go. Because if I say like, okay, the sun comes out in the daytime. I'm pretty sure that they will send out an agent to say, "Oh, that's not true," because the sun would do the. And I'm saying I monitor a lot of stuff, so I see where it's happening, and I know that it's designed to steer away people from, my natural influence. Because I don't have to play their game to have natural influence. They got to shadow ban the fuck out of me. They scared. They scared of me. Like I'm not scared of them. You know. And that's why I say I'm staying away from their game. Like, I'm just, just use your logic. Use your logic. Like that's the best. That's the best kicker in your discernment. And then also like pay attention, to who's shadow banned. Like who? Why are they hiding? Like what are they trying to keep covered up? And then why do they have a whole team of weirdos out trying to like copy the shit or say something to undermine her? It's just weird. That's why I'm like, man, like that's why that 33-degree shit it don't mean nothing. It don't impress me. We understand 360 degrees, 1,000 degrees, all types of different motherfucking degrees. Mm-hmm. We're gonna see too. And this obsession with, you know, we all gotta do the same thing. We all the great mother. No, the fuck we are not. Like, where the fuck do y'all get? Like, where do y'all be getting this shit from? I literally heard we all the great. Okay, we shall see. Okay, um, niggas ain't got love for us chosen ones, but that's all good. But my thing is, I can't believe how these people thought that I would program their matrix for them for free while they take credit for it and had me shadow banned while they smoke fucking ketamine and shit, and then try to label it a golden age and it would have been off of my work. That's why I said, oh no, we ain't doing shit for 4 years, but teaching Nakhti philosophy and doing stuff for Black children and building up Nakhti University and doing a little bit for civic affairs and governance. Now, if somebody wants some consultation with as it relates to uh strategy for like again the third party or something like yeah. That stuff is still gonna get done. I'm still making because the outline is already done, so I might as well just put it out there on my excuse me on Nakhti University. But what I would tell Black Americans is do practice that mentalism. Start thinking high vibration, high frequency, and start thinking about what the things you want to like how you want to collectively destroy it. I won't say maybe that's too strong. How you collectively want to see justice? How you collectively want to see, uh, systems that are low governing force or systems that are wicked fall. Start thinking about like the things you also want to see, your own leagues again, your own schools again, everything that's by you. If we start thinking about those things collectively, that's what happened. We have to keep a high frequency. It's not a competition, and stay away from fucking sellouts. Anybody that you know is going to work for the government and put the government over you. They come to you and tell you, "Oh, we can't use this. We can't use race. We can't use status. We can't change the definition of race. Black needs this. We can't. We got to go to the OMB. We can't do this." They don't take that. You don't. What the fuck? You ain't ready to. You ain't here to help me then. Cause you giving me word for word or tell me what we can't do every time you're trying to say you're trying to help Black Americans get reparations or redress or whatever. You ain't here to do shit but cause some confusion to be a fucking agent and a distractor. It don't take that much to help nobody, Black Americans. If this government wants to help your ass, it would have been helped your ass. It's a fact. It's been 400 years. If they was gonna do it, they would have been did it. But like I said, since 2022, since all that shit happened to me, you seen how this shit has been dismantled without firing a shot. And it's still crumbling. You can't see. I see it spiritually. Y'all just can't see it spiritually. I see what's going on spiritually. And I'm not saying you, but because there's a lot of people that can see it too on the writings on the wall. You get at these secret societies, you get off their controlled opposition. That's the GIA shit. That's the Saturn shit. That's the Atlanta shit. We out. That's how you got to do it. You see how to dismantle a fucking wicked system without firing a shot, without getting nobody killed. That's why that no face, no case. That's what you gotta say. No face, no case. Ain't got no case, ain't got nothing. I'm just a crazy lady, right? Remember that? But I see it. I said, oh, they shit is at its they at their last hurrah. See, we got after the interdimensional beings that created this matrix, and that was lying. So we got at them. You ain't had to go get no weapons and go get no guns, get no nothing. And y'all still can't even see that this shit on its last leg. And y'all thought y'all was gonna go in line with that nigga. Y'all going in line with that nigga. You be right here for the next 2,000 years, but really you're gonna destroy y'all planet in less than 500. So we don't give a shit. You got a chance to build a golden age for your own self, but you're gonna go in a line with some white folks that been beating your ass, that been oppressing your ass for 500 years. Yeah, it's your asses. Okay, you gonna give me your ass to kiss? Okay, you give Atlantis your ass to kiss? Good luck. You give Saturn your ass to kiss, and I'm telling you, they're gonna do smear campaigns against Saturn. They're gonna do smear campaigns. If this system was propped up using the lowest octave of Saturn, why wouldn't you figure out the highest octaves of Saturn? Saturn is not Chronos. Saturn is not Satan. Saturn is not Satan. Some bad. They have malevolent. They have a duality, of course, but these people they about to teach y'all some botched ass teachings to keep you away from power. And if you fall for it, that's on you. And then they're gonna be black men, and it's gonna be Masons that come out with this shit. They already doing it. They already like whatever I put in my books, they're gonna just say the opposite of. And so you got to decide whether you want ascension or whether you want to stay here in a little because they sold out. I'm telling you for a fact that they took the oath at the last minute, and so they have to push bullshit now. I'm telling you, I see it clear as day. People that I thought would have never sold out, people that I thought would have never took the oath, people that I thought would have never caved in like that, they had, unfortunately. And so, um, it's definitely something that you want to think about. You really do. You want to think about that. About which route y'all want to go. You have to be bold as a lion, or you gonna lay down and be a slave. That go for all Americans. You gonna be bold as a lion, or you gonna be a motherfucking slave. And put that chip in your head and all that shit. Put a Neuralink on your head and stuff you don't need. Stop being lazy and do the work to ascend. Cause y'all see chosen ones out here. We could do all types of shit, and y'all want to do the same thing, but you don't want to do the work to get it. Please, you just want to put a chip in your head and think you're gonna be the same. They can hack your ass anytime they want, put false memories in your ass, all types of stuff. That's crazy. hmm But what we about to do now is we about to listen to the tribute for Roy Ayers. We'll start that up, but I know I got to take it off of YouTube because you know how they be doing with that. You remember Roy Ayers? He passed away at 84. Angie Stone died. It's a lot going on. It really is. But I got a whole playlist with Roy Ayers because he does Soul Train. He does a lot of shows on Soul Train. So I want to play a lot of the Soul Train stuff today. Soul Train with Don Cornelius. They say that he killed himself. He did not. He was taken out, and I see that spiritually. He definitely did not take himself out. From what I see and what I known as a little kid, I had always felt that they had did something to that man. Now I wonder if anybody else can confirm that. I wonder if somebody else know more about that than I do. But that's what I see clear as day in the spiritual realm. But first, we want to start off with Angie Stone. Why did I have this in there? Oh, because I wanted to look at Angie Stone. But we got I'm a stop sharing this. Let me just get some of this. I can free up my bandwidth. I'm gonna free up some of my bandwidth here. Yeah, but we got Roy Ayers. but I want to play how Angie Stone was exposed in the music industry in her last IG. I want to play that first though, and I want to actually play. We got some Roberta Flack too. You know, Roberta Flack feel like making love. That was my song growing up. I'm telling you, you could ask people that know me, like, why I was a little ass kid, watch I listening. I wasn't a little, but um, I was jamming to this like it had just came out on the radio. Roberta Flack, feel like making love. I was playing that like that shit had just came out on the radio. I remember people was looking like, yo, Roberta Flack, that's before your time. That's my song. But we could play Brother right after that. Then we can go into Roy Ayers. And I got me some Robert Glasper. I love me some Robert Glasper. Y'all do not know. Man, that I love his album. And there's Roy Ayers. And I have to say I'm not familiar with his entire catalog besides like Third Eye and Everybody Loves the Sunshine. Like who doesn't know that song? Everybody Loves the Sunshine. That's like the most amazing song. Well, one of the most amazing songs, right? Okay. Okay. Matter of fact, I want to play this again. I think this was so cute. This was it. This right here. This was so cute for those because I know a lot of people came in late. Look at this.
Samaj,
Ma'am,
what are you doing?
wash the dishes. I didn't taking a picture of me.
I'm not taking a picture of you, but you making a mess. You got water everywhere.
You got shoes on though?
I got shoes on though. What that mean?
So, go there and clean up.
Look, I just got to play it one more time. This is the cutest thing.
Samaj,
Ma'am,
what are you doing?
wash the dishes. I didn't taking a picture of me.
I'm not taking a picture of you, but you making a mess. You got water everywhere.
You got shoes on though?
I got shoes on though. What that mean?
So, go there and clean up.
Samaj,
Ma'am,
what are you doing?
wash the
He looked like the way he say "ma'am." That is the funniest thing ever. I gotta play this one more time. I'm sorry, guys. Just one more time.
Samaj,
Ma'am,
what are you doing?
wash the dishes. I didn't taking a picture of me.
I'm not taking a picture of you, but you making a mess. You got water everywhere.
You got shoes on though?
I got shoes on though. What that mean?
So, go there and clean up.
Samaj,
This boy is something else. Man, it's like his grandma or grandpapa, his grandpa is inside him inside of a 2-year-old. Go over there and clean it up. Why are you taking a picture? I got one. I said it one more time. I got to play one more time. This is so cute.
Ma'am,
what are you doing?
wash the dishes. I didn't taking a picture of me.
I'm not taking a picture of you, but you making a mess. You got water everywhere.
You got shoes on though?
I got shoes on though. What that mean?
So, go there and clean up.
Go over there and clean up. And so I don't know if you guys weren't here when I was earlier, but I was saying this is the type of sync that I grew up with, like this is when people were trying to say, "Oh, you're looking down on us." I'm like, looking down on what? What are y'all talking about? I like um but nonetheless, let's get started on our playlist. Let me get this removed off of YouTube because I know, I have to worry about the copyright stuff. Let me get rid of this. I love that little boy. Ma'am, you got shoes on now? Oh, that was so cute. Oh, we got Bolly Bolly in the building. Greetings. I've always felt he was taken out. Yeah, Don Cornelius, I'm telling you, I think they took him out. They always say he did his own self, and I bet you if someone was to investigate. I guess at the time, like we wasn't really into like conspiracy. Well, people, knew about conspiracies, but I think if that was to come out like today, I don't think nobody would just believe it. I think people would investigate it more, these days. But I know back then, I don't think people really took, really investigated it. But in my hearts of hearts, I just was like, something tell me it was something off always around that man's passing. I always felt that. But we are about to get off of YouTube. If you guys want to come, we are doing we are on Rumble and we are on Twitter, and you know we're gonna be, and I'm gonna be I have found the new social media app because I'm gonna be slowly migrating off of X. Like you notice I'm posting less. I'm not talking on Twitter Spaces anymore. I'm not in Spaces. I'm not commenting on Spaces like that. Yeah, I'm gonna be slowly, migrating off of X. There is another app that I'll be on that I feel a little more comfortable on in terms of like people that I can relate to, but I still won't even probably be giving. I have to even see. I'm not going back to like Clubhouse or fan base because that time is coming past for me. I don't. That I'm not gonna go backwards. I haven't been on them apps in years, but I have found one that just came out. There's some apps that are new that are coming out, and I did sign up and and see as far as what people are talking about. I prefer what they're talking about over there, but I might get off social medias completely. Yeah, I'm not saying I'm just gonna leave X, but I'm just saying I'm not gonna be on. It's just gonna probably be for like 1 hour on Fridays, and then I'm gonna delete that shit and try to parlay over it. It's just I'm telling you, I'm just way too shadow man. It's not worth it. They doing monitoring all types of shit. It's just weird. Like it's a disgrace what they've done with X. To me, I find it they shadow ban, like they systematically. Oh, if you don't like what you say, like with me, clearly they just even shadow ban my account just even more than what it was just from even 2 weeks ago. Um, just to lower my number count, like just that quick. They did that on purpose just to lower because it was even just me getting just a little bit of views that I got on my broadcast, like to them, that's too much because it's too many. There's too many people that, and the reason why I know it's shadow banned because of the impressions. Like it's not like it's the impressions that are being systematically throttled, and so I'm like, well, I don't think we should give any energy to X and all that stuff. Um, I just hope other social medias come out that are tantamount to that have a better algorithm that's more freedom of speech, that is more friendly to Black Americans, but also hope have same capabilities and features. Like the one that I found, it doesn't have some of the features, but and so it's harder to connect with people. At least you're gonna have to add some sort of well, some sort of what is it? What's it called? Voice chat. Like, how do people find each other? It's such a new site. Like, what the fuck? Like, people, you have to be able to find a person. But what I will say, I want to just migrate off of X because then if I find something new, then I don't have to be around, the people that's actively also trying to shadow ban my account or go behind the scenes and say, "Oh, don't go listen to that space." Don't go. I have to get away from uh the spaces. I had came to the spaces or not spaces, but X because of the reparation stuff, and so now that I'm not in the mix of that, there's really no point of me really being on here. It's just I don't see what be the point of being on X, and so I'm just looking for something that again the algorithm is friendlier. Like this algorithm, it is purposely very people, of different different talking points and whatnot. And so to me, I don't even see it. I don't see the point. Yeah, because they are purposely throttling even just the impressions because they know that people would click on this shit. It's just a fact. I've seen when they don't throttle. They know they have to actively shadow ban because it's like I know I'll be talking about some good shit because I see how people take specific stuff throughout my content to try to make they whole rooms around or spend a whole week spending on Twitter Spaces talking about when they was talking about like the Hebrew stuff. that following that same week I had before that had took place, spent 2 weeks talking about the spaces and didn't think that I know that it came from me doing those breakdowns of the royal bloodlines and talking about the Hebrew bloodline. Right after I did it, they wanted to host a bunch of rooms about it. Bunch of room, and I'm just like, damn, well, y'all niggas ain't got not an ounce of creativity in y'all soul where y'all can come up with your own damn spaces for content. That is sad. And I can't even be in that engine. I don't even want to be around that a machine like that. So I'm like, I gotta figure out. Uh, I know it gotta be something. I think that's where they went wrong with Clubhouse. Clubhouse used to be very exclusive. Sometimes exclusivity is a good selling point as far as your value proposition. I think they really went wrong opening it up because what they think is like they know that Black Americans had built up Clubhouse to like a I want to say like a $1 billion valuation, but what the founders didn't realize or whoever was trying to strategize like okay we're gonna expand, they went and brought, and I don't care how it sounds because y'all can say, oh, I'm gonna leave this, but they went and brought like hood Black people on it or Black rappers on there to try to advertise, like to market the app. And believe it or not, like even though you might have Black Americans on at the time, there was a lot of bougie ass Black Americans on there. I'm not saying they were boule or anything, they were just bougie niggas that were on Clubhouse that could talk about high level shit. And I'm telling you, I remember when the app went down here hill because they thought that meant bring Black rappers on. And so they was bringing a whole nother crowd and it fucked it up for me. I was like, when they started bringing, when they allowed Android on there and when they started bringing rappers on there to promote the app, it went downhill. It really did to me because the exclusivity aspect was gone. If anybody could just sign up and anybody and I mean, it used to be able to do some high level networking on that damn app, some real high level networking. You can't do none of that now. It's just I don't know what's going on Clubhouse. I haven't been on there in years, but I remember when I'm like, nah, once they started, you give yourself a headache talking in them spaces. That's how I feel. I'm like, I ain't about to work and give myself no motherfucking headache talking to some dusty ass niggas about nothing. They ain't even talking about nothing. They ain't serious. So what I'm gonna waste my time in there for? Yep. Let me take this off of YouTube real quick. So if you guys are on YouTube, you want to come on Twitter so we can rock out to some Robert Glasper and to some Roy Ayers. Love you guys. Have a great weekend though if you're on YouTube.